evening, folks. It is Friday, August 26th, 2022, and we are here in the longest running episodic, whatever the hell it is that I'm doing here. I don't know. Who knows? But it is long running, and it is episodic because jokes carry over from episode to episode.
They do.
So, that is right. All right. So I already see a couple of comments tonight. Thank you all for the comments. Always appreciate that. And a couple of comments of something we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about a couple of things tonight, but one of them will get off the top because some of the comments are addressing it. So we'll definitely touch on that. So let me grab a couple of these here. So Steve K started it off. Jeremy Lee, VP of Tag Grading. LOL. Yes, we'll get on that soon. So Paul here. Good evening. Is being VP of a company going under in 6 months or a show host all you need to read the comments of a promotion or demotion? It's an interesting question, a valid question. Moving on. We'll come to that. We'll come back. So Josh here is addressing the first thing we're going to talk about. So we're going to talk about an influencer who has an association to a third-party grader. We'll get to the floating head guy after. But this is correct. So Josh here, and thank you, Josh, for the comment. And I'll touch on a couple of these. By the way, if you have questions, hit me with them. I'm happy to answer them. Transparency is really the important part about this whole thing, and we'll talk about it. So great work with Brad on the PSA Canada YouTube show. Enjoyed it so far. Everyone go subscribe if you haven't. So I made reference. So I did the literary foreshadowing last week. I actually explained that, hey, there is a PSA Canada YouTube channel. There might be a thing going on with it. So just to be clear, so that we're all on the same page, has the show been sponsored? No, actually no. We don't have an ad for PSA Canada tonight. We also will not have an ad for PSA Canada going forward. When Brad comes on, he's coming on as Brad the Collector, not PSA Canada Brad. Although, one of the things that led to the idea, and I'll explain what it is Brad, when he would come on here, sometimes he'd answer questions about PSA Canada, processes, procedures, and everything. So the team kind of sat there and said, and a couple of weeks ago they approached me and they said, hey, look, we want to start using our YouTube channel, the PSA Canada one. And we'd like to do some things. We would love if you would consider hosting a show for us on it and helping us out with it. So we talked about it, and I said, okay, fine, I'll do it. But the idea is it has to be on your channel. It doesn't mean I'm not doing a show for you here, and we talked about that. I'm not doing a show for you here, and I'm not advertising it here. And my job isn't to promote me on that show. My job is to help them build up a YouTube channel. So we just started. We've got 2 episodes this past week. One on the Tuesday as an introduction, and one yesterday as kind of the first official episode. And as a little side bonus, I actually got my PSA return on that one, and we did the reveal on that episode.
We got denied here.
Well, we're gonna get it probably later if Brad shows up, because they told me literally before we started the show that they had the box already with the stuff. Now, quick thing, I am hearing some echo, so something probably one of you guys. I don't know if it's coming off a speaker or something, but I can definitely hear you. So just while we're doing that, I'm gonna bring on here Mr. Bobbles. How's it going?
What is up, fellas?
There we go. I think that fixed it. All right, we got it. Perfect. Beautiful.
I muted. I don't know what happened. Did it stop?
No, I can still hear kind of a background thing. Is there something going on in the background, or is your sound coming straight in your headphones?
No, I got the sound through my headphones.
Weird. Okay, I don't know.
But the voice is going through the camera.
Okay, fair enough.
I can hear it whenever it is. I don't know what it is, but I can hear it.
Yeah, all right. No, that's fair. So we'll get into it.
It sounds
it
like
loud?
Andy's TV.
There's no volume on.
There's no volume.
Oh,
Weird. All right, we'll figure it out here. We'll try to. You guys let us know if you can hear. I can hear it as well. So you guys will let us know, and we'll figure it out as we go along. But I'll talk about a couple of these things. Now, I did let the guys on the show know ahead of time. I also let Bobbles know as well, because it's one of those things where I don't have any problem being transparent about this stuff. And I joke with Bobbles, and I go, I might not be able to let you on the show anymore. You know, the holy war is, we have to stoke the fires of the holy war. But magnanimous man that I am, I said, you may we take your unwashed masses. You may all be present here. It's the right thing to do.
hey, I got Brad to put the SGC sticker on. I mean, I think that means it's mutual party. So
Exactly. But look, the important thing is I get sweet free swag, bros. Come on. So
hey,
I actually
you're
wore
ahead of
this
the game.
Yeah, so I actually wore this on the last episode. So there you go. So anyway, by the way, it's still super humid here, and that's a long sleeve. Hot. I told him, it's like, I'll put it on 5 minutes before the show, and as soon as the show ends, I'm taking this off.
What is considered hot there?
So right now, so it'd be basically about 100 degrees, give or take.
Okay.
High 90s, 100.
Yeah.
Remember, I come from Panama, and I'm born in July. That's what I consider hot.
Okay.
You toss in the humidity, that's the standard of hot.
Okay.
So thank you, Josh, for that. I'll touch on a couple of comments here and we'll get caught up. Does it make Carlos the VP of PSA Canada? I hear you can get that kind of promotion. We'll have to see. But
How's that?
Yeah, my job is basically to be a host and to kind of manage their YouTube channel. That's really the job itself. So that's basically what I'm doing with those guys. I guess time will tell. Maybe an announcement tonight, perhaps. Carlos for VP 2022. Who knows? Listen, I might just be I might be VP of the freaking YouTube channel. That might be how we do it. Apparently, you just take VP and tack it on to the beginning of it. What do the grading companies do with all the card saver ones from submissions? That's a good question. I like that. So I'll probably take that one back with me, and then we can probably pose that question to them. So one of the things I'll mention to you is if you do check out that channel, one of the things I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get them the custom URL. So it requires a certain amount of subscriptions. So we'll try to get it to that point. It is different than this. And that was also one of the key things that I wanted to make sure about. I'm not just trying to do this show over there because it wouldn't make any sense. The point of that show is to be like, we're going to talk about what they're doing, but we're going to talk about hobby stuff too. Like, of course, if the chat wants to talk about some of that, but the episodes are also not going to be hours and hours and hours. The episodes are going to be, I think we agreed, we'll top it out at 90 minutes. If there's a lot to talk about and if we have a guest on, that'll make the most sense. It's designed to be like, hey, we're going to hang out for a bit. We're going to chat. This is where I do the 3 or 4 hour thing. That's here. It's a different thing.
Carlos, what is the name of the channel? Is it just PSA?
It is literally PSA Space Canada. Yes. Okay. Yeah, it's one of those things. I'll include a link to it in the description, but this will be the last time that I do that because my goal is not necessarily to promote the channel here. That's why I make the distinction. I want a separation of church and state. Yeah. So that's why I make the distinction. And I mentioned to Bobbles, I really wanted to make sure we understand the difference. A sponsorship is if I put one of their ads here, or if I make a show here to promote their stuff. If I'm helping them run their channel, I'm literally working for them on their channel on their stuff. Over here, you won't get it. You have to go over there if you want to see it. If you don't want to see it, you won't see it going forward, and the regular videos will continue the way they are before. And Bobbles is still invited, so everybody wins.
Yeah, so no PSA, but SGC is allowed.
That's right. I don't know. Maybe if you had some CSG, I'd be interested. Maybe CSG.
Oh, low blow.
Yeah. Well, who did you have to bribe to upgrade Eric to Andy? I know, right? So Eric, and we will get back to mocking him. Don't worry about that. But Eric has actually conned one of his kids to actually hang out with him at a concert.
No way.
I know. So he did ask permission beforehand, so I am aware of it. We have given him a pass for the day. He may still show up later on in the show if he's able to get back in time. So he has the link, so if he can make it on, he can make it on, and then we will mock him mercilessly as is our way.
Who's he going to watch?
I think it's Ace Frehley. He's a big Kiss guy, so I think it's Ace Frehley is the one concert.
I'm actually going to a concert tomorrow night. I'm going to watch Grand Funk Railroad, which was my dad's favorite band.
Interesting. Wow. All right, fair enough. Yeah. I like it.
Had a couple songs.
Oh yeah, they were good.
How much is Brad paying you to be an influencer? I'm always an influencer, Josh. The influencing comes free. If you actually have to do some work and I actually have to develop a show for you, that's the part I charge you for. I understood your question.
Andy, I'm probably your dad's age, so.
Yeah.
There you go. So Steven here. Evening, gents. I just realized tonight is 99. One more to 100. Got anything big planned? I am thinking about that. Like, I did realize that today is a Gretzky episode. Oh, so let's talk about Gretzky. No, I don't care. Listen, I fight against the hockey stereotype, okay? We'll only do it when it's appropriate. We'll do it when it's right. No. None of that 99 Gretzky stuff. Not tonight. But for the 100, I am thinking about it. I would love to do something. If we could do something fun, that would be great. Maybe one thing I'll tell you that I'm kicking around. I'd love to get some of the guys that haven't been on in a little while, who have been around a little bit. So I'll tell you right now, if I can manage it. It's about where they are, if they're on vacation or whatever. Everybody's got different schedules. I'd love to see maybe Dave or Steve make at least hop in and make an appearance. Like, that would be kind of fun. Even if they can just hang in for a little while, that'd be great. So we'll see if we can find a couple of those folks that aren't around all the time that can pop in and say, hey, that would be fun for a 100th episode.
The ghost of Carlos passed.
I know. That's right. I got my Leave It to Beaver autograph ticket. Was told Beaver would be here tonight around this time. Oh, sorry, Bob. Sorry, buddy. I get a lot of muffled feedback. Yep. So we're slowly working on it. I think it sounds better now. It seems to be. And I think one of the comments says it's better. So we're getting there. So let me keep catching up with the comments here. So Jeff, good evening. Hello, everyone. Looking forward to the show. Appreciate it. First is PSA Canada. Next thing you know, because I'm Carlos, because I'm Fanatics. Well, I already made it clear.
Ooh.
Look.
You're one step closer.
Listen, I'm doing work with PSA Canada on their channel. To be clear, I'm doing work with them on their channel. It is not a sponsorship. However, if Fanatics comes calling with that Fanatics money, you can rename and rebrand all this shit. All of it. Don't even worry about it. We'll make it happen. All right, so Will, good evening. Drink every time Carlos says the word Sapruder. In the video, it makes sense, Will. In the video, like you have to force it here. It actually makes perfect sense when we do the conspiracy theory part.
We'd be drunk.
Yeah. So Bob here sounds like floating head broke YouTube TOS. That's actually kind of, so here's the thing. You all know, I love making fun of floating head. I do. And I'm not going to lie, I do. But this is kind of a thing is that I read the little statement and everything. And that's why I say he basically presented it like the offer came after. And I want to get into that more here in a second. That is an important distinction because if that offer or any of it was done beforehand when he said he was not working with Tag, it gets because here's the thing. The reason I make the distinction, and I'm being completely serious about this, so let me be serious about this for a second. If I had in fact done the same deal with Brad and them, and I was going to do it on this channel and everything, I have to mark those videos. There's a little checkbox and things like this is sponsored post, sponsored ad, like whatever. You have to mark all those things. It has to be, I have to basically put in your face. I have to wear the goddamn shirt and everything just to be like, I cannot make this any clearer. That it's on their branded channel where I am in fact wearing this shirt with the logo and branding and everything. I wanted to make it as clear as is physically possible, the line of delineation. Here tonight, I'm not. So that's the difference. You can't pretend it's like, oh yeah, no, this is completely organic, even though like I'm going to lean every conversation into talking about the brand. No, you can't do that. There are rules about this thing and you have to follow them. So the timing is critically important. It is really important. If you were doing all those infomercials with either a job in place or the potential promise of a job, it's a little murky. It's a little
That
murky.
was just the interview process.
Well, that was the joke I was making with the guys is that when I started doing my job at the bank that I do right now, it was still COVID time, full-fledged, and we couldn't meet in the office or anything. I did two video interviews, like panel interviews and everything, and I did video interviews. I said, man, it's rough in these streets. I only had to do 2 video interviews to get a job at the bank. Jeremy had to do 6. This is awful.
Yeah.
It's tough in these streets, my friends. Tough. Carlos getting paid in T-shirts.
Maybe.
Hey, it is Under Armour, if that helps.
Yeah.
So at least it's decent.
Yeah.
Good evening, Paul. What's up, Michael Ham? All right, Carlos says it's better. Thank you. You mean Brad didn't try to rebrand the name? Nah. We did have a fun conversation about it, and yeah, we were both on the same page that the two things should be kept separate, and that is the best approach. Is because I really don't want to promote anything here unless it literally makes sense. If it makes sense, it's great. I want Brad to come on here and be Brad. I want him to have cool stuff in the background, grab it, and we have some fun and then talk about, or he can talk about Bubbles or Ric Flair or Josie. I want him to be able to just do that and focus on being Brad instead of being Brad from PSA Canada. If questions come up, it's fine.
Didn't he have rappers last episode?
Brad did have rappers.
Did he watch the training video?
I've been told there's a thing. We're gonna get to that one. We're gonna get to that one in a minute, Bubbles. We're gonna get to that. Don't worry. Yep. Is tag allowed though? No. I'd heard. Look, if they cut a big enough check, I'm willing to embrace the irony. I'd heard Eric joined the Live Tour, as he should. Ace Freely, not Freeney. Whatever, man. Eric's old. Look, just get over it. Opening bands suck. This is terrible, Eric. This is terrible. Awful. Must be really bad if he's in the chat. How's the Dragons? You guys live should be the best. Appreciate it. Timeless Cardboard. Bring Justin back. Never!
Oh, yeah.
Yep. I seen Afro Man last night. There you go. Sounds good. Hockey Barn Collectibles. Big Scott. Good evening, all. 2 Jordans in the box. So there was 1 there. So is there 1 out there with 4? Yeah. So when it came to that 86 Fear box, though, I did the video on it. 2 is on the low end. It is still plausible to get 2. Like that actually does happen. 3 is kind of considered the average. Like in an average box, and I actually included an article. I cited an article from 2017 where they talked about it as well. 3 is kind of considered the average. So saying 2, that's not that out of whack. 4 is also not out of whack. Like well within. You basically got it's a lame box. Not a great box, not exciting, but still within the realm of reason. A lot of the, like I said, I covered a lot. I wanted to give opening to both sides on this. The truth is, if you are conspiracy minded and you have your heart set on this, you had a couple of things that could have helped you, but a couple of other ones debunked it a little bit. And if you just were looking at the box going, that seems like a below average, but not questionable box necessarily, there was plenty of ammunition for that too. You could make the case either way if you really wanted to.
So back in the
Sorry, go ahead, Bobby.
Didn't back in the day when that box was issued, or even a few years after, someone could have pulled the Jordan rookie that was showing.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's what happens with most of the old boxes. People don't realize that most boxes were tampered with prior to,
Yeah.
unless they came from a sealed case. Not tampered with intentionally, some,
Yeah.
but just by default.
Yeah, well, we talked about the scenario. We gave a couple of plausible scenarios that back in the day a case could have gotten jostled. Half a box could have been sold. Somebody said, "Hey, can you top off the box?" They go crack open another box, grab the packs from the box, and put it. And now it's no longer a 36 packs that started life together. That could totally have happened in 1986, 1987. You get this box today with a stack of packs. It's like, okay, great.
So how many people here on the panel would if they had a 86 box, 87 box in front of them, would you not look through it? See if something's kind of showing? Maybe not. Maybe. Yeah. Everybody.
I would ship mine to Ken Golden to sell it.
Ooh, look at you.
But you wouldn't look through the packs first
No,
I mean,
no.
to see who's showing.
Didn't he say in the video thing, or the rant that he did last night, that it was from that box was from a case, and that a sealed case normally produces, I think he said it was 22% of the boxes from a case would only have 2 Jordan. He actually gave numbers, like percentages of what it is, how the boxes break down from a case, on what they would contain as far as Jordans. So
I mean, it's just basically, I think it's just from what I understand, it's just math. I mean, it's a 132 card set, so I mean, the chances of hitting a Jordan are just as good as they are anyone else, and they're no better or worse.
yeah, I think he said 22% of them would have only 2.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that would probably make sense.
Yeah. So let me read this question real quick, and then we'll touch on one thing you said there, Bobbles. So Philly Joe, good evening. Just a question. Are PSA graded slabs somehow identified as the country they were graded? Just curious because of expansion to Europe. So I can tell you that as far as I know, they should be using a standardized. But I can take that back with me and check. But as far as I know, they're supposed to be using the same molds, the same labels. There really should be no distinctive thing between the two. They're supposed to be using the same standardized stuff. Now, expansion to Europe, yes, they do have expansion, but don't forget something. When it comes to the international expansion, a lot of them are basically submitters that take it in and then still send it to the place for encapsulation. I don't think they've actually, to my understanding, I could be wrong, and I'll fact check it, but for as far as I understand, they don't have encapsulation facilities in Europe. It's still, even though it's Europe, they take in the stuff, send it over to California and now New Jersey. Now they're going to have 2 facilities. And then the stuff still gets graded there, so it's the same molds and everything, and then gets shipped back. Basically, PSA Canada takes the stuff, sends it to them, gets it back, and then send it out to the folks that submitted. So likely it's very similar. BK, has steroid use ever been a thing in hockey like other sports? Yeah, there have been people that... Yeah, there have been guys that have used it. It's not really like a big thing.
It's not tested
either. Not nearly as much, yeah. Not as big a deal. I like Mark's comment here, though. I already play a drinking game where I do a shot every time Carlos says a little bit. Love it. Now I have to do it for 2 channels. Rehab, here I come. Yes. I'm proud of this. This is important for me. Now, Bobbles, you were talking about some kind of a Ken Golden rant. Do you want to elaborate? Like, I have no idea what you're referring to. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Is that even a thing? I've seen no evidence that this happened. Like, I heard about an Instagram thing, but as far as I know, it disappeared. And I don't think anybody has access to it. Like, I think it's gone. It's been lost to the sands of time, as far as I know. Like, imagine if somebody had access to the video footage or something. Like, it'd be terrible. It'd be terrible.
I don't know who spoke on it, but yeah, I was sitting here and I got on a little alert that said Mr. Kenny G was live, and so I happened to go on there and look at it, and I was like, holy hell, keeps saying he's outside, and he's outside for a reason. And then he starts playing with fire, and I don't know why he didn't realize that throwing fire into a plastic tub would not be the best idea, considering chemicals and fumes and all of
Bubbles,
that.
I feel it's because he was possessed by the spirit of the content gods working through him to entertain me.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely shook up, and he let some folks push his buttons, and I guess, his boy Paul was out there playing hoops on the nice basketball court. He decided he was gonna stoke some flames, so to speak. So,
Literally and
I don't
figuratively.
know.
Literally and
I
figuratively.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess there was like the ones he did were from what I felt was interesting was the ones he did. He said were from the Drake break, like,
Mhm. Yeah.
and everybody was talking about the whatnot breaks, and he's like, "Well, I'm gonna do the ones from the Drake break." Well,
Yeah.
and I guess the ones from the other breaks got sent out to the people or what
That
have
is
you.
that
But
is what I heard. That is what I heard from a mysterious source, Ken G.
yeah,
I got that from a Ken G. I reached out and asked, and he said that they got sent out. He also said, by the way, the one that I was really genuinely curious about, the original 36 packs, the winners got the contents of that as well. So if you got a Jordan, you got it. So you still got the Jordan. So that's
So
great. That's good.
were there cards that were actually burned?
No, it was
no, just
just
the
wrappers.
wax pack.
So
Oh,
first he started trying to do the wrappers, and then almost killed himself, nearly
Yeah,
fulfilling my prophecy because I said at some point he may light himself on fire, and he almost did. When the
yeah.
guys were describing to him, I'm like, wait, he's got fire? He's got flames? It's happening. It's like the Office meme. It's happening, everybody. It's
I
about to
was doing a
happen.
little play by play, and as I was typing each little happening, I could see Carlos's excitement without even seeing Carlos.
hmm.
Guys, this is not a joke. Had he somehow lit himself on fire, I was prepared to do one more live stream, declare victory, and ride off into the sunset.
Mhm.
There is nothing more for me to do. I have proven my point. I was right all along. I am leaving.
Well, I had a really good friend of mine one time. He got in a little bit of heat for burning cards.
Deservedly so. Like, honestly, who does that? Like, what kind of an irresponsible individual, supposed collector, liker of the hobby, whatever, burns
These were
cards?
just like, what was it, like 2021 tops or something? So 86 Fleer, that would be much worse.
Yeah, but these are rappers, Andy. These are rappers. And then he realized that burning more would be a terrible idea and just started tearing them, which probably would have
Yeah,
just been a smarter move in the first place. Just tear them.
Yeah.
he was throwing them in like a
It was a
I don't
plastic,
know, it was
like
like a
like
big
a container.
plastic
Yeah,
tub.
yeah. It was like a
Yeah,
big
and he was
glorified
lighting on
Tupperware
fire,
thing.
throwing them in there, and then he realized that was a terrible idea because the fire just got a little bit out of hand for him. So then he had to waste his Perrier and
Ah,
put the fire out. And, yeah,
why
I
wouldn't
love.
you keep the wrappers? But people are collectors. To rewrap after a wrapper's been opened, it's very, very difficult, unless it was gingerly done. Once you
Gingerly.
fold it flat,
That was that point because they did really take special care. Like during the break, they went like about as slowly and gently as possible with the wrappers. So
oh
it's
yeah,
like they're taking. So and one point, by the way, that was made that was valid is okay. So you're delicate with the wrappers, like super delicate to open it, and then as you're doing the cards, you're like putting your thumbprints all over every card. I was like, Jesus, man, come on, you've done this before. I guarantee you've opened a pack before. You don't. This is not. You're not doing this with a card when you're taking out of a pack.
Well, I mean, like there was a lot of there was a lot of people in the chat that were, obviously super critical of everything.
Wait, people in the chat being
no,
is that even a thing, Andy?
I
Andy,
mean, they were like questioning like every little thing that was going on. I think we've all seen Ken Goldman do enough lives to know that the he's not the best at it. Let's just say.
hey, he made clear. My anonymous source, Kenny G. He made clear that there were 6 cameras on, and it was the whatnot one that went down, not the golden ones, because now in fairness, on his Instagram you do have the alternate angle, so
Yeah.
that did stay on the whole time. But I think what made it funny, and I mentioned in the video, what made it kind of funny is the whatnot thing cut out literally the moment he was about to lift the lid on the box. I was like, it could not have been planned more perfectly to increase the sale of tinfoil within a
Yeah.
100-mile radius.
It really just depended on which platform you were watching it on. I guess
Exactly.
if you
Yes.
watched the Sports Card Radio or the Whatnot stream, then yeah, I mean, it looked really bad.
Mhm. Absolutely, absolutely.
the
Okay,
the
so
thumbing of the cards though that really wouldn't have mattered, right? Because they knew the collation.
yeah,
that kind of sucks. The collation is the same with Fleer. It doesn't happen so much with tops in wax packs, or I know it does with the rack packs and the cellos, but NOPG, forget it.
yep.
It's random as heck.
Good evening, Big Scott. How many Ralph Samsons were pulled? Somebody's asking the right questions. Somebody should have done like a breakdown of the polls. I'm sure someone did. Like I have no
Yeah.
doubt that somebody was like monitoring it. So Will here giving us some advice. Read the gum. When I reseal boxes, I use a dehydrator and make the packs the gum nice and brittle. Give it 2 to 3 days. Facts.
Mm-hmm.
Update: the opening band still sucks. I can tell you're still in the chat. The gods must be crazy. True. Global sports card investor. Good day. Absolutely good day to you. Ken Golden. Alcohol, recreationals, and social media is a bad combo. True. Now, I
Great
actually
for
do have a
entertainment
legitimate
value.
I do have a legitimate question about that because, like I said, I don't wish to fully napalm the bridge. I'm gonna have some fun. Like, let me be clear, I'm having some fun with it, but I'm not gonna fully napalm the bridge. But and good evening, Dave. But I do have a question, a legitimate question that plays into something we have in fact talked about before, that actually this covers as well. So Ken Golden is just Joey Janela in disguise. I like the reference. I like the comp. I didn't have hobby influencer self-immolation on my bingo card. Love it, Paul. Get out the marshmallows. True. I'm glad that the video has disappeared from the
There's one
interwebs and
for,
cannot be found by searching Ken Golden rant. I see you. I'm so glad Ken Golden lectured us on the Sam Bowie #2 pick. I had no idea.
Yeah.
True.
The educational factor was amazing.
Yes. And thank you all for the comments. I do appreciate the snark. Magnificent. Well played, everyone. Well played. But I do have a serious question. Again, this video that doesn't exist. As far as I heard, it's an urban legend. It's a rumor. It's not even a real thing. I don't know why anybody's even talking about it. Like, it's just nonsense. But hypothetically, if a video was to have existed and a social media post had been made, that you could probably search under Ken Golden rant, as Paul says, allegedly. Nothing to do with me, and also I don't have any copies of the tape. I don't care where that rumor got out. That's all lies. Definitely don't have a copy. But the point is, hypothetically, if somebody was to do that, this is actually a question, like a legitimate question I have. And we've talked about this before. We talked about this with Chris Hoge. We talked about this, with the She Collects Cards thing as well. And now with Ken Golden. So you got two folks that ran companies that then got absorbed into the collector's universe. So we're actually being serious here for a second. Hang with me. We'll get back to ridiculousness in a moment. But stick with me. So you got two people that actually ran companies that got absorbed under collectors. Fine. Great. And maybe that's a little different. But She Collects Cards, well, that's an employee of collectors. So these folks kept their social media accounts, either do YouTube channels or shows or live streams, or in Ken Golden's case, Instagram lives whenever he feels like it, break with Drake, all that good stuff. This is something that is a little strange to me, though. It kind of plays into the bit we talked about earlier. That's why I say, like, I'm open to any questions about the PSA Canada thing. If someone wants to ask down the road, no problem, ask away. But I have a separation between church and state. When I'm doing this, I'm not wearing the swag. I'm not doing that stuff. I want to keep talking about what I want to talk about anyway. But what happens, though, is when you're an employee of the company as a whole, or you owned a company and now they're under you and now you're under the collector's umbrella, anything you're doing is going to take on a different scrutiny when your content is pertaining to the genre of the company that we're talking about. It would be different if this was Ken Golden Cooks. If he had a cooking YouTube channel, well, that'd be hilarious. I'd like to see him probably keep the flames away from him. Maybe that'd be a thing. But it would be amazing. I would enjoy it. I'd get a kick out of it. But it's a completely different genre. Then do whatever the hell you want. If he hates, a brand of knives in the kitchen, like, go ahead, rant away. Who cares? But when he's opining on sports card related stuff, that is relevant to the business that he's in and the company he's a part of. When She Collects Cards talks about a potential competitor in the space, that's a little dangerous. That's you have to be careful with that. When Chris does his posts, social media posts, basically arguing with people about stock markets versus cards and all this, he's having his fun, but at the same time, you are indirectly representing collectors. You literally have collectors' employees come on and sometimes be on the crossover. Like, there's too much cross-pollination for you then to pretend that you're completely separated when you could not be more attached. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but the people watching, it doesn't matter.
I understand. But no, but I'm asking the question, like,
Fair.
there is... My question has been this whole time, collectors doesn't seem to either pay attention to it or be concerned about it. That is a little weird for me. Because it's like, well, you should kind of care. You should kind of care what happens there, like, or at least be aware of it, like, hey... Because most companies, like, and I used the analogy before, look, it's a different industry, I get it. But at the bank, when I do my work, I'm working a normal company, normal job. I have a YouTube channel, but it's completely unrelated, so it doesn't matter. But if I was doing a finance YouTube channel where I was talking about different, banks and their offerings and all that, they might go like, that's getting a little close. You're getting a little close to the sun on that one, buddy. Did you run that by us? That's literally what would happen. Somebody would come by and ping me and be like, hey, we heard about this channel you're doing about finance and talking about banks and our competitors and such. Did you run that by us?
Too big to fail.
Yeah. It's a completely different, like, philosophy, because it's like you kind of let folks seemingly go and do whatever. Like that live stream that we joked about. I don't think Nat Turner would have signed off on that. He go, hey, here's a great idea. You want to do that on your Instagram? Go ahead. Have fun, Ken. Have a good time.
Well, he did say that he may possibly get in trouble, and he didn't know if he was going to leave the video up. So
Oh, for
he
sure.
probably already knew that.
Yeah, he knew he was courting the danger, but the fact is, he felt like he still could at least give it a go, even if it was for a little while, even if it was for only the live audience, and then pulls it away. So that's kind of interesting. It's like, okay, but again, all these folks that I'm talking about have had their moments where it's like, under any other company, you would literally have a department that you'd have to run this by. You want to do a live, you'd have, okay, talk to us first. You want to do an interview, talk to us first. There would always be that PR department that would double check that for you before letting you go out potentially representing the brand. Andy, I kind of want to get your take on this because you know who we're talking about. You know the players. So any
Yeah,
thoughts on this?
and so I obviously, I know Josh and Chris, and I watched their series that they did on the National. I don't know if you guys have seen that.
Yeah. Very well done, by the way. It's very well shot. Like, it's nice
I'm not
looking.
sure if this was in all of the videos. There's like 4 parts, but I noticed in the last part for sure that in the beginning there was a disclaimer that said that any of the thoughts and opinions expressed in this video, are theirs basically, and they don't reflect on the company, collectors. So I don't know if that was something that they did on their own, or if that was something that maybe they were potentially asked to do.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, I think either way, like regardless of who decided to do it, I think it's probably a good idea, kind of to your point.
Yeah. I think in fairness though, it's also the Card Ladder YouTube account, which the Card Ladder brand is specifically owned by collectors. The argument, if they want to use it, is that it's a private Instagram account. So if you want to try to play that thing, the crossover is yes, it's us, but it's on our Instagram account, not the Card Ladder Instagram account. If you want to try to play that, that differentiator. And
yeah, because from my understanding, they're technically employees.
They are.
Yes. So.
They are. That's why I say, like, my bigger takeaway with it was, like, it seems like almost everybody that I've seen that had a social media presence like that at collectors, it doesn't seem to matter. Like I said, those guys at least had a company, and then it got absorbed under. Golden already had a company and got absorbed under. And Golden's been around so long, like, I have no doubt he would be more inclined to almost test the boundaries. Like, how far can I go before somebody actually tries to rein me in? But I'm always kind of curious about that kind of thing.
They always go, it's Ken.
Well, that basically, it wouldn't shock me if that's kind of the thing about it. So we have Brandon Ryan, good evening. Diabolical man handlings of Fleer card fiasco may have been intentional, causing anxiety and raise the hype level, but that's a conspiracy theory. Prepare your tinfoil. My employer asked me to stop wearing shirts with their logo. The thing is, that happens. It does. The only scandal left is sports card recall for lead ink. Give it time. I would assume there are guidelines, but given the link between Golden Auction and Ken Golden, I assume he gets a long leash. Yeah, I would agree with that. That just seems to be the case. Again, I pose it simply as a question. I just put it out as a question because that's something I've observed. Like, this theme has come up again and again with folks under that umbrella, where it just seems like, all right, do whatever you want. Doesn't matter. Way too many conflicts of interest as this industry consolidates. More savvy collectors are noticing. Yeah, that's very well. PK, I think you're looking a little too deep into the YouTube content employers. Remember, the hobby's full of minnows in comparison to anything else. Yes, but within this small space, those companies are also inside of this small space. So they've also got their own presences, and sometimes the people that they have under their employ have stronger social media profiles than the company account. Like, the company isn't actually great at producing content and stuff, like, and that's collectors and that's collectible, and like, pick your one at PWCC, pick your one in the space. Like, a lot of them have very tiny accounts. Sports Card Investor dwarfs all of those guys, and he just does his own thing, just by comparison. Like, Jab's family destroys them in terms of overall views and subscribers. High quality content. Andy, high quality. Jabs.
I mean, a lot of, relatively small channels get more views than BWCC's channel does.
They do, yeah. And they actually produce some content on there, by the way. They actually do produce some stuff, but it doesn't draw flies. So if the person who's working for them can draw a bigger audience than they can.
Yeah.
Here's a question on it. And this is kind of going into a direction because I've experienced it, right? And it's becoming a more common thing, and we have discussed it. But so for the longest time, I was accused constantly that SGC paid me, because my content was mostly focused around SGC. And you mentioned, like, she collects cards. What about, like, how many people out there, and this is just speculation, but how many people out there are actually, like, doing content, whether it be YouTube or Instagram or what have you, that potentially do work for these companies, but we don't know about it because
Sure.
realistically, Hannah, could have took the job with PSA, and if she never disclosed it, she could have continuously done her content, and nobody would have even known it. So then it would have been looked at in a completely different manner.
Yeah.
So, like, that there's probably some people out there that work inside of, I mean, like I said, I was accused for the longest time, yet I never was being paid by SGC. I was just talking about
But
the
you are
company
being
I
paid by
used.
Tag, right? We talked about that, or is
But
that still on the down low? We're keeping that one on down low for
I
a bit.
said I was sorry.
As you should. You should be extremely sorry. So, by the way, Bobby's starting to work with BBCE. He's taken over. Steve Hart is stepping down. We
I
may as
am
well start all
BB.
the allegations. We may as well start all the allegations.
I already am BB.
So this seems
oh,
like
so
peak
it's
time.
Bobby Burrell certified.
Exchange.
We just got to, yeah,
The E is
exchange. There we
exchange.
go.
The E is exchange.
Okay, now it makes sense.
Yeah. So it's like we'll start
Collectibles
that.
Enterprise. Bobby Burrell, Collectibles Enterprise.
Yes. So that's the thing. So I'm working with PSA Canada on their channel. Bobby is the new BBCE. Bobbles is going to be the latest tag bulk submitter, the only one probably.
Nope.
And Andy is now taking over as media manager for the Bob Lewis Empire. The output on the channel will remain the same, though, to be fair.
This is actually a good opportunity for me to announce that I'm actually going to be on the TV show Yellowstone.
Mm.
So
Hence the shirt.
Wow.
Well played. Well
Yeah.
played. I like it.
Hmm.
I like it. Yes. Yes. Only one of those things is true. The one I said. The first one I said. So anyway, Aaron here says, I'm not sure if it's damaged his brain, but definitely didn't help talking about owning 5 acres on a golf course and having 9-figure bank account while burning collectibles. Yes, that's fair. I get that. So Sanderson DeOr has now left the Ace Free whatever. The Kiss guy that isn't Gene Simmons. The other one. Okay, whatever. That one, he says it's greatness. He left that concert and now he's going to see like Hanson or something. I don't know. So he says
Hanson.
greatness. Lord knows. Absolutely. Like, this is Eric.
Yeah. True.
He's
Hanson-
chocolate stick guy. He's
Hanson-
chocolate stick guy.
Those kids are from Oklahoma, Hanson.
Oh, but there you go. So then maybe that's the greatness he refers to.
They only could.
So Eric, your Kiss member concert might want to lower expectations. This is what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say. Ace Feeney wasn't on Boy Meets World. Wasn't he on Boy Meets World? I don't know. A lot of people did make cameos on that show, though. It had a long run where folks did make cameos.
That was the principal's name was Mr. Feeney.
Mr. Feeney, yes. Yeah, Never, Black Sabbath, 2 Miles, Kiss. Oh, man. Paul's going for the jugular. I like it. Yep. All right, so Sports Card Live, doing a multi-part series on Tag. That goes to work with them was the worst kept secret in the hobby. True. The Supplies Collectors has undercover operatives. True. So Stephen Pitts also reading. So it's funny because it was a joke for so long that I was like, so local Tag employee Jeremy Lee, and then finally he's like, oh, so now it's true. Wow, that's just first it was
guessed
obvious,
it?
but also kind of ruined the whole thing, you know.
I never would have guessed.
Yeah, it was a shocker. It was a shocker. I was glad I was sitting down when I found out. I was very glad I was sitting down when I found out. In all fairness, Bobbles works for SGC LLC and not SGC. Important distinction.
Oh.
With the comma.
That's incorrect as well because their name is actually how is it invoiced? New SGC LLC, I think is.
What is this, like New Coke? There's a new SGC?
I think that's how the invoices are. I think it's New SGC.
I like the old
LLC.
Are you Bobbles? Are you a bulk submitter for a knockoff SGC? Is the reason
No.
Peter doesn't acknowledge you because it's not actually the real guy?
And the
He's
cherry
Have you been
SGC.
catfished third-party grading style?
with the old SGC.
That's amazing. I love everything.
He's noodling.
Yep. Even Kiss fans know the greatest bands ever is the Village People. Look at Hockey Barn Collectibles go. Listen, y'all
Yeah,
do
new
you.
SGC.
I'm not going to answer a music conversation. Y'all keep that one. But feel free to argue amongst yourselves. Feel free. I love it. So let me take a look here. I see a couple comments coming in. But yeah, so my bottom line really was like, look, at the end of the day, whatever. I was entertained by it. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I was entertained by that Instagram and the whole bit with it, and the memes that will follow. And yes, there would be memes. But the other aspect of it is, yeah, I'm just like, I'm wondering if down the road, this is like a serious thing. I'm wondering if down the road, some of these companies eventually, when they actually start like solidifying themselves internally, it's like at a certain point, you kind of have to start taking the reins and take a little control of this. It doesn't mean shut everybody up. Nobody's allowed to say anything, but it's like, guys, could you think about what you're saying when you're like directly representing us? Like, that's kind of a thing. I don't know. Like, I feel like that's a very basic business principle. Like, even though you don't think you're on the clock, everybody knows you work here. So you're kind of representing us. even when you don't think, because you're talking about the same thing. Again, y'all want to start a cooking show, knock yourself out. Do whatever you want. No, I don't think anyone will care. But you're still talking about sports cards. You're still in the same genre.
Yeah.
You got to be a little bit, again, take the lead from Peter from SGC, the real one, not the one that Bobbles works with, not that one. The real one.
The new one.
He will never say bad things about his competitors. He's very careful to go out of his way not to do that. Even though he could take a couple of shots here and there, he'll make some side, kind of sarcastic comments. But he never flat out says PSA sucks, BGS sucks, because that would be a bad look. What happens the next time SGC does something wrong? If anything goes wrong, it gets thrown in your face. It's a bad look. You don't want to do it. They'll say nice things, or at least be polite, even if they can't say nice things. They'll be polite. They ask him about tag. Guess what he goes? We look forward to another competitor. Like, it'll be the most generic, whatever. He won't even attempt to take a shot.
It's funny, when I was in coffee sales, I would say, hey, our competition, I said, Mr. Coffee, they're a great company. I'm just surprised they haven't upgraded in the last 2 years.
You can take digs. I think digs are legit when you're in sales. I think they're legit.
Nice.
But you're never going to flat out just say, yeah, they're terrible, they're trash, whatever. That's not a good. It's not a good way to do business.
It's compliment with a slap.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just it's way different now, because like I can remember like when I first started watching like YouTube sports cards, you would put a channel on and you would look at the person on the screen and you'd be like, oh yeah, this guy's the Griffey collector, or this guy's the Jordan, whatever player it was. And now you turn it on, you're like, now this guy is associated with what company?
Mm-hmm.
It's just like the whole thing is way different than what it used to be.
Yeah. No, I get that. Look, it does create a little bit of consumer confusion. That's why I feel like the disclosure is a real thing. Part of the reason why I wanted to make sure that this episode, we did touch on it. And like I said, the guys did it in the chat right away. I was going to touch on it anyway, because I'm literally physically on the channel. You go on the channel and you see me there hosting. It's like, wait, that's Carlos. And like, I use the same name with the same Instagram account. It's like, yeah, it's me. I'm not hiding from it. So like, it's right there. But the emphasis, again, is not supposed to be me in that instance. I'm helping them out and trying to help. They do better. I do better. It's a good arrangement that way. That's kind of the way we're operating on it. But over here, we're going to leave that be. But if you got questions on it down the road, ask it. That's fine. No problem.
Yeah.
To Andy's point, real quick, that is one reason. Like, I might have a shirt on every now and then or whatever that says it. But if you notice in most all of my videos, I don't really have, like, I wear my Nats hat, and that sort of thing. And it's because, like, even the Facebook group, me and my wife, we created that group just to make it like a more centralized area to communicate everything with, with the group sub and everything. But it does get confused sometimes, as it's not just like an SGC group. Like, you can come in and just enjoy sports cards and everything. You don't have to like submit with us. You don't have to use SGC or collect SGC. And that does, like, exactly to your point, I don't want to be just known as the SGC guy because I collect sports cards. It's just the company I've used to do my grading with. And was fortunate enough that folks reached out asking if we would do bulk subs. But I don't want to just be like tied to a specific brand or whatever. So
It's too late.
I mean, it's been over 2 years now.
Bobbles.
I mean,
Yes, you see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's-
Well, don't
that's
worry.
the way it
Look, we'll keep working the rumor mill. Eventually, he'll be like, "Oh, Bobbles, the tag guy." Yeah. Timeless Cardboard. Did you see Chasing Cardboard? Do you expect to fight some gems in the 6 million plus stash? I actually got onto it a little bit late. I have watched them. I will say the production value is pretty good. I think they did a good job with it. I'll give them the credit for that. I think the length of the episodes is actually pretty solid. I think they're about 20 to 30 minutes, most of them, so it's not too bad. It's a bit hit and miss for me. I did see the episode you're talking about. A guy basically passed away, and he had been hoarding cards forever. But to be fair, he was doing sets and stuff. So he has like 5,000 count box, like room after room, a whole house filled with 5,000, 3,200 count boxes and boxes and boxes. But they've got complete sets. They've got, the Pujols rookie year. They got a bunch of different stuffs all through the 90s, 2000s, 80s, 70s. If they find some vintage in there, no doubt there'll be some good stuff there. Some complete sets of some key years for some key rookies and stuff should be pretty good. It's going to be a mixed bag. Right, there's going to be a lot of stuff that would be kind of on the junky side, and there's going to be some stuff that'd be decent. I don't know what the price they actually paid for it is, but 6 million cards, if you got it cheap enough, you're more than likely to make your money back. It's just a matter of what kind of a deal you got, and you have to cart it away. Really, the challenge is getting all that stuff onto a big truck and carting it off.
Yeah, that it looked like a lot of work to me.
The amount of hours you will have to put in to make that something, it would be miserable. I can imagine that. Like I was like, you better love it. You better love it.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of cool stuff in there, but like you said, it's going to be a lot of work because it's not like you're running across like 52 manholes or anything. It's it's a lot of stuff that's going to take a lot of time and effort to find the new home for it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the guy Refractor Jones that does the podcast that we're doing now with me. The funny thing is, speaking on like it was a full house of cards, he actually has a separate house that he has all of his cards in. Like he has his main home for his family and everything, and then he bought a separate house to store his collection in. So it's kind of funny seeing that someone else did the same thing. Now he doesn't just have like random, runs of sets or whatever. He's got some pretty insane stuff, but yeah, I guess it's not that uncommon.
I actually would have enjoyed your story more if it had been like he's got a palatial estate for the cards and a one-room shack that the family lives in. He goes, that's it. That's
Oh,
all.
no,
That's
no,
all
no.
we need, guys. One-room shack. It's like, why do you have 18 rooms and servants and climate control for the collection? What? That seems unnecessary, sir.
He says he has the world's largest top loader.
There you go.
That's
Was it a
bragging
Beckett?
right?
Was it a Beckett top loader?
Maybe.
He actually I seen Dr. Beckett was on talking with Mike. I don't know what day I listened to it earlier. But the funny thing was is at the National, Refractor was at this one like table that had a ton of like dollar box cards and stuff. And when I went Sunday and seen Dr. Beckett, he was at that table actually loading up
It's Jim. Sorry.
Jimbo. Jimmy.
the a cart, just stacking it full of boxes. And I asked him, I was like, "Are you helping Refractor buy all the rest of the boxes?" And he's like, "No, he got what he wanted. Now I'm going to take the rest." He's like, "I love buying all this new stuff because it helps me learn." And that was the same thing he said in that video with Mike. So I guess he just loves buying the stuff and going through it. So.
Yep. So this one here, so I'm going to pop off for just 1 second and grab something. But while I do here, this one's for you, Bobbles. Apologies about One Soda. What stage of grief are you in? I'll be right back.
I can answer that very simple. Yeah, it sucks seeing him leave, but we have split the matchups with San Diego since he's left. So that says a lot about the team we have. And I don't know if anybody's heard of this kid. Well, you can't call him a kid, but Joey Meneses. He's 30 years old. Wonderful story. If you love baseball and stories, he's 30. Didn't make his debut until the trade happened. He took over for Juan Soto right field, and right now he's batting .316 with 6 homers and a .921 OPS, which is actually better than Juan Soto's doing. So kind of crazy how a 30-year-old comes up and is actually outperforming the kid that got traded seeking this $500 million contract. So just goes to show, don't give up. I mean, he didn't make his debut till 30, but he's making the best of it. So I think it's a really cool story. But as far as Soto, I'm gonna miss him. I mean, he's a special player. So
Yeah, I think the 30-year-old rookie, to your point, he's winning the short term, but I think I would take Soto in the long run.
oh, definitely, yeah. I'm just saying it's cool. Like as a fan of the team and a fan of baseball, it's a cool story. That I would never. Yeah, I'm not saying, oh yeah, glad he's gone. We got Meneses now. He's crushing. Hell no. I'm just saying it's a cool story.
Hey man, I'm a Cubs fan. I would take a 30-year-old rookie that can do something anytime.
I also just think it's funny that we've split the matchups with the Padres.
Well, to be fair, the Nationals are at the time of the year where it's like, so what do we have to lose? Nothing. We're all Mike Trout. I mean, sorry, go on. Moving on. Oh, we're playing great now. Yeah, nothing you do matters. So yeah, you're all Mike Trout. I'm Spartacus. See, I can always get it. Moving on. Let's check it out here. I want to get back to a couple of these comments here. Collectors looking more and more like the Star Trek equivalent of the Borg, and resistance is futile. Facts. I think you should host the show in the voice of David Attenborough.
See, yeah.
I know the name. Help me. Where's where is he best known? The name does ring a bell, but where's
yeah,
he
we're
best
going
known for?
back to the 70s. He had one of those prolific voices, that was so well spoken and well. It had that really nice tone, Dave
Okay.
Attenborough. He just spoke like, I don't know. No idea.
Well, all right. If the chat knows, give me a reference for David Attenborough because I know the name. The name does ring a bell. But help me where he would be maybe best known for. If you could help me out with that, that'd be great. So thank you for that one, Mark. Albert says, "What's going on here?" Lord knows, buddy. Lord knows. Is PSA Canada 5-episode series? Yes. Yes. And at the end of it, they're going to offer me a job. No, I'm not an idiot. I got the job first. I'm sorry. Sorry. Go on. Did I say that out loud? Inner voice. Sorry, inner voice. Like, what kind of a moron gets the job after? You get the job first. Never mind. Moving on. Anyway, ever seen Bobbles without his glasses? Always wearing glasses. Clark Kent.
Maybe.
There we go. I'll take them off for you, Carlisle. I can still see. It's just reading the small font gets a little tricky.
Gotcha. So it's for help out the reading. Gotcha.
You look 6 months.
And headaches.
6 months younger. Wow, it's really good.
That 6 months really does make a difference. It does help.
Oh, if I cut this off, it would be probably about 10 years younger. I'm only 42. This makes me look a lot older.
No, but Bobby, this has been one of the great joys, just so we understand each other. Bobbles is 3 years older than I am.
Yeah.
3.
That's crazy.
It is. It is. And my younger brother is only 10 years older than I am.
So
I said what I said.
Bobbles is actually 1 year younger than I am.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I got this genetically. Like my grandfather was bald and gray and everything. I got it pure genetics. So, but he was a good man, so I'm not going to complain.
Yeah, look. I always make the joke about it, but like it is what it is. You can't really do anything about it. You either accept it or you don't. Like,
hey, I could be at the store wasting money to put like coloring in it or whatever.
Yeah,
No.
I just accepted it. It doesn't look bad. It's
If
great.
I could grow a beard, it would be like that too. Like, my hair is all gray, but it's like I can't even grow a beard. Like
Your hair's gray?
Yeah, I have gray, like a lot of gray.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's salt and pepper.
None.
you got it all in the beard, Bobby. It's all in the beard.
When it comes
I
to,
know if I got rid of it, I'd be babyface. So
There you go.
I
exactly.
wouldn't
when
look
it comes to like
58.
growing a
See,
beard,
I don't have gray hair either.
You got no hair, brother.
Yeah, I just shave it.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. It's funny because my dad and my brother always like to do the facial hair. I can do it. I can actually grow it back pretty quickly, but it's like I've never liked the look. It's never been my thing. I like it better the other way. 5 o'clock shadow is usually what I let it be the rest of the time. That's about the most.
There's like 16-year-olds now that could grow a beard faster than I could.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
if you did though, it's just out of curiosity, if you could just snap your fingers and grow the beard, would you like have like a standard beard? Would you have like a crazy beard? Would you have like a wizard beard? Like what are we talking about here?
No, I'd probably go
Yannick
with
beard?
Standard.
All right. I was just curious.
Wild.
Biker beard? No.
I mean, I can't grow any of those things. So
Well, I just gave you the power to do that. I gave you the power to choose.
Magic.
You could do whatever you wanted.
Believe it or not, I did used to have one that was pretty long.
Then they kept on calling you for Santa jobs, and he said, "Nah."
It was back when I actually rode motorcycle. You spoke of motorcycle, and it actually went below my helmet face guard, and so it would it was pretty wild.
See, I would think you'd be driving a Harley with a beard like that, but then you said face guard, so you had a full face helmet.
Well, I think you're
wasn't
gonna
a
do. I think
Harley,
you're gonna
it
do that,
was,
Bobby. You gotta go. You gotta go one way or the other. You either go full Harley or you go like moped.
No, it was a GSXR.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I drove B65 Magna, so I was sort of a biker kind of. Anyways,
There you
different.
go. So let me read a couple of these. I'll get caught up. Thank you guys for the comments. Appreciate it as always. I purchased several stamp collections that took up the majority of homes. Have to be disciplined what you look for and what becomes a bulk lot. Yeah, for sure. JJ Bama, good evening. Animal Planet. David Attenborough does a bunch of nature shows recently, currently. Okay, so that's the Animal Planet reference. Oh,
But
okay.
he's
Gotcha.
known for something particular, though.
Yeah, that's what I say.
like
if there's
Shakespeare.
something
He can read Shakespeare like a
yeah,
kind
if
of
there's
guy,
something
you know?
particular like that, that's kind of what I'm shooting for. So John here, good evening, absolutely. Congratulations then, gotta go. Take it easy, Albert. It ain't the years, it's the miles. Thank you, Carla. What just happened? I thought this was a card talk. That's an allegation, sir. An allegation. I repeat, that's the reason why that other channel is so much fun for me, because it's literally like a self-contained 60 to 90 minutes. Like, we're literally just talking about cards. Over here, it's like, nah, we'll talk about whatever. We'll go in whatever direction we like.
Yeah.
All right, grooming talk, major topic for 3-day shows. Yes, true. Showering where deodorant is not that hard. Facts. All right. Besides, because I'm Carlos, what are your favorite content creators to watch? I like your question. So a lot for me, a lot of it depends. I'm just going to give my criteria, and then I'll give you guys a second if you want to think about this for a moment. A lot of it depends on what it is I'm looking for them for. Some of them I just like watching for entertainment. Some of them I will get some amazing information. It just kind of depends. So I'll give you 2 or 3 offhand. Blue Jacket 66 is great. He's got a lot of vintage, a lot of knowledge, great stuff he does there. That's really well done. I'm a big fan. Lately, I've been checking out Cards and Comics. He's been making some good long form stuff, and I like the long form content. I'm a fan of that. So I do enjoy that piece. I do enjoy kind of the irreverence of a Bob Lewis, but he only makes a video like once a decade or so. So like, you're not going to get made videos out of that. I do enjoy it like as a change of pace. It's kind of fun. There are other ones that I enjoy as well, but I don't want to name off like 50. And I am enjoying, like I did the plug the other day when we did the video, but I am enjoying the Baubles and Refractor Jones conversation. So if you guys want to check out Card Chatter, that's a new one that they just started as a podcast. And I'm supporting it because I think the conversation has been fun. So congratulations to you, Baubles and Refractor. Great job, guys. So I'm giving you some support. You're my 3rd spot. So if you guys want any content creators that hit for you, Andy, that you enjoy for whatever reason.
Yeah, so definitely I have to second Blue Jacket because, yeah, you're always going to learn something when you watch his videos. I mean, he's just
Thank you, Don.
knowledge. Elite Co 3 is always one of my favorites.
He's a good one, yeah. That's a good
He's
one.
probably the first guy that I actually watched on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. If you like no nonsense, like he literally just, his style is he literally just goes through. He'll give a little bit of commentary sometimes, but for the most part, it's like just going through the stuff. Like there's no frills. It's like he'll go through. Sometimes he'll put a flame emoji or something, but that's about the extent of like the production value.
But I mean,
he's
probably going to teach you something too, like along the way about one of the sets or something. So yeah, those are a couple of the guys that just popped into my head. I mean, there's a ton of. I watch a lot of channels, so that's
for sure.
Just a few.
For sure. Bubbles, go ahead.
I have to give Nolan a lot of credit because my channel originally started. I was just like sitting here opening packs. I mentioned it before. Like my first video, I was opening 2018 Topps Holiday, trying to get a metallic Acuna bat down photo or whatever. Nolan is the one that actually gave me the idea because I knew how much I enjoyed it and what I benefited from it. Watching his grading returns of why when I got my SGC return back that my first ever one, I actually did it as a video because I knew I enjoyed watching his, and then I figured other people liked watching his, and there wasn't a whole lot of SGC like grading reveals out there. So I was like, well, I'm going to sit here and show my cards off and the grades I got. So I have to give him a lot of credit of where my channel went to, because if I had never sat down watching him get his returns, I probably would have never even thought to do it. A channel that, like, obviously y'all have mentioned a lot of good ones, but just an outside the box channel, I guess you could kind of say, that I really enjoy. It's Junk Wax Investor.
Okay.
And I like watching his channel because he's not like telling you what to buy or anything like that, but he's showing like top 10 sales, and he breaks them down. Like one video will be baseball, one will be football, one will be basketball, hockey. He does non-sport, and then he does like alternative sport stuff. And then he'll toss in some bonus cards in there. And I like it because not necessarily keeping up with market prices, but you see a lot of stuff that you may never thought to go out and look for, or you may have never seen before. And another thing, and one reason I like the reveals and previews, you don't need these channels that are telling you like the top 5 cards going up and this sort of thing.
But we do like top 5 from Instagram, right? We would like those.
Well, what I'm saying is, and really, like mail day videos and all of that stuff, if you sit down and watch them and actually take away, you can learn trends in the hobby. You can learn what people are into. And if you want to make plays on stuff, I had fun with Nolan because when he was buying all of the 2003 Upper Deck Star rookie LeBron James, I took a step ahead and started buying Dwayne Wade because I knew Nolan's mindset. And I knew once the LeBrons got to a certain value, he was going to stop buying them and he would jump to the next guy. And '03 had a lot of good rookies. So he caught on to what I was doing. So he then jumped over me and went to Carmelo. So you can watch like certain pickups and things like that and kind of gauge where people are in the hobby, or maybe see a card you never thought before. So I just kind of like watching that stuff, and it teaches you a lot without people telling you stuff about it. So
That's fair. That's fair.
Mm.
So, Bobby, you content-wise, is there anything that catches your eye? Anything you like?
PSA Canada, my favorite. Other than that,
The host is an idiot. I hate that guy. But
yeah,
outside of that,
tries to be funny, but he's not.
No.
I don't know. It's hard dodging the clickbait titles of everything. I let the algorithm kind of feel it out and see what comes up, and I just kind of go through a selection. Sometimes watch Rick in the Vintage, and there's some other guys who have more pertinent information that I'm kind of like to listen to in the background because I don't have to visually see it because I'm usually working on my app and website a lot of late.
Sure.
So there's nothing really that sometimes I'll even click in and watch Dustin see what's happening quickly for a couple seconds, but then you cover it in detail later. So either which way.
Usually.
So I'm just all over the board. Sometimes I'll even watch, I won't even say it, but
Sounds fair.
we all watch stupid people doing dumb stuff, right?
True.
Sports Card Radio.
If you guys have any ones that you want to recommend, some of you guys have already started doing that. But if you got any good recommendations, by all means, throw them in there. Feel free. I'll look at a couple of them, but we'll go through. So Business 124, good evening. Absolutely, good evening to you. Have you caught any cards on tap videos? Doesn't ring a bell. Who makes them? That one doesn't ring a bell for me. Dave here is a John Mangini Blue Jacket 66 guy. Absolutely. No, I think that's fair. They got a lot of great cards, and they do
If you like those two guys. Another guy is Nuffstead Cards.
Yes. Andrew, Nuffstead Cards. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's a good one. I wanted to keep it to a handful, and I did also want to give credit to some newer guys as well. But that's what I wanted to cover. I wanted to include Blue Jacket for kind of the OGs, some of that guys. Cards and comments, like I said, I've enjoyed some of his long form comment recently. I thought some of it is really well thought out. I've liked it. Yeah, I've liked it for what it is. Again, I can't give like a general vouch for everything because I'm not a comic guy. So maybe his comics videos aren't as good. I don't watch those. But for the card ones I've seen recently, and I've left comments and stuff, and I want to support and give them credit, they're good. I've enjoyed them, especially lately. They've been some good ones. So Tom here, good evening. Michael Ham does a great job. Yeah, I've checked out some Michael Ham videos as well. Good stuff. It's not like there are no other good ones, but I wanted to pick a handful. But yeah, but as I say, like in here, if you want to name a couple, recommend them by all means. Feel free. For me, entertainment is important educational content. Totally fair. Yep. Yeah. That's completely fine. Great curator. Anyone? Hello? No. Unless you like Super Fractors or Star Wars, it's not going to work for you. Really enjoy Flipping Steve. Totally fair. That's a good one. And
shout out to him too.
Yeah,
with his,
check out his latest video. He's having some family stuff that he's got more important things to worry about right now than making content. But Flippin' Steve's got a lot of good stuff, no doubt. So support the Flippin' Steve. Yep, absolutely. And Talk to Keen is pretty good. Extreme card breaks for hobby drama info. Well, that's fair enough. Like I said, everybody's gonna have a little bit different taste, a little bit of a different flavor. There are ones that are popular ones that I'm not a big fan of. There are other ones that I enjoy. And maybe it's not everybody's cup of tea. So I will never tell anybody, oh, they're bad. No, it's your preference. It's like whatever works. I laughed because I got a comment, and he was meaning, and they were meaning like broad. And it was when I was talking about that live stream with the 86 Fear box and everything, and I was watching the Sports Card Radio, stream, and that was mainly because the Whatnot one, I've checked out Whatnot on the platform. It kind of sucks. I really don't like the platform for it, and if I had watched that, I would have been listening to Ken kind of drone on for a while, and it's like that's not really very entertaining for me. The snarkiness and kind of watching the chat, go crazy and stuff, that was kind of entertaining for me, especially if I'm watching kind of on the side. So maybe not for everybody, but I got a kick out of it. So I gave credit where it's due, and I linked to the video because if you're going to talk about it, it's only fair. Link to the video, give some credit, right? But the comment was basically like, oh, man, it's like, oh, I love all these people, piggybacking off of the Sports Card Radio audience. And I'm like, no, you give them credit because they made the video that you're watching that I'm talking about. It's the right thing to do. And one thing I can tell you for sure, there are folks that don't want to watch Sports Card Radio that will watch my video giving a synopsis of what's being talked about in that thing. So, and they won't watch the original. But more people watch Sports Car Radio, obviously, than watch my video. So I'm not stealing any views from them, really. Those folks were not going to watch it anyway. So at least the information gets to them in another way. So it's like, it depends. Maybe the presentation. So those folks prefer the presentation I gave over the Sports Car Radio presentation, even though we covered a lot of the same information.
Yeah, I know. Andy said something about, like sports car radio. They're a little harsh. They're a little overly embellished on everything, which, it's okay. Like, I really know that industry, the wax industry. And it's just, I sit there and I just go, this is just beyond their understanding. They're way out of their depths and they're just making fun of it. And it's at that point, it becomes silly to me. I love to joke, love to have fun, and love to laugh. But this was just.
We don't make jokes here, Bobby. We're very serious.
Here, this is where we have fun. But there, it was just like, okay. And they just kept poking too far. And it's just like, at what point does this even become realistic? So
Sure.
probably best to watch it on IG and then have your own thing.
Yep.
But those guys, they usually do a pretty good investigative job.
Yeah.
But they're very harsh critics on top of that, and sometimes overly so.
Yeah, well, that's why I try to be very fair, because I want to give credit where it's due. But I know there are people who don't, the delivery doesn't work for them. Like, it just doesn't. So it's one of those things, it turns them off. So then you'd miss potentially good information, because if the delivery turns you off, you're not going to watch any of it. So that means if they do deliver some good information that I think is well researched, that I think has been well vetted, then you're missing out. So for me, I'm like, okay, I will watch it. And if I think that there is some good information is vetted, which they've definitely had videos that do that, I feel like it's appropriate to give them appropriate credit. And guess what? If I'm going to talk about what they've covered here and I reference it, then I will leave a link to the video. And then people can watch it there if they want to. Otherwise, I'll give you a synopsis based on my opinion and throw my opinion into it.
I just think they're trying to lead the clickbait wars on the wax packs right now. And, and they're obviously being successful. But realistically, it gets nobody nowhere.
I have a question on this, because I, for one, I didn't watch them. I didn't watch the box in general. I didn't watch the whatnot, the golden nothing. I caught the live stream, and really that was just because it was comical, the rant.
Yeah, just Bubbles, while you're talking, a couple of these comments, I'll leave them in here so that folks, for some of the recommendations, I won't read them all out, but I want Bubbles to continue, but I'll show your comments, guys. So go ahead, Bubbles.
So here's my question to everybody, really. And I've spoken with this privately with some folks, and I've actually spoken with some of the folks that do the watchdog type content in person and told them feelings on it. I get it for, like, okay, something happens, it's a topic and it'll get views and clicks and everything, and it's good to make content off of it. It's a topic that people are going to click on and watch the video. But in all seriousness, some of the people that do this, like the newsy type, reporting stuff,
Sure.
they're not stating anything that they're actually doing in the hobby. Like, they're only talking about what other people are doing. They're not sharing anything that they themselves are doing within the hobby. And so they're always making it look like everybody else is bad and that the hobby is bad, but yet are they even partaking in the hobby, or are they just like your National Enquirer on the newsstand giving opinions and articles just to get people to watch their channel?
That's
and the realistic nature is, people say, well, the hobby's not governed, or there's nobody that is taking control of it or what have you. But we all, and I shouldn't say all, but most of us are adults that are in this hobby doing our thing, right? A lot of us are just collecting cards. We enjoy it. It's a breakaway from real life. The content is really just an extension from that for many of us. And we should be at an age and a maturity level to make our own decisions.
How dare you accuse us of maturity in this house, Bobbles?
I mean, it just, you know what I mean? It's like, sometimes, like, do we need 16 channels telling us
Bobbles, I need to interrupt your comment. Ted needed to reset us to the right place.
How dare you, triggering Ted,
in this house, accuse us of mature? How dare you, sir? How dare you?
But you know what I mean, like having fun, like with a panel and some friends and stuff and joking around. That's one thing. But
Yep.
when I'm talking about the maturity level, it's like at some point we have to understand we're at the age, it's our wallets doing whatever. If we choose to put ourselves in a spot that is just realistically stupid, then that's our own fault, right? Like I didn't even pay no attention to the opening at the National, let alone box number 2 or what have you, you know? It had nothing to do with me, so I really didn't care.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I get it. No, I appreciate that. It's one of those things. We do try to keep it a little bit light, but that's why I joke that my favorite part about the show is that we will make that balance between it's like, look, idiocy, and then we'll have a little bit of, but then we'll suddenly be like, wait a minute, that sounded lucid and made a lot of sense. I know, right? All right, hold on. Look. I'm going to put this on for a moment just to humor this. Well, actually, hold on. I'm going to mute it too because I bet it's a concert and I'm not getting tagged for anything on this. Some fool over there like so bored, such a boring concert. He has to show it on a live stream. That's how boring it is.
It's so far away from the.
I know, like he couldn't even. Bougie Eric couldn't afford like decent seats.
No, he went
What
for
the
the
hell is this?
$6.
And he doesn't know how to hold the he doesn't know how to hold the camera correctly to get the wide
Yeah, you
angle.
gotta come on. You gotta
Rookie move, bros.
go
Rookie
sideways.
move.
Man. You gotta go sideways.
Rookie
I
move.
took my wife to a concert last Saturday.
There you go. A
and
little bonus coverage. He is alive. He is alive.
We sat 3 rows from the stage, and not to go into this, and I don't even know if this is what happened, but I know Andy was there at the National, and I think it hit him a little bit with that alcoholic virus that has been floating around the country for a couple years. Um, Me and her escaped the entire National, being around everybody and nothing. And now she got the call from the doctor today. She tested positive, so I'm guessing it's from the concert. We went to the National around everybody, nothing. Go to a concert, so
There you go.
yeah, it's bound to happen.
Hopefully, it'll be quick and easy for her. But
Yeah, absolutely.
You
Best
gotta-
wishes for speedy recovery. I talked about it with Bobbles earlier. Best wishes for speedy
Yeah.
recovery. At the
You
look, at
gotta
the end of the
like-
day, I made the joke. It's that a lot of people kind of take a light thing. It's like, look, and we talked about the thing with the national thing. It's like, here's the. That's why I kind of teased someone Andy knows about like, even if I knew I was gonna get sick, I still go, no, I hate getting sick. It sucks. It's trash. I can accept the likelihood, the possibility. I will take the risk. But if you tell me
Yeah.
definitively, no, screw that then. I'm not gonna pay money to go somewhere and get sick. That sucks.
It's
That's
almost
trash.
an inevitabilities to get it eventually. So.
Eventually, yes. But I've been able to go to a number of different shows and not had to. I've been very fortunate for the most part. It's certainly a possibility. But the point was, is like, even if I knew, it's like, no, if you knew, then you're an idiot. That's garbage. Get out of here. What the hell's wrong with you? So I'll read a couple of these comments here. Was there for SER? The could tell half were teens and edgy, and the other half were this crowd. Yep. No, I'm with you. Don't forget that the like thing. Yes. So Eric from the concert, I did message him and told him he's still paying for the like button.
Good.
His tardiness, his lack of attendance. Like, look at this. This is what this guy's doing on his day off. He's got a day off and he's sitting in darkness. Darkness, like his soul.
Oh, there it is again.
Like there's one
Hey.
light thing. Like, are you sure that's even real? That looks like it's CGI.
I have
It's
to
so
take
far
up
away,
for
how can you
Eric.
tell?
I have to take up for Eric. He
Don't
did a
take up for
very-
Eric.
No, I have to. I have to take up for him. He got on and seeing the preview we got to do for Mason Forelli. Got to send some cards in for him, and Eric reached out asking if we knew what Mason's favorite player was, and so we confirmed with Mason's dad, and he actually sent a little care package out for Mason. So I have to give Eric some credit. We'll take it easy on him.
So we'll give him the credit when he's not here, though.
Yes.
So if he does show up later, we proceed to trash him.
That's fair. I just wanted to at least make it known that
Yeah.
he's a really good dude. So
Yeah, and chat, if you could please make a note, stricken that from the record. By the time he shows back up, didn't happen. Nope. Moving on. So Sports Card Investigator, I think, is good when he uploads. The other Andy, absolutely, and he may be making a return down the road soon. I don't think it'll be necessary for the next episode, but we did chat about it, and he would like to come back, and he's more than welcome, and we'll figure that one out. We apparently have a penchant for Andes.
Oh,
It happens. Like we've had at least several of them. Like we've got more than one. So it's like we've got more than one. Great curiosity. I feel bad for Merle having to get under his wing to get by. His content is great. I will say, and this is not like meant to be insulting. It's just a weird. It's a critique because I don't understand the logic behind it. They do their little live stream, but they'll do a simulcast on 2 channels, and I'll be like, well, you're splitting the audience. I know Great Curator gets the more people, but maybe trade it off. Be like, hey, Great Curator folks, we're going to do it on Merle's this week and help Merle actually get some more subscribers. But like running a simulcast where Merle gets less viewers than Great Curator seems like, what are we accomplishing here? And it's literally a simulcast. It's the same stream. So when I do watch it, I'll literally put on Merle's and I'm like, oh, I'll watch Merle's then, to at least give him some extra viewers. Like, give him a break.
That's wild.
It just seems like an odd choice. It's like we've got a big discrepancy in like viewerships to them. It's like, well, give the guy with the smaller channel a break at least once in a while, just for fun. Victor, of course, good evening. There's only one rookie card channel that's epic. Look at you with the self-promotion. Look at you. Look at you.
Isn't the channel he's talking about, is that those back pages?
I think so.
Yeah.
That's my understanding. I was waiting for Ted. No problem, Yannick. I do what I can. Bad Boy Scene again, Golden Break. Wait, that was Leaky World News, not National Enquirer. Facts. Josh is thanking us for wearing full-length shirts. We do what we can, Josh. Good seats at Ace Freenie are probably like $3 anyways. The burns continue. The burns are seething. Does Eric have a handkerchief to stop his nosebleed? Eric is so bougie, his handkerchief is monogrammed. Yes, chat. Yes. He's getting torched and he's not even here.
And it's monogrammed Poopy Pony. DP.
Justice. CC says, Bobbles, hope your wife bounces back 100% soon. Yep. Noted and seconded. Exactly. Is Eric in sensory deprivation tank? That's literally like his life when he's not here.
Yes.
That's basically all he does. He's in the sensory deprivation tank and then they let him out to do it, to do the show.
Yeah.
So Eric does a good thing and then he gets hammered worse.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Hashtag on brand, Andy. On brand. You will not do a good deed and not be punished.
So, I was going to do a video on this, but maybe I can get you. I actually showed it to you, I believe. Did anybody see the PSA 9 Star Jordan?
Okay. But before you do, hold on. We have one other person who would like to weigh in on Eric.
Uh-oh.
His mom. He may not be here, but I am. Thank you for calling him a good dude. So, Eric's mom is here to speak his praises. So there you go. Somebody likes
You're
him.
welcome. That was very nice of what he did.
Absolutely. And that is actually his mom. Just so we're clear. Like, his mom does actually watch the show.
Yeah.
And thank you for watching the show. Appreciate you as always. So here Tom says, Merle seems socially awkward and talks over people. Annoys me. Maybe I catch the wrong part. I do think he really, so to give some credit to Merle, I do believe like he tries very hard. He wants to like make people laugh. He wants to entertain them. But he does do a lot of like, he'll do like the face superimpose. He actually does some kind of cool editing stuff sometimes for some of his stuff on his channel. But he like tries so hard to be funny. It's one of those things like the harder you try to be funny, the more awkward it is. Like it actually makes it more awkward, not less. Maybe like scale it back to like 80% and then we can find a balance. Just knock it down 20%. And
Maybe that's what he's going for.
I guess so, perhaps. Who knows?
Maybe.
Who knows? Eric Gage's Kiss fans to be far back to avoid further damage to their hearing. Kiss is getting it almost as bad as Eric is. Fair enough. Terrible. Awful. I could stop it, but I'm not going to. Paul says, nah, Burl's a good guy. He tries to pass off second and third year music cards as rookies, but good dude. That's a backhanded compliment if ever there was one. Thank you, Paul.
Merle's not getting a lot of good comments here.
Listen, I feel like I was the nicest to him.
We're going to get Victor in a new rabbit hole.
Which is probably bad. If I'm the nicest one to him, it's like at that point it's pity.
Something, yeah.
Yeah, it's like that's not
Like,
good.
Somebody will say something nice about him, and then they're like, now having said that, let me say like 2 negative things.
Look, Andy, we're doing what we can here, buddy. We're working what we got. What do you want?
We like him, but
But
there's lots of buts out there. There's so much content out there. I don't even know how everybody can keep on top of it.
I honestly don't think you do though. Like
You don't.
I used to watch a good chunk of it. Like honestly, I used to watch a good chunk of it, try to absorb. And even at 2 times speed, and even fast forwarding through stuff, it's like no. But some of it is so boring. It's like it's so mind numbingly boring. I'm like, there's no value here. Again, in my opinion. Other people may love this channel, but I can't. So I started removing the ones that really served no purpose, didn't add any value to me, and it's like made the view list streamlined. And by the way, I still have plenty to watch, so it's not like I'm completely out. There's still good stuff out there. You just got to pick through it a little bit better.
Well,
to
they're doing the
Bobby's
news that
point-
we're doing the noise. What?
Yeah, like
Sorry?
to Bobby's point, like he was talking earlier about like how he'll watch stuff that's on, his recommended videos.
Yeah.
I'll see stuff on my recommended feed all the time, and it'll be videos that have like 5,000 views, 10,000 views, and it's people I've never even heard of.
Yeah.
I have no
Oh, yeah. I
So,
did that the
yeah,
other
wow.
day with somebody too. I just went, "Who is this guy? Why is he getting that many hits?
Yeah.
Like,
There's a
where has
ton
he
out there.
been?"
Nice,
You know, if you're
nice.
not in that algorithm thing, man, swing, it's just like you're either in or out at a
Yeah.
certain point.
Well, so just to be clear, and like I say, I always make the joke about it, but like there's a rhyme or reason to a lot of the stuff. We'll goof around and we'll have our thing, but the reason why I do the joke with Eric and the sponsoring, even though I do charge him, I do actually invoice him, and if he's coming due, like we'll chase him down. We will. Just saying. But the reason why I say it is that yes, I'm not interested in having the biggest audience in the hobby. That I don't care about that necessarily because it would be impossible to manage anyway. Like imagine if the chat that sports car radio chat was unmanageable. Like there's nobody who could have actually read through even like a fraction of the stuff that was going through, and you're missing like maybe there's a good comment in there, but you'll never know because it went by so fast. Like there's no chance. I feel like we got a good balance where we have folks, they're here, they're making comments and stuff, asking good questions, trashing Eric. Everybody gets good family friendly fun. But there is a balancing act between the two. But when I tell people, like I'll do the reminder once in a while to hit the like button, it's like it actually helps the videos over time. The audience has grown slowly, not like super fast. We never hit viral. Like we never had this crazy viral video, but like slowly the audience built over time because it's like as something as stupid as the like button, it's like, well, it pushes the video up when people search. So when they search, the video shows up more. Like it literally that is what happens. And again, it's free. We just charge Eric for it. So it's fine.
Yeah.
Did I hear a beer crack open? No.
Yep.
Bubbles, you look like you're a national fan. How does the national fan base generally view Bryce Harper? Interesting. So Bryce would have been, like, you started with the national a little later. So was Bryce still a national at the time that you were a Nationals fan, or how does the timeline work?
No, he was still there.
Okay, cool. How do you feel about Harper then?
So speaking generally on myself,
Sure.
you see the flag in the background. That would not have been there if Harper was still on the team. In my personal opinion, I think Harper's attitude was his biggest enemy, and he was I felt like he was more about himself. I live local, real close to one of the minor league teams, the A-ball team, and he actually refused to play for the team because of the stadium. That's just kind of his arrogance he had. He said, that stadium wasn't up to his qualities. And then if you noticed in 2019 when he went to the Phillies, it was actually very hilarious because in his interview, once he went to the Phillies, he said, "Let's bring a championship to Washington," and Washington
And he
actually
did.
won that year.
He did.
Yeah, and
And you should have sent him a ring, you ungrateful swine. That's the reason
Well, I mean-
why you're bad now.
That team started, the Nationals that year started 19-31. They overcame that. They made it to the wild card. They were down in that game, came back and won that. I think, what was it, five games during the playoff run. They were behind after the 7th inning, and they wound up coming back and winning those, and that was
Here's another,
elimination games.
Yeah.
I just don't feel if he was on the team, they would have came and meshed together as a team. So I'm not, dousing Harper. He's a very talented player. His ego is his biggest enemy, though.
We'll have to see kind of how that one plays in the long run. But no, I get that one as well, for sure. Let me quickly grab a couple of these here. I wanted to make sure I read them all. Paul says, yes, someone else who's also not a Harper fan. Where is Yannick? So Yannick is doing homework. I did send him a link because he's back in school doing the second session. I think this is the last semester he's doing. So he's been doing his education. However, I did put a link for him, and if he finishes up a little early, he has the link so he can pop on if he's got a little time. But he's around. He was in the chat a little earlier, so maybe he'll see your message. I'm still in denial that Freddie Freeman is no longer brave. Fair enough. Gotcha. So Carlisle puts a good question. Would now be an appropriate time for all of you to share your latest pickup this week? So I've got a couple. Mine are all virtual. It's got to be digital. I don't have it in hand yet. Actually, Bougie Eric is doing me a favor. It'll be part of my story. I picked up a card that has been. I've been Captain Ahab to this stupid card. I'll explain more when the time is right. I've made reference to it, but when the time is right, I'll give that full story. But right now, Bougie Eric is part of the story of this card that I am Captain Ahabing. Soon. But I do have a couple of cards that I have, but most of my stuff is pickups. Like it's ship my cards, so I got pictures and stuff. I can definitely pull it up. But Andy, have you gotten anything recently, in even the last couple of weeks?
Does getting stuff back from PSA after 17 months count?
Does it help you? Does it help you that I got my PSA thing back from the Spring Expo? Like, why didn't you just ask Brad? Like, what's wrong with your problem? Is you didn't ask Brad. You should just ask Brad. The hookup, buddy. You got to get the hookup.
I know. So this is a pretty cool one here that came in. Like,
Yep.
like I
So
said,
I'll zoom you in. So go ahead.
I showed this one on Instagram.
Oh, I love that. The 86.
The Ric
That's
Flair.
the 86.
1986 Monty Gum, Ric Flair,
Yes.
and that one got a 9.
That's a good one. I like it.
And then I got a bunch of different ones from that set. I'll just show a couple of them though.
Sure, go ahead.
There's the Macho Man.
So, by the way, for the record, Andy, you know what annoys me? I actually, years ago, at Legends of the Game, a card shop in Toronto,
Yeah.
I bought those Monty Gum. I bought Hogan and Savage. And I swear to God, they're sitting in a box somewhere. I cannot for the life of me find them. But I know I literally bought both. And I have them. And when the stuff started taking off, I was like, I got that stupid thing. I know for a fact. I literally bought it. And I was sitting there like, where is this? Where is it?
So it's interesting because I actually bought a box of that probably like 6 or 7 years ago, and I got it from Krupp Cards, and it was $30.
Yeah.
And are you familiar with those boxes?
The box is not less so. I'm familiar with the series. I do remember seeing them, but I don't remember the boxes. So go ahead, please.
So they have like 50 packs in a box.
Mhm.
Now the packs are not even sealed.
Mm.
Like the top of the pack is actually open. And when you pull it out, like these are on like I think it's 6 or 8 card panel. And that's why on the flip it says hand cut, because you can either like tear them apart because they're almost like perforated, or you can like cut them apart. So
by the way, Carlotta has the best comment for you. Now we know this Andy's a fraud. The real Andy never acquires new cards.
Well, these are not new. These are old.
I was gonna say these are from back in them days.
Yeah,
back in the days.
Yeah, these are actually sent off.
But I do actually like those. I'll be honest with you. I do actually like those. I think they're very cool. That I remember buying them. Now, to be fair, Legends of the Game. I'm saying I literally bought these. I want to say early 2000s. This is like probably 20 so years ago, and I think the Hogan was $3 and the Savage was like $2. Like it was $2 and $3 Canadian. So it's like they cost nothing. Like they were just there.
The quality control on these, on the set itself, like on this one right here, they misspelled his name.
Oh, did they misspell Flair?
No, they misspelled Rick. They put R and K.
Oh,
and then on this card here, they have
got it right.
spelled correctly.
Nice.
And there's lots of little errors like that throughout the set. Like there's a junkyard dog card and it says Junior dog.
Mm.
I mean, like there's this, and then they'll have. Let me see if I can find another one here that's like, okay, so this one, it's the Road Warriors, but it just has a picture of Hawk.
Oh, nice.
And then there's one that's like, I mean, they just like, there's several of these cards where they just took the picture out of a magazine and they just made a copy of it, because like you can still see the text in the background, like where somebody had written an article.
I also feel like there's an inordinate amount of Rick Martels in that set, like in that checklist, because I actually was flipping through ComC. I saw one when I was just flipping through, and then I was like, oh, just for the hell of it, see what's on ComC. And I was like, Rick Martel, okay. And then like another picture, Rick Martel. I was like, Jesus, how many Rick Martels? I get flipping. There was like a third or a fourth Rick Martel. I was like, how many Rick Martels are in this checklist?
This is the last one I'll show, but this is Hulk Hogan and Muhammad Ali.
Nice.
And I don't know, are you familiar with the channel Wrestling with Cards?
Yeah. Zan Morning. Yep.
Okay, so he did like an in-depth review of this.
By the way, isn't that Liberace? Isn't that the third person?
Yes, that's what I was going to say. Like Liberace in the middle.
That would have been at the WrestleMania. That would have been WrestleMania 1, I think.
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with this set, anybody out there, like go watch his videos. His channel is Wrestling with Cards. He does like a five-part series where like he goes through like all 100 cards and just he'll kind of show you like all the things that they messed up and all this stuff. It's really neat. I watched that like
One thing I'll actually say that's very funny is that I actually did shout him out in a video where I specifically included a link to his thing and put the wrestling with cards thing. That
Yeah.
dude needs to look at his notifications. He always talks about how like nobody talks about wrestling cards. Like I literally shouted out his channel. I was like, dude, you got to read your notifications.
Yeah.
If you want, I laugh because it's like I don't have the time or the energy to set up anything. But it's like no, if I think it'd be interesting. I'd like to have a conversation with him because the thing is, his interviews always take the same turn. He always talks like, so why do folks not collect wrestling cards? Because number one, they're cheap. They are. I've spent time trying to like learn the wrestling market a little bit. Like they're super cheap. They really are. So I've actually enjoyed collecting the cards. A lot of the stuff I picked up lately, honestly, is a lot of wrestling cards. But like, I don't advertise it, but people will see it. Like on pickup videos, they'll see it. But I just like, yeah, I'll just pick them up because I can get them.
Yeah, like these were actually they were made in Holland,
Mhm.
and the backs are just all blank backs.
What year is that?
1986.
Okay. A lot of things came out of Holland since the 60s, really.
Yeah, and I think just from what I've seen, like they made other cards like of music people,
Yes.
like different sets of different things. So it wasn't just and to my knowledge, this is the only wrestling set I think they made.
Probably. Yeah, I've seen the music cards. There's a lot of them, and actors, but they're all American. That's the funny part.
Yeah.
They're not even, and they're from Holland, but they were actually distributed in Canada
Okay.
and the U.S.
Nice.
Forget their name.
So I'll grab a couple of these here. I want to get through a couple of comments here. Better question. Also, we'll show some pickups as well in a second here. So Andy's got a couple, but I'll show a handful. Better question, Bobbles. How do you feel about Papelbon?
Yeah, that's like a historic moment for the Nationals. And if you don't know what he's talking about, Jonathan Papelbon fighting Bryce Harper in the dugout, choking him.
Yannick doing homework, and Eric's mom is on the chat. Carlos, when are you busting out the chocolate milk? The chocolate stick and chocolate milk belongs to one man.
Only.
Yep, that's his gimmick. We're leaving it be. Now we know for certain Sandy's a fraud. That was what we talked about earlier. Have a pack wrapper reminds me of sticker peanut package pack. Nice.
Yeah,
Legends
I'll
of the
grab
Games.
I'll grab the empty box I have.
Oh, nice. Cool. Thank you, Andy.
He's going to burn it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, no.
In a plastic bin. Is Legends of the Game still around? I don't think so. I think they actually went away. They shrunk. I feel like they went away. I don't remember now. I feel like I was by there maybe a couple of years ago. I feel like it's no longer there. I could be wrong, but I haven't been by that way in a while, so maybe they're still around. But they'd be a lot smaller, scaled down compared to what it was. It used to be like take up that whole section there, and when in that heyday, they had so much. They didn't even know what they had. They had so much stuff. It was insanity.
So that's what the packs look like.
Nice.
Oh, that's cool.
And see, you don't even have to open them because this top part is just it's already open.
So what you're saying is when BBC wraps it as sealed, it's like, no, dude, it's literally open. It cannot be more open.
Oh, I know that box. Yeah, I have that.
Yep, you got Slaughter there on the box. That's nice.
I
You
have
have
that
like
box.
an unopened box of them, or I guess technically they're open already, but
Yeah.
Because I mean those boxes, like I said, these used to be like you could pick these up for like $25 or $30, and now they're like $1,000 box.
So that's the way it went. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn. Oh, there was a box at the antique mall about 3 years ago. Shoot. I got an empty display box, but I didn't grab the full box because I think he wanted like $200 or something. I went,
It's one of those things, Bobby. Like for years, that would have been absurd. Like, wow, $200, what for?
It
Like,
was kind of cool. If I was more into wrestling, I would have bought it. Like,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
$200,
Oh, for sure.
right? It's no big
Yeah.
deal.
but then eventually it became like, no, it's fine. Eventually it became like, actually, that price is fine.
Like back when I bought this, like it's been like 6 or 7 years ago, but I bought it just for the display box.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
That's why I bought it.
And I never thought about it until like 2020, and everything started going nuts, and I was like, I think I have a box of these somewhere.
Is it full or is it empty?
It's empty now. I opened them all. That's where all these cards
They
came
were
from.
already opened.
Well, yeah, they're already.
That's what I said. It's like, we can never have it unopened? Yes,
yeah,
you
I
really
mean,
can.
technically, I guess they're. Yeah, it's just weird. Like when they just come in those little panels.
Yep.
I collect the empty wax boxes anyways. I love them all.
Yeah, so for that one, it works out for you. Not as early as y'all, but scooped up 2 summers ago, something like 45 for an 80. Hogan is still on his classic. Yeah, like I said, for a while they were very affordable. There's a Hulk Hogan Slice Stallone card from Rocky labeled Hogan and Ali.
Yeah,
Interesting.
that's right.
Andy, based on your cap, are you a Thunder fan? I know the Russell Westbrook is part of your thing here. So,
Yeah,
are you a
am.
Thunder fan in general as well?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's I live here in Oklahoma City, so
Sure,
yeah.
for sure. makes
Yeah,
sense.
he's right. Bad news on Chet. He's out for the season.
Yep. Paul says music and F1 are the same way. They got to be an iconic image. Rookie is super scarce, but you get the player collectors out there. That's actually one thing that Zane Morning likes to do a lot, the player collecting thing, because he's the carry and cross guy. That's his deal. I've got a few characters I like, so I'll do little runs of certain characters that I appreciate. But I don't focus on just one. But I'll be like, I'll grab a couple of this person, do a little run, grab a couple of this person. But it's funny, and this is the reason why I say that, and maybe we'll talk about it more down the road. Not today necessarily, but down the road. I like the idea of doing these little runs. They're fun for me to chase, but at the same time, I don't necessarily want to fixate on one, but I kind of operate not completely in the shadows because obviously I'll document stuff that I do on the channel. But I don't go out of my way to be like, hey, here's the stuff. I've now got like a 1,600 count box that I'm slowly filling up with wrestling cards, including some nice ones, some tougher ones. But then, like, how many of them are out there? Like, actually, people don't know. It's like, where are these sitting? I've sometimes got duplicates of some of the lower numbered ones. So, like, some of that stuff is a little tougher to come by than you think because it's probably sitting in my box or an equivalent somewhere else. It's like, actually, it's in less hands than you think.
Mm-hmm.
But you'll figure that out later. And in my PSA return, there was a wrestling card.
Ooh.
There was.
So will you unveil it here or there?
Yeah, no, for sure. Once.
I'm allowed to say that. I don't know.
I don't think it'll be tonight. I don't think it'll be tonight because I don't know if Brad. I think I mentioned Brad is over at Bubble's birthday.
Oh,
So I told him, it's like, look, if you can't make it back, don't worry about it. But I expect a good story.
it was
I
bubbles,
expect
not
the damn-
bubbles. Yes.
No, not Bobbles, Bubbles. But I Trailer Park for his fame. But I expect a damn good story. I told him, it's like, if you can't make it, don't worry about it. But I expect a good story. And they're actually going to be doing their show. They're doing a show this weekend over in Atlanta, Canada. So over in Halifax. So they're going to be running, I think, 150 tables. So actually a pretty decent sized show for them. It's actually a
Yeah.
big one for them.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
Okay, so yep, Trash Eric only when he gets on because he has a $1 million man laugh track on repeat free. Thanks. What card have each of you acquired recently that is in your comfort zone that is not something you ordinarily collect? I think it's a good question. So I'll do a couple of shares, Bubbles. If there's anything you want to do, grab it if you haven't already. It's probably within arm's reach of you, but I'll do a couple and then all you. Okay, give me a second here and I'll do a couple. So first, let's go with kind of the obvious. I don't remember if I showed this one before or not. It's been a little while. I'm getting this one shipped over from Ship My Cards, so I'll do a couple from there and I'll do a couple from eBay. So this one is actually from that Fleer Ultra set when they were still doing those. There's a couple of variants of this. This one is the patch auto, and the patch auto is out of 10. I have the regular jersey auto, but this one is the last one I need to finish that little mini run. So still picking up the Medanos, but things have quieted down a little bit, except for my Captain Ahab situation, and we'll get to that when the time is right. Another one here, and I'll bring it up. I did the poker cards. I think I already showed that one. Here's a little Canadian content, and then I'll do one more after that. Daniel Negreanu. So I picked up the Negreanu from the showdown. Andy knows about these, the Razor autographs for the poker. So there's the Negreanu there. So I'm picking up a couple here and there. There you go, beautifully done. And Andy actually opened a box on his channel. If you go back in time, you can actually find he opened a box back in the day.
Yeah, I kept one and I opened one back then.
Nice.
I still have one.
Well, those are worth more today, so it's not too bad a deal. Okay, so let's do a vintage baseball one for the third one. 53. We're going to do 53 Topps Bowman color. What's your flavor? You want a multiplayer card or a single player card? Pick
Single.
one. Single player card? All right, we'll do a single player card. And this one's for Bobbles prior to his, defection to tag. So this is what he used to actually care about. Back in the day, this is not a real company anymore. Bobbles has ditched them. But there's an SGC 4.5, 53 Bowman color of Nellie Fox. So that is another one that is incoming for me as part of my set that I'm slowly chipping away at and building. Because like I said, we make the 1,000,008 jokes. I literally work for PSA Canada, and I'll buy SGC cards. Now, mind you, I'm buying them for effectively price of a top loader. Like if the card was in a top loader, I'd pay more, especially if it's BCW top loader. Ooh, BCW top loader, I'll pay the premium. But SGC, I offered like half top loader price.
For your PC,
But I'll still buy them.
PC for your PC, SGC
That's fine.
is amazing value.
Look, in all seriousness, all of them are fine,
Yeah.
except for tag, it's garbage. But the rest of them are fine.
You can't even say that because you don't even know because they don't even have any cards graded. What are you talking about?
I can, right? That holder I actually hate. I actually hate the holder just to begin with. I'm not.
And we don't even know if that's a real holder. honestly,
You would say their holder, their last holder that they've done, now they're retconning the holder? That'd be terrible.
yeah.
Awful.
What is your progress on that set?
Oh, 53? Probably got about
Yeah.
30, 35 cards right now. So I'm slowly, I start off with the stars. The target is to do the stars first. I've got the biggest guys already, but now I'm chipping away. I'm grabbing the other Hall of Famers. And then I actually do have a group of like semi-stars and commons coming in because those ones are easier to get. You can get those in big groups. I don't need them all graded. That's not the point. But for the stars, I prefer to have them in one of the holders. SGC has been good for me. I've got CSG as well. I've got at least one or two CSG ones, and I've got some PSA ones. So it's a mixed bag. Just depends on what works the best. It's eye appeal more than anything. That one is actually, it's a little off center, but it actually has borders, decent borders on all sides. So I'm looking for that, and I'm also looking for the registration of the picture. To me, the registration of the picture is really important for that set. So the eye appeal on the front of the card is really critical for me. I'm willing to tolerate a little bit of things on the back, maybe some gum stains or something like that happens.
Yeah.
But the front, I want the picture to look clean. As long as we got that, that's the right way.
Yeah, like whenever I'm looking at vintage or pre-war, like you have to come to terms with what it is that you're going to be willing to take as the flaw, because if it has no flaws, I can't afford it.
That's right.
You know what I
Absolutely.
mean?
Yeah.
That's just the way it is.
So I'll read a couple of these comments, and then Bobbles, it'll be for you. So I showed the 3 cards there, and then we'll get into a couple here. What cards? We talked about this one, ordinarily collect. So I covered a little bit. I tried to pick 3 different kind of categories just to make it a little bit more interesting. Thoughts on Beckett's new website and online submissions? Are they making progress? Well, if Eric was here, he'd say no. I like the website updates better, but it's still like not complete because you can go into certain sections and like you haven't seen the complete update. I know the guy who's the CEO now is a technology guy, so that's interesting. But I listened to an interview he did on like Let Me Get That Potograph, like the podcast. But those guys immediately started gushing. Like he said words, and they were like, "Oh my god, that's amazing!" And I'm sitting there like, "No." The reason why I like making fun of tag so much is that until you actually do the thing, it's all words. So like, I need to actually see. So for me, it's like, okay, grade some stuff. Let's see some reveals. Let's see what it looks like. Let's see in hand, like physically, somebody actually submitted the cards. It came back, and you graded them. Let's see the results. Let's see what they look like. The whole thing. I want to, because people will do reviews and reveals and stuff, and we'll actually get a chance to see the product from the consumer perspective.
You know, it's probably one of the only companies that have ever come out where they've never come out. You know, like they haven't graded anything. So, like, but you're a grading company. Where's your stuff? Like, if I
But they also claim to be sitting on a pile of cards of people that like submitted like sight unseen. We don't know what the price is and all that. That's my point.
How?
But again, I'm going to repeat.
What?
Assuming that is true, for the hell of it, just for the hell of it, they're idiots. Because it's like, well, I'd like to know the price at least. Like, yes, okay, maybe I'm interested, but so I'll hold these cards for you until I go, okay, so tell me what the price is. Tell me what your expected turnaround time is. Like, give me this information, and then I'll give you the cards. Sure.
There is a tentative price, but
yeah, but that was the thing. But they claimed they didn't have the price until the very end of the series. So it's like, so if that's true, you literally just gave some randos cards to hold for months until they decided on a price?
maybe
Did I mention idiots?
it's their own? Maybe not.
I guess so, yeah. That's why I say like it's kind of weird. But the Beckett thing, I like the rebranding visually. I need to see how the site will work functionally because I didn't see any major changes. The organized section is what I use on the Beckett site most of the time. It still feels kind of the same. It's still kind of clunky. They still got stuff they need to do on the database. I'm willing to give it a chance, but I need to see more. Maybe the theme of this whole thing is like, okay, I'll give you a shot, but I need to see more. Show me first, and then I'll either praise or condemn or whatever the situation is. For the tag thing, as much as, like I said, I enjoy slagging and throwing grenades, I'm willing to revisit my overall thoughts after we've had a track record. What I'm curious about, bringing back our good buddy Kenny G, the anonymous one, when HGA came out, and they came out with a House of Fire and people were all over it, he was asked on a podcast if they would consider using HGA product in golden auctions. And his statement at the time was, maybe after they've been doing it for a couple of years. I want to see them do it for a couple of years. Let's see what the market says. That's what he said. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said at the time. I need to see a couple of years, and then we'll consider it. He didn't just say no for sure. He goes, let's let them run for a couple of years, see what happens, and then we'll go from there. How long does it take for tag to end up on PWCC, golden, and all that? Because HGA needed about 2 years before we were willing to look at it. And if that's consistent, I think that's fair. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. But I want to see how long it takes before you're willing to put it on the platform. eBay will take whatever. It doesn't really matter. But I'm
Yeah.
curious, of these other platforms, they're a little bit more vetted for like these bigger auctions. Are you going to take it right away, or are you going to let the market figure itself out first?
Isn't one good thing about tag that is that they can really determine if a card's been altered, right? That is one of their claim to fame.
That's what they claim, yeah.
Yeah, so that is maybe one good thing going forward for tag, I would think. So having them on, kind of, if they can claim that to being, the percentage that they think they're at, 95%, 98%, whatever they are, that would be great going forward. I don't see after that what else do you have at that point?
There you go.
I don't think that you will see them on Golden or the PWCC Premier anytime soon.
Well, I hear they've got a hookup at PWCC.
Even if they allowed it, because
Uh-huh.
first off, you would have to have somebody submit a card to them that would meet the qualifications to be in those auctions.
So someone like a business development VP or
Like
something?
value-wise, you know what I mean?
Yes. Somebody like that?
Because I don't see that. That's the one thing. I think there will be people that will submit, some of the cheaper cards to them. But like that's what I want to see. Is there going to be somebody that will actually submit some of the higher value dollar cards to them? Because people have no trouble doing that with SGC or PSA or Beckett, even CSG to an extent. But I don't know. That's going to be interesting to see like what kind of cards they're actually getting.
No, that's fair. Let me read a couple of these comments here. We'll get caught up on these. CC says, Legend of the Game is gone. It's Tim Hortons now. The thing is, it was a Tim Hortons half and half. The part I wasn't sure about is if they took over the full. Because it was a building, and then it became like a half Tim Hortons, half Legends of the Game for a while.
Yeah.
I don't know the current
is gone.
status. If it's fully gone, fair enough. But I
Legends
don't.
is gone. Yeah.
I remember the half and half. That's the last time I remember going there. It's been years, so I acknowledge that.
Yeah, I probably went there about 4 years ago, I guess, something like that. And it was gone at that point.
Oh, it's gone already. Okay,
I think so. Yeah.
fair enough. Fair enough.
They weren't doing anything anyway. Sandy wasn't. Well, he
No,
left
no.
actually. Some of the other guys.
As soon as it got to half, it was a shell of its former self. Like it was gone basically at that point.
And it was gone 10 years before that.
Yeah.
But it was
So-
one of the greatest when I went there, 90,
It was amazing.
91, 92. It was amazing. It was
Yeah.
like beautiful.
Even through the late 90s, I thought it was still really good. Like there was some good opportunities still, even through the late 90s, because they
Yep.
used to buy collections and stuff. There was still a lot of good
But
stuff.
then they
in there.
stopped buying. That was the thing. The one key thing is they stopped buying stuff because they didn't get it handed to them. Let's say a lot of the dealers and stores, they had this open-ended opportunity in the 90s, the 80s, 90s, and maybe even early 2000s, where people would just bring stuff in and go, here, I got this for sale. What are you going to give me? And they give them 10 cents on the dollar, and they go, okay, see you later.
Yeah.
Well, people got wise because the internet started coming in, and everybody started getting a little bit wiser, and then they went, oh, we can't buy anything anymore. Well, because you never really bought anything. You only bought stuff that people brought you that just didn't know anything.
Yeah.
That's how it worked.
Yeah. Well, the good time was the store barely knew anything, so I'd buy it for 20 cents on the dollar. All right, you buy it for 10, I'll buy it for 20.
Actually, yeah, I did score some
Win-win.
really good stuff there that they didn't know anything about.
Yeah.
I was going, "Oh,
Like I
okay."
said, a good chunk of several of my vintage 50s sets were built on the back of Legends of the Game. Stacks of cards that I was able to buy cheap.
I went in there one time. They had these Dixon pencils. They're from 1955. They had the Toronto Maple Leafs and Montreal Canadiens on them. So, the pencils are probably worth 40, 50, now, $50, $100 each.
Sure.
So they had $10 on them. So I said, I took one of the pencils. I said, okay, I'll take that. And how much is the pencil? He goes, I don't know, $10. I said, so I went back and I bought all the pencils. I said, oh yeah, I might as well take them all. I'll try to build a set. It's like $10 each. Oh my God.
Well, the problem with the Legends of the Game at the time, and like this could be like its own topic, because like I said, back in the 90s, that was like a Shangri-La for a lot of crazy
Like,
stuff. And it was
backdoor.
almost like, play it cool. You're an idiot. Play it cool. Just slowly. Bubbles, in those days, I bought 52 tops, high numbers, for $1.
Mhm.
They wouldn't even look at the back of the card. They had no idea. I would literally be like, how much is it for that? You can have for $1 card.
Start the car.
It's just
Yeah.
slowly, play it cool. I'm just backing away. It's all right. Play it cool, man.
Go to the cash.
So Sherry here is speaking on behalf of Brad. He may or may not appear this evening. Fair enough. Thank you, Sherry. I appreciate the update. So 2 day show with 150 tables. That's the one they're doing for AMG Collectibles. My wallet is loaded for Brad's show. Good stuff. I like it. Hopefully you guys have a good time. Hopefully it's fun. The poker autos can be found in the Beckett Marketplace actually quite easy. True. I keep forgetting the Beckett Marketplace is a thing. By the way, this is bad advertising, Beckett. There is good stuff on there still, actually, but I keep forgetting it's there. Like I'm in the business. I'm around it. Like I totally forget it. Like that's a very good point, Paul. A good call out by you. Idiots, but they have VP floating head. Go tag and you'll float too. Nice. Sports Cards Anonymous, retired YouTuber, says, "Damn, ain't seen Bobbles without glasses. Bobby looking good as usual. He's sucking up. I like it. Anyone ever seen a gander? I think that expression is made up. He's a gander denier. Interesting. Moving on. Tag is for sale in capital letters. Don't think the plan is to get in a couple of years. Do they get the floating head though with the deal, or is part of the deal we don't get the floating head? Just curious." New Tag has been in the business for 10 years. True.
Yes, that's what they said.
Without generating a penny of revenue. It's a great business model. If this is a stream questioning the legitimacy of Tag, I don't think I can take the stream seriously. I don't take the stream seriously, and I host it. There is no question it's not legitimate. Exactly. Kind of like taking Dakota seriously when he's in live. Just in the comments. Oh! The burns.
Damn.
The burns, Paul. The burns. Dakota, everything we talk about is serious. Facts. My Slabs so far only accepts PSA, BGS, SGC, capital letters, and CSG. Tag is over 40 years of hobby experience in one man. 40 years of experience, no neck. What's up, Dak? All right, we're all caught up. Beautiful. Thank you, everybody.
Fast.
Thank you, everybody. All right, Bobbles. Any fun pickups? All you. What do you want to do?
So since the National, I kind of haven't bought a whole lot. I did buy, I don't have them to show because I've already put them in the box for it, but I've been trying
Send them off
to
the tag.
pick
I
up-
got you.
No, I've been, here's some duplicates, but I've been picking up the Star Wars Chrome Sapphire.
Oh, the Sapphire. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I got one box from Topps, and so I picked up 4 different lots
Mhm.
to work on adding into the set. I need like 51 more cards for the set,
How many cards are in the set again? Sorry.
132.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
I need
Not too bad.
51 more. And then this was just a little fun pickup. I like the design on it, and I didn't have a Norman Reedus. And, you know, those that don't know Walking Dead, Jeffrey D. Morgan and Norman Reedus, obviously Daryl Dixon and Negan.
By the way, I do appreciate the little tracks pattern on there, the little mojo pattern. So it's percent
and
101.
It's the 101. So that is all I've picked up since the National. I got up like 70 of the Star Wars Sapphire,
Nice.
which gave me about 49 cards toward my set, and then I'm selling the duplicates to recoup some funds to put back in to try to buy some more lots. And then to Carlo's other question about like a pickup maybe outside of a comfort zone,
Sure.
I buy and collect a little bit of everything. This wasn't necessarily out of a comfort zone, except for the fact I had you hear people talk about like comps and all that all the time. I went blindly on what I should pay for these because I cannot find any of them anywhere, but I do know that they're rare. And these were at Chantilly show the last time, but they're the Dale Earnhardt from 92 wheels, and they're the
Oh, now you're
autograph
making
series.
Paul excited. Good Lord. What are you doing?
But-
This is Paul bait if ever there was any.
They're still sealed, and you know, you can't, like, I looked all over trying to find information on them, and I couldn't find any of the cards for sale, and let alone still being sealed in the packages. So
Gotcha.
I figured if it's something that you can't find, it obviously isn't available out there. It may not be rare, but it's not available. And I didn't have an Earnhardt auto. The dealer had all 3 of them, and I asked him what he would do if I bought all 3.
Right.
So I picked those up.
Solid. Nicely done. Nicely done.
To
So,
your
Bobby,
point
whatever
on
the
comp-
echo is, it's coming from you. So I was hearing it again. I muted you, and then the echo kind of went away. So we'll keep an eye on it, but I'm just letting you know. Whatever the echo is, wherever I was able to hear it, and then I muted you, and it went away.
So there's an echo. Okay.
Yeah, there's some like you can almost hear like a reverb. It's coming from somewhere. I'm not sure.
Okay. Let me check out.
So we'll keep an eye on it. Just letting you know.
Sure.
Yeah. So I'll just
To your point about the comps, Bubbles, like that's the kind of stuff I love. I love to find stuff where I set the comp.
Yeah, I didn't have a clue. I got all three
Paul
of
is in
them.
that same boat right here, so that's his. No clue what the comps are, and going off your gut. There you go.
I got all three of them for $500, and I figured I couldn't beat that. Three Earnhardt autos that you're just not finding with that hologram. All three for 500. I don't think I'm losing anything there. So
Well, I think that's a good opportunity to use your knowledge. I think is when because
Wait, that's the thing. Can you do
Yeah.
that? Is that allowed?
Well, I love it when people like when there's a card that I'm wanting to buy, and somebody's looking for comps and they can't.
Wait, there are
find
cars
them.
you want to buy?
Yeah, yeah, actually, yeah. I love it when there's no. comps.
This
You can't
isn't
find them.
strong enough for that. You didn't warn me.
It doesn't happen often, but occasionally it does. And yeah, like I have no problem like just taking a stab in the dark at it. Like I like
Yep.
it.
and like I said, I asked him what he would do if I bought all three of them. So obviously he had them priced higher than that, but I got a deal by buying all three, and I was like, I just felt strongly that even if I wanted to sell one or two and just keep one of them, I could probably make my money back or at least close to it at $500 selling two of them and keeping one. So essentially adding an Earnhardt free. I may just keep all three of them just because I can't find any of them out there available with the autograph. So again, it doesn't mean they're rare. It just means they're not available. So. And being
Yeah.
sealed still is pretty cool because then there's no like questioning the authenticity of the autograph or anything because it's still in the original package. So
That's interesting that you said like rare versus being available because I think that's another thing that doesn't really get talked about a lot because there's cards out there that are rare, like they might be numbered to 10, but there might be 7 or 8 of them available right now. And then there's cards from the 90s that might be numbered to like 150, but you can't find them.
So in the podcast with Refractor Jones, there's a question that comes up a lot, and it's about the '89 Upper Deck Griffey and why is it so expensive in a PSA 10, yada yada. Because we know there's 80 some thousand of them graded or something like that, and it's not a rare card at all. And even in a PSA 10, I think the pop is over 4,000. So I got on eBay just just to look, and I just typed in '89 Upper Deck Ken Griffey Jr. PSA 10, and obviously it's going to bring up any that have been autographed with an auto 10 and some other little mixtures in there. But when I did it, when we did that episode of the podcast, if I remember right, there was only 65 available, and that was even with all the autographs and all the other little nonsense stuff that mixed in there. So when people ask, well, why is that card so much? Well, sure, there's 4,000 of them in a pop report, but obviously there's probably likely less than 50 even available. Now, sure, 50 isn't a low number, but in a sense, when you're talking a card out of 100, there could be 70 of those on there. And now you have a card out of 4,000 in a population that there's only 50 of them, and it's simply a matter of that's a card that collectors are stashing. So just because there's 4,000 of them in existence, they're tucked away. So
Yeah.
when one does come up, it commands a good price.
Yeah, and the key is that there's still demand for it. Like it's still
Right.
a card that people still like. That's really the bottom line is that if it was just a random no-name jobber like Mike Trout, if it was somebody like that, bottom rung, bottom tier, then yeah, like I do the negotiation at the card show too. I see like a 2011 Topps Update Trout, and I go like, oh, okay, fine, like $500, and they're like 500. It's like, well, yeah, I was going to charge you 1,000 to take it away, but 500 I think is fair. It's like, wait, you want money for it? What are you, stupid? What's wrong with you? This is
Yeah.
disposal, bro.
Well, I mean, just think about like all these new cards that come out. They come out with parallels that are numbered to 5. Like, just take some random, no name player. Are there even 5 people that would want one?
It's fair.
Well, that was another thing that me and him discussed in the episode is, so you look back on like the 90s inserts, and we kind of laughed a while about it. And I'll take like a card serial number to say 10,000, right? Well, if you look at the cards today, you might have, 40 plus different parallels that are numbered, but when you add them up, you're getting really close to that 10,000 mark just with the serial numbers. And then
Yeah.
they have all the other ones that have all the other parallels that aren't numbered. So when we look at it and laughed and it's like, oh, 10,000, we thought that was rare, but it really wasn't rare. In retrospect, today, these parallels actually have more than 10,000 of them.
Yeah.
They're just broken into little pieces of pies with different colors and patterns on them. So, sure, it didn't, when we looked back on the 90 era and thought, oh, 10,000 or even 30,000, it was like, oh, well, we were fooled there. That was a ton of them. Today, they're kind of doing the same thing, just splashing different makeup on the cards. So,
Yeah. Now, one thing I will say though, because I've talked about this one before, is I use the example. So I use the Soto example because I've talked about that one before. In 2018, if you looked at the Panini stuff, the unlicensed stuff, because Soto wasn't in a lot of sets, and I use
mhm,
Prism as an example. They have a bunch of parallels, right? You think Prism, oh my God, a million parallels. But actually, 2018 Prism from the Chronicles, there's like
didn't,
800 and change. If you add up
yeah.
every print run of all the numbered variants, it's actually well comfortably under 1,000 for every variant.
Well, I did a video, I don't know, a couple months ago, discussing it with football because football is one where it's very like obvious of the increase in the parallel runs because even in 2019 they kind of had, they started getting a little out of hand, but in 2019 the parallels weren't too extravagant. Football
And by
used
the way,
to,
Bobbles, just a quick point aside, 2019 was also Tom Brady's rookie year. I mentioned that. That's canon. Victor's already acknowledged it. It's canon. All the stuff before 2019 was pre-rookies. Suckers. You're talking about contenders? You want a pre-rookie card? Losers. It was Kyler Murray and Brady in 2019. Idiots. Go on. Please
but
continue.
no, if you look at like the 2020 run and now the 2021 run, and I sat down, you could going back to, I can't remember what year it was. I think it was Dak Prescott's rookie year.
Mm-hmm.
And
2016.
yeah,
I
in
think that's right. Yeah.
16, I took Select, Mosaic didn't exist, but I took Select, Prism, Optic, and then I ran Mosaic's numbers for like 2020. Um, I I can't remember exactly how I did it.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, it showed increase every year. And then as of 2020, like obviously we know Select, they just obliterated Select football. They added the new level, and then Select football used to be like the parallels would be lower numbered the more rare the level got. Like your field levels wouldn't be like you could have a blue and a blue, but they would be different numbers. The more rare the level got. In
Mm-hmm.
2020, they didn't do that. They all had the same numbering throughout all four levels, and
Yeah,
it
or it used to
just
be hobby
made it.
only.
It what?
It used to be hobby only. Select.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, that too. So it's just very obvious of how much they're adding to all this stuff right now. And if and even outside of football, it amazed me when the 2022 Topps complete sets came out and how everybody was running out buying like the Julio Rodriguez variation card for 20 and $30, not realizing that card was going to be in every single complete set that Topps was issuing. And you could sit down and do the math on the Walmart parallel or the Walmart foil board parallel and the hobby foil board parallel and just come up with that number alone and then look at all the other sets that they were going to be releasing. And I estimated, and this was a modest estimation, that there's probably over 500,000 of those, going to be out there in existence. And I couldn't believe people actually were buying them for 20 and $30, not understanding just how much of it is going to be out there.
Yep. So I'll touch on a couple of comments just as you're talking about it as well. Victor's been notified. That's right, Victor. Remember, we talked about this. Brady, 2019 rookie, canon. I want to invalidate all those contender ones and totally screw over those guys. It's going to be amazing. Moving on. Not look, as a hobby anarchist, this
Well-
is literally what I have to do. This is what I was put on this earth to do, Andy.
You gotta
I
do
want
it-
to
yeah,
ruin this. I want to
You
ruin
don't
this so
have
hard.
to. You don't have to invalidate the contenders because the contenders Brady. It won't be an official rookie card any longer because Tag will not be grading it.
That is true. That basically renders it moot. Like at that point.
Yep.
Yeah. As a tag representative, thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate that. But select 2020 Blaster $90 right now. I am for the rumor mongering, y'all. I am for the rumor mongering. You know this is what I do. This is what I do. 2020 Blaster $90 right now. My favorite part, by the way, Andy, is that I got some feedback when I did the thing with the PSA Canada guys. It's like, oh, that's kind of a straightforward presentation for you. And Bobby was mentioning that it looked like I was going to say something at various times. It's like, trust me, the thought crosses my mind, but it's like, no, we're at a place of business right now.
You're
We're focused on what we're doing here, man.
Stay focused.
On
Be
my
appropriate.
channel, all the nonsense is open and fair game. But over here, it's like we're at a place of business, y'all. We're here to do a job.
Yeah, you
Different
gotta
thing.
you gotta put your jacket on, and you know.
Listen,
T-shirt.
we got the jacket. We got it. Look, Under Armour crap. We got this shit. We got it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Got the swag. Don't worry about it. So Dave here says, there's so many products and so many parallels that people don't even know what half the cards are anymore. That is true. That is a fact.
That's very true. Yeah.
As we're doing the same thing to MTG. Yeah, I'm kind of keeping an eye on it. I've had fun because obviously Neo does his opening and everything. And tonight, by the way, he did a box break. By the way, I was kind of offended. He was running a box break on a Friday. But it was Marvel, so then I realized I didn't care. The point is, still in principle, I was still annoyed. Like, in principle. The point is the principle of the thing. How dare you, sir? How dare you? But I was laughing because I was like, well, fine. Look, I can open something too. By the way, this is not worth that much. It's not worth anything. I just keep it because it's funny. But it's like, I could open it. And I probably will at some point, but like, whatever. I just bought it because it would amuse me. So yeah, Carlos very praise for just home run Toronto Trout. Excellent. It means nothing, but go on. MTG is interesting. Been buying a lot of it recently. Sealed recently. There you go. So Dakota pumping the MTG market from the shadows. I like it. 50 different versions of one card with only the top chase card holding value, the rest being crushed. That's why I stepped away from stashing MTG boxes. Fair enough. Stashing the collector boxes. All right. Multiple boxes of each set from Ixon. I want to say Ixalan. Up to Zendikar Rising. New stuff is also super pushed and power crept. Seems like not like reeling back some. Yep. A few boxes of Throne and Theros. 98% of select football will be in dollar box in a couple of months. Hot take by Victor. I like it.
Ooh, prediction.
98%, y'all. Good call. Baldur's Gate, Double Masters 2022 will hold gain. Oh, if Double Masters 2022 holds up, then someone over there in Northeast Ohio will make a killing. Are you sure y'all that's what you want? We could rumor monger that 2022 Double Masters is like the most overproduced set of all time. It's not true, but it would still be funny.
I think to Victor's point, I mean, 98% of it probably already is in dollar boxes, to be fair, because there's only like in football, there's only, like 4 or 5 of the rookies that people really go after.
Yeah, for sure.
That's about it. So
Well,
One thing I'll say
something
though,
else-
so just 1 second, just one quick thing. I've always said this point, and I just want to make sure it's clear. Again, so now flip it serious for just a second again. When it comes to a lot of this stuff, a lot of people always worry about the print runs too much. And I'm very much in the camp of like, look, I don't give a shit. And the reason why, let me explain why. The reason why is that the good stuff, quote unquote, will still be good. And over time, it'll become clear what the good stuff is. A lot of times it's clear from the beginning, but over time, sometimes it takes a while. The idea that the overproduction era ruined something. It's like, well, 1991 Donruss baseball is garbage. There's stacks and stacks of it everywhere. To this day, I've been throwing it out, and every time I throw it out, 5 more cases appear. Like, I can never get rid of it. I'm haunted. The point is, the existence of 1991 Donruss does not make 1993 finest refractors worth nothing.
true.
People are still okay with 1993 finest refractors. If you offer them the right player in the right situation, they'll still pay good money for it. But 1993 is still like basically in the junk wax here. How does that work? The better stuff will still be okay. The stuff that's truly that's why I say like the existence of junk, who cares? If you don't want it, don't buy it. Or don't let it in your house and it will haunt you forever. Like, don't do it. Don't never let it in your house. But the reality is we've already experienced this, and for some reason the lesson wasn't learned. I was like, oh, but this stuff's overprinted. Cool, then don't buy it. Don't collect it, don't buy it, don't worry about it. And it'll still be overproduced years from now, and then collect the stuff that is a little more interesting, that maybe is a little more obscure. Great, you'll be fine. In the long run, you'll be better served. go look for those better stuff that's a little harder to come by, and you'll probably be okay.
I think with the 91 Donruss, the elites were numbered to 10,000, right?
Yeah.
I bet like half of those probably haven't been pulled yet.
Yeah, because those
There's
cases
so much
still
of it
exist to
out.
this day. There's
Yeah.
pallets of that stuff unopened. That's the one. That's the one that Steve Hart should be grading. He's like, trust me, no one's resealing that shit, Steve. We're trying to get rid of the stuff we already have. Like, please, Ken, could you burn those? Burn them all. Get a flamethrower.
Somebody just needs
That's
to go
really
on a mission to like just start opening as much of that as possible so we can get the elites out in the population and then burn the rest.
Well, we have, I think, is it Bo that's million Cubs cards or million Cubs cards? Am I getting it right here? Is close?
I think, yeah.
Okay, so somebody's got to be million packs opened. And they're all 1991 Donruss. Please, just open them. There'll be one box left, and we'll put it in the Smithsonian. Just open the rest of it, please.
The point I was going to try to, or that
Go
I
for
was
it.
going to mention with Victor's comment there about the 98% of select, I think another thing, not just on the side of print runs right now, but I think something else that's hurting specifically football, and I'm sure it's in other sports and products right now, but Prism came out not that long ago for football. And then Optic just came out, and now Select is already out. You're like, with the delays, we're seeing this cramping to where the products aren't even really getting their time in the limelight. And now you have 3 major releases that all have came out all at one time, and folks don't have the funds to just buy like all 3 of them. So that's going to cause some of it with the saturation, because you're going to have, all of these products coming out all together, and that will take an effect on it.
That's fair. I think that's reasonable. There's a couple of good comments here that I'll touch on in a second. One other kind of idea that I'll also kind of point out to a lot of this stuff is that I do think that in the long run, I think collectors will be okay, because for the most part, that's the reason why I use that 91 to 93 analogy. That's still in the junk wax era. Like 93 would still qualify as junk wax, but 93 Finest has held a good spot in the hobby. Those refractors are still desired. People still like those. But they were cool cards. They were innovative for the time.
It was the first year refractor.
Yeah, it was they were different. They were special. You remember even at the time, they were different. It wasn't the same as the other stuff. And it became worth like $20 a pack fairly quickly after release. That was quick when it went up in price. Like $20 a pack. Whoa, hold on.
If you ever want to know anything about them, the guy Refractor Jones, reach out to him, because he can tell you by heart all of them. That it's the oddest names in that set too, that are like really short printed.
Yeah.
Like, he just got one in the mail, I think a couple days ago, and he calls it the unicorn of the set, and it's like the most unnamed player ever. But it was the way those sets were produced or whatever. There's some of the most random players, or the short prints. I think he has 15 complete sets so far. But that's his passion. So he's always trying to build the 93 Finest refractor sets.
Yeah.
Well, you just never know down the road too, what is going to become really popular. The metal universe, the precious metal gems, they've always been popular, but when that product was released, 15 years later, you could still buy the boxes for less than $100.
Yeah, because those boxes were cheap as dirt.
Yeah.
Metal Universe was not an expensive product when it came out. It was like $2 a pack or something. It was low. It was cheap.
Even 15 years after it was out, they were still less than $100 a box. So
Yes.
You just never know what's going to happen down the road. If we all knew, then we would just buy that, right?
Yeah. But Andy, kind of your point though is the reason why. Look, my approach to the hobby, and I've tried to make this hopefully clear over time, is that you're gonna get stuff right, you're gonna get stuff wrong. It's okay. It's fine. If you're playing the long game, just get the stuff you like.
Yeah.
That's the reason. When I was showing you cards, I
Yeah.
wasn't just showing you like crazy. I was showing you Daniel Negreanu autographs. Do you need that? No. I like it. I think it's fun. I talked about why I'm interested in it. I've now got about half the set, including the stuff I'm waiting on. Some stuff's at ComC and whatever. Paul made a good call out with the marketplace. I'll have to check it out and see. There's a couple of good autographs in it, but for most of the stuff's dirt cheap. Most of that stuff's really cheap.
Yeah.
I like it. It's fun for me.
I mean, when I bought this box, like way back in the day for $30, I didn't buy it because I thought it was gonna like go up in value. I mean,
Yeah, it
I
wasn't
would've
the
never-
intention.
yeah, I
Yeah.
would have
Some
never
of the
bought-
best purchases you'll make is the stuff that you bought just because you thought it was cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, and other stuff that I have bought. Now, that isn't to pretend that I never buy anything with the idea of, okay, well, under the right circumstances, this would be pretty good if this worked out. I talked about that 2018 Prism thing, right? So, when I got like I said, when the next time Brad's on, probably next week, we'll figure it out. But the next time he's on, we did the thing on their channel. We did the reveal because they literally got the cards in hand. So I thought, oh, it'd be cool to actually do the reveal live there. And then, like I said, I'll bring it over after. I was very pleased with the results. The results were good. One of the cards I put in there was one of those cards I talked about. It was the 2018 Prism. It was the green refractor out of 50. I brought in the Soto. Chromium cards are tricky because they can scratch, so you got to be careful with them. I went and submitted it, got a PSA 10. So there's your spoiler. Got a 10. So the pop on that's not great. It's already out of 50 to begin with. The 10, the pop's already pretty low. Pretty good. By the way, I've got 2 copies of that. That's my second copy. I have another copy that I'm sitting on that I'll look at later. I'll take a closer look, and if I feel like it's worth sending in, I will. But the point is not that. The point is, I paid good money for that one. I paid less money for the second one, so I kind of dollar cost average it to. But the first one already got a 10.
Yeah.
So that card is a good solid. I actually made my money back and then some on that card. By the way, I cracked out some BGS cards. I'll show it next time when we do it on here. One of the cards I cracked out was the 2018 Topps Chrome, the pink refractor. I bought a BGS 9 pink refractor that had some dust on the stupid thing. Like, Beckett, you could clean the stupid holder, like clean it. But anyway, so we cracked it out, we submitted it, PSA 10.
Nice.
So like I had one or two. I had one that went down. I had one that was bang on exactly what I expected. Another one that was pretty much exactly what I expected. And I got a decent amount of 10s. And some Vladdy Juniors came back as a 10. Did I make a ton of money on it? No, I didn't. I also sent in a Refractor of the Rock. Respect the Rock. And PSA did respect the Rock. There's your spoiler. But the point is that it was a fun card. It was good. It was a fun card. It was to amuse myself. It was good. But the point is, I got cards for the PC that are fun. I got cards that have a little bit of speculative value. I cracked out BGS 9s that became 10s.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it can happen. But the point is that I pick and chose all these cards over time because they fit some bucket of things I wanted to. I did a video where I did buckets. And it's because some stuff is PC for life, etc. Well, now I've got 2 of those greens. And now I have a PSA 10 green. And now I've got another one. Well, even if that one's not a PSA 10, well, I can keep one and I can sell the other. I've got options. I've got flexibility. I don't have to do anything. I can keep them both. I can sell one, keep the other, like whatever. Great. Awesome. But the point is having that flexibility and being able to make choices. It made sense to me at the time. I made the decision. It worked out. That was great. Other ones won't. And that's okay. Over the course of time, it'll balance out. And that's kind of the overarching idea here. It's like, it'll balance out. By the way, that Rock one could have gone either way. I bought it from eBay. By the way, a Chrome card on eBay could go either way. It could be super scratched and it's no good. I got it. It looked fine. So I sent it in. It worked out. Doesn't have to. Could have gone the other way too.
I just think back to 2020 when all of this craziness started. The people that benefited the most from a financial standpoint were the people that had been collecting for a long time.
For sure. 100%. Yeah. You
That's-
could have bought some of that stuff dirt
They
cheap.
weren't investing; they were just collecting.
Yep. Agreed.
And dealers
That's,
that were holding large stocks, right?
It's funny because even if you came in right before everything blew up, me and my wife look back on it and we just laugh because I loved basketball in the 90s, but I got out of it in the modern game. But then I was noticing the Tatum and Donovan Mitchell in 2017, and you had the big hype with Ben Simmons and Lonzo Ball, and then 2018 came around and you had Luka and Trey, and me and her went. I don't live far from Blowout, and so we went to Blowout, and the cello boxes of Prism, we bought 14 of them, and they were like $120 a box, and we laughed because now, granted, I made good on everything when the boom hit. But had I just held those boxes, I think at one point they were at 3,500 a box, and we had bought 14 of them at $120.
Yeah.
But we opened all of them, and we were like, we legit. I mean, it was insane. So, and that was September of 2019 when we bought those. So that showed like how
man.
quick they just surged. You know, up there 120, which was below MSRP on them, 120 a box, and then I think they peaked at like around 3,500. So
I remember at the National in 2019, some of my friends were buying like the 2018 Prism NBA blasters for less than $20 a piece.
exactly, they were below MSRP. The optic boxes I think were $80. The green retail boxes that had like one auto per box or something like that, those were like $89. I mean, the stuff was dirt cheap. I mean, I'm sure if you went and bought retail, you remember the yellow boxes at Walmart with
Sure.
clearance, and they were just stacked with Prism football, optic, you know, everything. Like nobody was buying any of it, and then it just shot up.
Absolutely. But so Bubbles, it was funny. So kind of semi-related to what we just talked about. Um, don't expect this because the fix is in. Like I said, I got in with some people. I just received a text message with a picture. We did a reveal, but I couldn't see a close image of it because obviously we were looking at it through a web camera. I might have a picture of one of the cards. So this was the one that got upgraded, and this is the one we're talking about here. This one was a BGS 9.
Boom.
Nice job, BGS.
So what was it? Was it the surface?
Honestly, I looked it over, and when I looked at it, I was like, it's not a 9. It's fine. It actually had like literally dust in the holder. And I was like, BGS, really? You couldn't just clean the holder? Like, look at the
Was
surface
it a
on it was fine.
Was it a
Yeah,
Beckett
it's
card that
centered.
had most upgrades?
Yeah, it was. We cracked it out of the 9, submitted it raw, and that's what it came out.
Yeah, it's definitely centered. So unless it was like a
Yeah.
corner spot on the back,
I did.
or-
I couldn't see any. Again, looking at a holder is hit or miss. Like honestly,
Right.
hit or miss. I could not see a legitimate case for why it was a 9, unless someone was drinking that day. And I was like, okay, look, worst case scenario, it comes back at 9. That's okay. It's fine. I felt like it's easily a 9, and on a good day, if the person had a good afternoon and they got my message saying, hey, did you lose weight? You look great. Fantastic. Good job by you. And then I get a 10. And that's what happened. So it actually, for what I paid for it, it actually doubled the price of the card.
Nice.
Win. So good times. Not going to
I had
complain.
that happen one time with a card where I had bought it and it was a PSA 9 and I was like, there's no way this thing's a 9, right? It looked perfect. So I cracked it out and sent it in and it came back an 8.
Oh, hold on. All right, you want to see the? I love that they took a picture. So you want to see the photo spread? It was 9 cards. I have the entire submission. I have
Yeah,
the
let's see
submission
it.
and picture for them.
Don't do it.
I know, right? It's actually a little easier to see than when Brad was showing it on the screen. It's actually easier. So thank you, Sherry, for providing the images. There you go. Interactivity, y'all. Interactivity. All right, here we go. So here's the grouping. So all right, so we got a 2018 Josh Allen. I actually pulled that out of a 2018 Prism box because that was back when you could actually afford Prism boxes. I bought it at the price at the time that it was supposed to be. I got my money back from that Prism box years ago. So this was just a Josh Allen base rookie. I got a 9 on that, which is fine. I already made my money back on the box. I'm not crying about that. Next one is 2015 Topps Chrome WBE that's the Rock. So that's a PSA 10 of the Rock. Love that. Pick that one up. Next one was a Rogers rookie that I've had probably for years and years ago. I bought that on ComC and paid the princely sum of $10 for that one. So that card's fine. It's a 9. I'm not crying about it. It's fine.
No, that's good.
Yeah. The next two is Vladdy and Vladdy. So these are from a stack of Vladdy Juniors that I bought forever ago when in 2020, early 2020, when Vladdy's garbage. So no one likes him, and I'm buying all this stuff for a song. So Pink Refractor 10, Prism Refractor 10, that's fine. Almost all the Prisms that I had at the time were fine. They almost all came out 10. I think I had 1 9 and everything else was 10.
Those are tough too.
I've had good luck with 2019 Chrome. I killed it. Like almost every 2019 Chrome I sent in, like 99% of them came back 10.
I was just more specific on the prism. Those
Oh, on the Prism for sure.
refractors.
Yeah, yeah. For Prism, I agree with you. So that 2018 Panini Chronicles, so that's the green Prism. That is the out of 50. So it is out of 50, so there's a 10 for that one. You got the pink, which doubled the value of that one. The only one that technically got downgraded was that 2018 Bowman. That was the Prospects one there. That's a PSA 8. That was actually in a BGS 9 holder, but it was a skew. I actually, looking at the card, I could understand how they came to that. I actually wasn't too shocked. I will say, though, I bought that in the first PWCC auction, the
I
very
remember
first
that.
one. And I
Yeah.
bought it dirt cheap. So
It's
honestly,
out of
I'm still ahead.
25 too.
So I'm still ahead. That's out of 25, exactly.
Yeah, it's
That's
out
the
of
orange shimmer.
25, so-
I'm fine. I'm not crying about that. It's okay. And the last one is for my set. So I needed that one for my set. And that one is an altered authentic, which is actually accurate. It has been altered. I know that for a fact. I don't know. I have a pretty good idea what the alteration is. I think I know what it is. But that's part of my set anyway, so it's going back with it. And the BGS label on it is completely wrong. The original one that I had to crack it out of, they actually thought it was a completely different card. It was incorrect, so that is actually a correctly labeled card. So I had to crack it out anyway, no matter what. So that submission made sense for my purposes. To be clear, I'm not going to tell anybody to send in PSA. Andy sent in a PSA, and they held it for 4 or 5 years. Possibly because they were like, well, you never buy cards anyway, so you don't need it back faster. So,
Could be. That could be it.
I send it in. I send very nice notes to the PSA people, and they mostly accommodate with my wishes. I wanted a couple of 11s, but they're like, we can't do that yet. Fine, later. Fixes it later. But for now, we'll accept it. But I was very picky about my point is I was very picky about the cards I sent in. I have more cards that were like borderline. If it's borderline, I don't send it in. I'm not doing it. Maybe if the price drops cheap enough, I'll okay, fine, we'll gamble. But you got to bring the price down to a point that fine, I'll gamble. For these ones, I was like, no, these make sense. Even like I said, the Josh Allen came back in 9. I literally pulled it out of a pack. And I'm already in the black on that box.
The Allen and that Rogers looked like the centering was off.
The centering on the prism's
Yeah.
off. But the
Yeah.
thing is, I pulled it out of a pack, out of a box that I was already in the black on. So literally, it was just put it in the holder. It makes it more liquid. If I want to sell it now, I can. A little bit quicker, a little bit easier. So I lose nothing. So that's the important thing. The Rogers, I bought for $10. It's hard for me to lose. Oh, darn, it's a 9. Fine, it's okay. It's not a big deal. I can live with that. And the 8, I got it so cheap comparatively to the price, out of 25, rookie year. By the way, he's in a licensed uniform. All the things those people like, it's there. Okay, it's an 8. Fine, we'll live with it. It's okay. I got it cheap in the first place.
Yeah,
if I
mean,
paid
it's
top
numbered-
dollars, I'd be mad, but I'm not.
It's numbered at 25. I mean, if somebody,
Exactly.
if they want a
Yeah.
different grade, good luck finding them.
That's a nice card, period. You know?
Yeah. So I
It's an
think
overlooked card.
a Soto collector is not going to fight me on that hard. It's fine.
Mhm.
It's a good card. It's not an issue. So I've got options. The point is I have options and I can figure out what I want to do going forward. Great. That's when it makes sense. By the way, you can use any third-party grader. Use the same criteria. Do the math. If it makes sense, great. If it's PC, well then be careful. Do what you need to do. Like I said, if it was just strictly PC, maybe I look at CSG. Maybe I look at some of the other options. I've got options. That's the point. It works great for me. I already know Brad and Sherry and that team, so it's easy for me to drop it off for them. They take care of it for me. I don't even worry about it. It's like, hey, how's it going? And they said, actually, we got it back. That was the reason why we were able to have that come. It's like, actually, we got it back today. And I was like, Show it.
In realistic nature too. I mean, you having that option being in Canada
yes.
is a benefit to, you as you said, you do have options, but you have other factors that you have to take into account that other folks don't because of the shipping costs and everything else.
course.
And, being inside Canada, having, the relationship with Brad and everything, it probably actually saves you money using them because I have some folks from Canada that submit through us, and I have one guy that used to send me 4 cards every month, but to ship back to him, it's like $30-some.
Yeah. It
You
is an
know,
issue.
and-
Yeah, for sure.
That's just 4 cards. So, you're saving yourself money right there, just having him at your disposal like that. So,
Yeah. Absolutely. That's why I say, look, that's why I never try to present it as oh, you got to do this. No. That's not what we're saying here. It works for me. The
Right.
point that I've tried to make here is it works for me. I have a relationship with those folks. I can trust them to do what I need them to do. But if you don't have that relationship, well, then don't worry about it. But I want you to do what makes sense for you. Do what makes sense for that. That's my suggestion to you. This one works for me. I know the folks. I can pick up the phone and talk to the people and find out, hey, what's going on. Not everybody has that luxury, and if you don't have that luxury, well, then you're not going to be as comfortable with it. I can drop it off with them; they handle it for me. We made jokes about it on the live stream before, but like I said, some of those BGS where that we had to crack out, I literally handed it to them, and Brad is like, "Do you want me to crack it out?" And I go, "Have at it, buddy." I got people for that.
Cracking cards is fun.
It is. Look, if you're into it, Bobbles. If you're into it, it's great. I was like, tell you what, I trust you. Go for it. Do what you
I've
need
actually, surprisingly enough, as many cards that I have graded of my own stuff, I've only cracked one card of my personal stuff to send in to get it holdered in a different holder, and not poo-pooing on anybody, but it was an HGA
to do.
101 Logo Man Brady House auto, and I nothing against anyone that likes the HGA holder. I personally do not like the holder. Um, I don't like the feel of it. I don't like how they creak. I don't care for the label.
But other than
So
that, it's fantastic, is what you're saying.
I just don't I don't even look to buy them. But that card was a 101, and it was my only option, so I did. But I'm not, if someone else does like them, that's their thing, and I'm not gonna poop on their parade. But that's the only one I've ever done personally. I've cracked probably 500 plus slabs though for other people, so
I need
it's kind
cracker
of fun.
slabs.
Me,
Bobby
I
has
just-
a technique, so that's why he's talking shop now. So we're doing a little compare. By the way, Poopy Pony gives 11s. I think that's fair. I understand. I understand what you're saying. I get it.
I just have a pair of they're the cutters from Lowe's, and I just go up the right side, cut the corner at an angle, the right top corner at an angle. Then I do normally, just for added safety of it and to make it a little bit easier, because some of the stuff I've cracked has been really big cards, but I'll go across the top and then the length of the label down the left side. I don't go all the way down the left, but I'll go up the right, cut the corner across the top, and just down the length of the label. And then I have a small stubby screwdriver that I put in where the label is, and you can twist and pop them off.
Now, to be fair, this is Bobble's technique for most. Occasionally, he does just pull out the katana blade and be done with it. Just like, all right, we're done. It's happening right now. I'm over this. Like,
And full disclosure too, folks ask me, and like I'll explain it, but I know there's folks out there that do videos and stuff. I am never going to do a video and put it up on the channel to show anyone how to crack their cards.
oh no,
Because I don't want anybody getting hurt, and I don't want anybody getting their card damaged, and I don't want anybody saying, well, Bobble said to do so.
Yeah.
So, I will say how I do it, but I'm not giving a demonstration of it.
Yeah.
There's many different ways out there to do it. This is the way that has worked for me. Just same with grading.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, though, you're wise to be careful because, like I said, I'm not. I feel like it's been abundantly clear. I'm not going to let just anybody take my cards that I spent good money on and crack open the slab. I trust Brad will take the time to do it because we have known each other a while, because we've broken bread, because we've sat. So I've said no. I trust that he'll take care of it the way he would take care of his own stuff. But that's not like a service they offer. That's not how that works. You can ask in the right circumstances. He's like, I'll accommodate you, but you better be really. We talked about it this week. It's like, I'll do it if you're watching. You got to be right there. We're going to be there together. And under certain if you absolutely ask and you insist upon it, there are circumstances where it can be asked. But it's not like we're not offering that. That's not an offer.
The biggest card I've probably cracked out was it was likely either the Justin Herbert NT RPA out of 5 or the Joe Burrow NT RPA out of 9. I have done some Luca flawless autos. I've done a Herbert 101. It wasn't the NFL Shield. Um, so there's been some really big cards that I've cracked out,
Mhm.
um, but yeah, I'm never gonna show anybody how to do it.
Yep.
It
There's too much liability in it. Like, why would you put
yeah.
yourself in that position? It's uncomfortable.
Especially with Beckett, man. There's like pieces of stuff flying everywhere when you crack
Yep.
Beckett.
The the most comfortable thing though with Beckett is they are in that sleeve,
Yeah,
so you don't have to worry about the surface of the card getting messed up. But on thicker cards, that plastic and like a lot of times the label is actually on a little piece of plastic that they slide into the top part of the slab itself, and so that's another layer that you have to crack through and everything. Once you do some, you get really used to which ones are going to act
Mhm.
which way and everything. But it's like many people probably wouldn't or wouldn't know that on some of them PSA slabs, they always talk about PSA doesn't protect the card, but on many of the more valuable cards, there will be a thin little layer of plastic on the surface of the card. You just can't see it when it's actually in the slab.
Mhm.
So I
huh.
don't know if folks know that or not, but there is a little thin film that they put on some of the higher valued cards to protect the surface of them.
All right,
Now I
so
got to ask you a question, Bobbles. Why would
mm,
you ever crack a PSA slab?
he's a masochist.
It, I'm not like he even said, Carlos even said that he's cracked a card, sent it back, and got a different grade.
Mhm.
I don't know if you guys watch Retro Hoops, but he did a video about a Kobe Bryant that went from a PSA 5, I think it was, to an SGC 9. I didn't know that he was going to do a video on that. I shared the card in my group because I did crack the card out. When I got the card out, you could tell in the slab it wasn't a 5. It's like a fat finger or something probably on the grade. PSA probably wanted to give it an 8 or something like that. But the label had a 5 on it, so I cracked it out, looked at it, it was clean, sent it in, and if I remember correctly, it was a 9. So,
Well,
there's times where you just thick cards in PSA slabs. I I'm sure Brad would even agree that sometimes they struggle with grading thicker cards, you know?
well,
So,
I think that's been so. I would say like a good reference for that is Alico 3. So
yeah,
Nolan has done his fair share. Thick cards are tricky. Now, so what I'll say about thicker cards is what you got to figure out is you got to figure out what you're trying to do. PSA struggles with those traditionally. That has
mhm,
been kind of the thing for them. And like I said, and that was part of the. It's funny because in the last episode we talked about it. Like even on a PSA Canada live stream, we'll give critiques where we feel critiques are appropriate, and we gave credit for SGC for the authentic, where I said it's great to include a little more information on why, and we agree with
that
that.
was
Yeah,
love that they do
I thought
that
that was smart.
now.
But because we mentioned it, because if you saw in that little submission preview where I showed you the picture, the 55 Bowman Mantle is an authentic, which is an appropriate grade, by the way. To be clear, I knew that going in, but I just wanted to take it out of the holder that was completely mislabeled. But I knew the card had alterations, and I was like 99% sure I know what it is, but it was an authentic card. It was still a real card, and I wanted it holdered as such. So we managed to take care of that. Now we're in good shape. It's going to go with the rest of the collection. It's going to be great. But the point is that it's nice to know why.
Sure.
Like I have a 54 tops Gordie Howe. It's a beautiful card. It's trimmed. I know this. I looked right at it. It's trimmed, 100%, no doubt. But it says authentic altered. If you don't understand what you're looking at, you don't know. But I know it's trimmed, 100%. But that's the
As
thing. Like,
a
give me the information. Tell me the why.
as a submitter, I actually was one of the ones that asked like SGC Peter specifically to do something with the label. I didn't know that they were going to go to that in depth with actually documenting what was why it got the A.
A great idea,
Um,
by the way. A great idea.
yeah, but it needed something other than just an A because there was too much confusion. Is it just authentic? Is it altered? Like it was confusing in the marketplace. And then as a submitter, I would get people's cards back as an A. sometimes it would say on the grade sheet, sometimes it wouldn't. And then there was this confusion. Like, I felt bad because sometimes I could tell people why their card got an A, and sometimes I couldn't. So what they're doing now, even with the stuff that they're not grading, they're, instead of just putting a no on there, they're actually putting a definition of why they didn't grade it. That is such an improvement now, because when stuff comes back, people know why it didn't get graded, why it's only authentic or what have you.
Yeah.
And it's just, it helps so much now for folks to know and not have questions. So
Yeah. No, I think it's fair. That's why I say I feel like it's a better thing for the industry to give credit where it is due. That's why I say, like, I thought it was a great idea. And even, like I said, Brad and I were both in agreement. We were both 100% on board with that idea. Because, just to be clear, for folks that aren't aware, PSA Canada is a separate LLC. They work extremely closely with PSA, but they are a bulk submitter. They are a separate company that has had a relationship going back 20 years plus, to the point that they're allowed to use the PSA branding without getting sued to the Stone Age. Otherwise, you would 100% get a letter from the lawyer. So they have a great relationship, but at the same time, we can still critique where we feel it's appropriate, where there's a right thing. SGC did a great job on that. That was a kudos to Peter and the team that came to that conclusion, and we thought it was a great idea. We'd love for PSA to steal it. Steal the idea and do it. It's a good idea. Steal it.
Yeah,
And it's better for everybody.
I've never understood why all the companies, if they're going to put that it's altered, why would they not put why
Agreed.
on there?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
It would have been
Look.
natural for everybody.
Look, I make fun of the tag thing for a multitude of reasons. But the truth is, there is plenty of room for innovation. There is plenty of room for enhancement. There is plenty of room for better business practices, better operations, better everything. And that goes for everybody in the space. There is room for better everything. Long run, good competition is good. I'm an advocate of good competition. I like to see. I don't mind submitting myself to PSA, obviously. I have not had too many issues. And there's a couple of comments here about the inconsistency thing is real. I get it. My experience generally has been good, but I'm extremely picky. I'm disturbingly picky with the cards that I send in. So for the most part, I'm pretty darn close, to bang on to what I expect. So I usually get the result I'm expecting. I've seen very few outliers, but again, that's only a small sample size of whatever I've ever submitted. So I intentionally submit less because stuff won't make the cut for me. It could very well be fine. Maybe I send it in and it does well, but I'm not willing to roll the dice. I can see the flaw. If I can see the flaw right away, without any magnification, I'm not comfortable sending it in for that. I can see it. But maybe other people get away with it.
something to kind of bring on, and I know you were just joking around with why, cracking that PSA
Yeah.
slab.
Oh yeah.
From what I notice, and Nolan has mentioned this too, but after doing several of them, I kind of can confirm what he says is dang near 100% spot on nearly every time. And it also kind of ties in to the she collects cards comment, and I'll
Sure.
explain further on that. But so on a thicker card, what I normally experience is if it's like a PSA 6, it'll normally go up to an SGC 8, somewhere in that 2 grade range.
Mhm.
And it's normally when PSA hits the thicker cards, that's about what they normally give them if it doesn't make any sense, is that 6. But further to just elaborate, when Hannah was talking about the F1 cards, and for those that don't know, F1, that Topps Chrome set does have a defect on the back of the card.
Mhm.
And I think what she was referring to, I don't know that she necessarily, and it may have came out wrong, maybe she did purposely mean it, but I'm almost wondering if she wasn't just speaking the truth, because there is a likelihood with a card like that or a set like that that does have known defects, that one company may grade that differently. And she may know, because that's what she's collecting, that PSA is harsh on that defect on the back of the card.
So quick
Something
point,
with
quick point, Bobbles. I agree with you 100%, and I think your point is completely valid. But kind of playing into what the discussion we had previously, And this is where I said, like, I'm being serious. Again, I have to kind of specify when I'm being serious versus when the rest of it. But I'm being serious here, real quick. Anybody who is working with one of the companies in the industry, anybody in any capacity, doesn't matter what, sponsored, working with the whatever, doesn't matter. You are 100% entitled to your opinion, and it could very well be rooted in some fact. There could be real facts. You still have to understand that through association, it is very difficult for you to present your case the way you would have been able to had you been just Joe Blow off the street.
Right,
And
and
that's a problem.
I think the way, and again, I don't know her that well or at all, really.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest thing was when she said put it in the better holder.
Yeah,
Was
the way it
kind
was
of
presented,
looked at as
it was a
yeah.
bad look. It was a bad look.
But to the point, though, that those cards do have a defect. It's well known. It's a common defect, and something that I think SGC does now. And they posted a card up, a gold vinyl Trevor Lawrence, and I submit for SGC. But if you want to pull it up on the Instagram, I'll critique the card and use it as an example. I think they're starting to take known defects into account and not grade them as harshly as, say, PSA would. And what I'm speaking on with the Lawrence, if you look at it, it's a gold vinyl 101. They gave it a 10. And there's actually, y'all know, the similar to the Prism refractors where they get the print lines in them. So you can see clear two print lines in that gold vinyl pattern, but they still gave the card a 10. So I think they're excusing some of these common defects instead of dinging the cards on the grade. Now, some folks may agree with it. Some may say that's not a fair grade to the card. But
now here's a question.
As long as they're
quick
consistent
question for
with
this. Quick question for this. Your last point is the best point of all. Here's the question: if a grader starts off dinging it, and then realizes after a little while, you know what, that's maybe unfair, and then they adjust. Technically, they've adjusted the standard. So all of a sudden, the ones that were graded a little earlier got punished, where the ones that were later were rewarded. So, and that's where you run into. There's a couple of comments that I want to touch on here, but I want to just bear that in mind. That's important because the known defect idea, because there are certain issues that are plagued with certain condition understandings. You need to know this issue suffers for centering all the time. Yes, you can grade it by the standard of a normal print run, but this one, it's never centered. It's impossible, except for the odd time. So it's an exception rather than a rule.
Even Nat has stated that PSA has changed their standard since he's joined the company.
Yeah.
He said it right in an interview that an older label probably wouldn't get the same grade today as it got back then.
Now, speaking of changing standards, should we change the standard a little bit here? I'm going to change the standard. Let's drop the standard. Explain yourself. Explain yourself.
I have no explanation for me.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't. Ladies and gentlemen, he is here. Let the thrashing commence. I saw you, man. I didn't want to interrupt Bobbles before I could get the perfect segue. The perfect segue was coming. It was coming. All right, let me read a couple of comments, and then we will begin the making fun of you. All right, we got a lot to make. We got a lot of ground to make up, man. Holy crap! We even made your mom had to defend you when you were at the concert and everything. It was great.
My mom was here.
Oh, she was here. She somebody had to stand up for you. Lord knows I'm not going to. So all right, hold on. So hey, Carlos and everyone, is that sunshine or very bright lights in Andy's background? I think you got bright lights back there.
Bright lights.
Bright lights. Perfect.
Like 10 o'clock.
CSG was the first grading company I've tried because I grade comics with CGC. Fair enough. I like to try SGC and PSA. The only thing at PSA is a lot of people say they can get arbitrary grades. So All Valley Collectibles, I'll tell you. Yes, that is possible. But again, it's going to vary. If you are comfortable in your grading, again, the struggle is people will do the reveals and everything. But some of them, I'll watch the videos and I can actually see the flaw in the holder. So they're like, oh my God, they don't know how to grade. It's like, actually, I can see a flaw there. I can see a flaw there. If I can watch a video that YouTube reprocessed and I can see the flaw in the video, actually, maybe the grade isn't so far. I know you didn't get the grade you wanted. I understand. But maybe you need to look it over again. But sometimes I will see that where legitimate is like, actually I can see the flaw. I kind of know where they went with this. Actually, they're not that far off. You can argue, but they're actually not that far off. The ones that I got there, I got one that got a bump. I got one that got a downgrade. Both of them I think were justifiable in my opinion, and the other ones kind of fell in line with what I expected. But I've submitted several different orders over time, and for the most part, I've had the odd outlier up or down, but most of mine have been okay. But maybe the problem is I'm not submitting hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cards each time because I'm like, I can't find hundreds of cards that I feel are worthy. I've got cards that are borderline that it's like, okay, if money's no object, sure, I guess I could try it. But since I actually value my dollars, I'm like, no, I'm not submitting that. I'll put it on a platform and just sell it that way. But again, your mileage may vary. SGA, the Scarlet Letter. I admit I have no experience with them. No, completely fair. And and it's a legitimate question to ask. Indigenous rookie cards. Good evening, Nate.
Hey, buddy.
Baseball Hall of Fame cracks the slab of cards submitted for archival purpose and move them to Mylar sleeves. Expect slabs to harm cards over time. They expect slabs to harm cards over time. I'd be surprised if they did. I think most of them are okay at this point. They're pretty inert, I think, for the most part, but who knows? We'll have to see. I'm not looking at 10s anyway, so only looking to grade mostly vintage. Fair enough. A with the description is long overdue. I agree with that, Dave. Ace. Okay, so is it freely? Is it freely? Is that right?
You can say that. Y'all say Fraley if it goes.
Okay, freely. Fair enough. Must be rocking out now as Walker. Eric has not chimed in lately. Exactly. We did have fun though with your video. I muted you because the Lord knows I'm not getting flagged for anything related to it. But we did show your grainy, non-bougie footage. We did show that a little bit in between. Just curious, is there any special numbering or lettering on the slab to indicate it's from CA? I assume you mean Canada and not California. Most of them is coming from California. Most of the international offices are submitting to the same places as America. You're still getting it graded in the same spot, encapsulated in the same spot. There should not be, to my knowledge, I can always check, but to my knowledge, there's no differences. It should be being graded in the same place, encapsulated in the same place. It should be the same stuff. That Topps Chrome set has defects. F1 cards have had issue for 70 years. Yeah, I know what you mean, Bobbles. Exactly. Thank you. Getting almost caught up here. We're almost there. The only reason people will resubmit cards for grading is because grading is inconsistent. Yes. If they expected the same score, they would not resubmit. True. And some graders are more likely to get resubmissions. Cough, cough. Yep. Known defect versus unknown defect. By the way, I said marketing inefficiencies are a feature, y'all. I was able to buy a BGS 9 on the discount and get a PSA 10 on the other side. I doubled the value of that card. It worked out for me. All I'm saying. Does the 51 mantle print lines not count? Apparently not. Nat absolutely denied they changed any grading standards. Here's the funny thing, though. I made this point before, and again, you can disagree with me. That's fine. But the grading standards are written. You can argue whether they're meeting the standard or not, but what you should be doing is comparing it to the written standard. If you're saying they're not meeting the written standard, fair enough, so be it, but it's written. But if you hire somebody new, and this is a real thing, by the way, and it's not an excuse, it's just a fact. If you hire somebody new and you just trained them and you just handed them the standard, the likelihood of them following it to the letter is more so than the guy who's been there for 10 years and it's just kind of comfortable and it's like, yeah, probably. That's 53.47. That's not 55.45. It's like, close enough.
And what I was referencing when I mentioned that, it was actually in an interview he did. If I come across the interview, I'll share it with you one day. I can't remember who he did it with, but he actually said that, that they have tightened, maybe not the standard itself, but they've tightened the grading.
And that's fair. The critique has been out there. I have no issue with the idea. And by the way, that could very well be a thing. I'm not denying it. I'm not saying no. But what I'm saying is okay, look. And this will okay. We'll reintegrate the tag conversation here for a minute. We'll bring it back, y'all. We're bringing it back. Fine.
Was there some news on tag?
No.
We thought you were out doing your submission.
Well. Okay. So Eric, I'll get you caught up. I heard rumors there was a guy without a neck who has now been named VP of Business Development. That was funny. And I think Bobbles is secretly a tag agent. Is all I'm saying. That's the rumor I'm willing to spread. That's the rumor I'm spreading.
Suspected as such.
Yeah, as you should. We already know your allegiance to Becca is solid. It's ironclad. So I'm not even worried about you. You're fine.
Look, tagless. I'm
Yeah.
tagless.
For now. And Bobby is actually taking over for Steve Hart. He is the new BBCE. So that's like the headline that we're going to run.
That would at least, that would actually be good news.
Yeah, and I have shamelessly sold myself out to PSA Canadian version. So we're good.
Yeah. Well, did you tell them that you've actually been getting paid under the table for the last year and a half from them?
I was thinking a couple of years, but yeah, I think that's about right. Seems reasonable.
Yeah. Why do you think Brad's on the show all the yeah. How do you think I paid for those tickets tonight?
Damn.
We're all spreading the rumors. I love it. All right, moving on. Eric is back in the New York groove. Grade the card straight up. That's way too subjective as SGC is doing that. Yep. I thought Eric was suspended. You mean he preferred to do something else? No, he was able to con one of his children. I mean, convince one of his children to actually spend time with him. That we were moved. We moved to tears, mostly laughter, but tears.
Yep.
Tears of joy.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, indeed. Yes,
She's
indeed.
17, man. She doesn't want to spend time with me anymore.
Well,
so
that's why I said it's like, well, then
jumped.
go. This will be like the last time she'll ever deal with you. Has she seen you before? Has she seen you with the chocolate stick? The inappropriate moments. Like, I don't even want to think about it. My God.
I like this comment right here.
Yep. Grading reveals 90-10 centering, 3/4 and a mustache down the player, and the card had a fight with his wife. Yes. Eric, do your eye muscles hurt from squinting? You can't ice them. That'll help.
All right. So first,
By the way, from the image, it looked like you were so far away. Are you sure you weren't outside the venue staring through the window with like your hands on the pane of glass?
Maybe.
we were in row 20 from the stage. It's just when you're on, what's the platform here? Oh,
YouTube?
no, with the duck.
StreamYard.
Yeah. What the hell is it?
StreamYard?
StreamYard.
StreamYard, yeah. Well, you can't zoom in. So 20 rows from the stage seems like you're on the other side of the football.
Eric,
stage.
you were so far away. I don't know where the concert was, but I think you were actually next door to me. Like if I had opened the door, I could have waved at you. That's how far away you were from this concert.
No, we were 20 rows from the stage. We had great seats.
There you go. Nice. How about a concert review, Eric? How many nurses did Ace have popping him up?
Ace is doing really well since he got sober several years ago. And I 71, and man, his guitar solo lasted like 5 minutes. He had smoke coming out of the guitar like the 70s, and he just is incredible. I hope if I make it to 71, I can do what he did tonight. It was friggin' awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. He's typing. Son of a.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know you could play
Time
guitar.
for a name
there.
change.
Don't worry, buddy. No, you're not getting a name change yet.
Okay.
But I'm trying to take care of it a little bit. Listen, I'm trying to produce a show here, all right?
Yeah,
Listen,
yeah.
not all of us can go and hang out like from my next door neighbor's house and stare at a concert in another country. We got things to do over here, man.
Listen, next time I'll bring the whole television camera setup and the film crew.
I expect 8K fucking video, buddy.
I know. I'm
8K.
sorry. The
Jesus.
iPhone 12 doesn't zoom in on the duck channel.
Whatever you say, man. Blame StreamYard. How
I
dare you?
blame the duck. It's like there's no zoom.
Brad pays Carlos with money from Eric's wallet. Look, it doesn't matter where it comes from. As long as the check's clear, I'm cool, bro. I'll attest to the crappy concert pick. That's a real thing. There you go, Paul. Paul's supporting you. Concert was so good. Eric is at a loss for words. Facts. Rumor has it Bob Lewis will be here soon. Listen, I heard that rumor too. I did ping Bob. So there's a possibility we may get a Bob Lewis sighting yet tonight.
Oh,
Oh, I just saw a message. Maybe.
oh boy.
By the way, Eric, 1975. Sam Larsaker.
Yeah.
Okay.
I never get it, so I'm like staring at it. Sam Larsaker? Okay, is the Kiss rookie. Now that we've got that out, Kiss sucks. Nice.
Paul, that cut me deep, man.
It
Wow.
really did.
That affected my feeling.
Your one feeling?
Yeah, I only have one, but
It's mostly indignant anger. It's unjustifiable, like old
Usually-
man shake fist at cloud anger.
oh, get off my lawn. That's
Yeah.
what I'm all about.
That's basically all you got. That's like the one
Now, this
mode you
ball
have.
is mine now.
Fantastic. Glorious. Beautifully done.
Yeah.
So we did talk about it a little bit earlier tonight.
Oh, sorry.
So question for you, Eric. I'll let you chime in on this. We did chat on the tag thing very briefly.
Did my mother really? Wait, hold on. Did my mother really get involved tonight?
Oh, she was in the chat. Yeah.
Oh,
Yes, because I said that
Eric,
you were.
Eric, look. I didn't want to tell you like this. This is not how I wanted to tell you. Okay.
Oh God.
Your mom is telling you she's here to support you. You weren't even on the show when she was on the chat. She literally just wanted to watch the show. She's like, "Oh, kid's not there. That's fine. Oh, man, Carlos is great. Bobby's there. That's great. We're good. Yeah, I'll watch the show. It's fantastic. Oh, hold on. I better support him. Hold on. I better support him. I'll write something in the chat.
She tells me Bobby's her favorite, so I don't know what to tell you.
It doesn't matter. The point is that you weren't here and she was still watching. That's the point. Like, it didn't matter. Like, it made don't bury the lead, Eric. The point is she was watching for you. You literally weren't there for the beginning of the show.
Oh man.
I'm just saying, like, these are facts, buddy. I didn't make this shit up.
As you
It's a
get
fact.
older, you get into a routine. So at Friday at 8
Is that what you're going with?
Yeah.
Go on.
Trust me,
Listen,
as
whatever you
someone
want to believe, buddy. Whatever
as
helps
someone
you.
who's older and really loves my routines, I can understand why at 8 o'clock on Friday she hit the button.
Yeah. So, Bobbles, how do you feel about Eric's mom enjoying the show more than him?
How did I get pulled in this?
Well,
So,
because you were
your
staring off to
mom-
the side, and I decided to call you out on it.
Oh no,
That's a mistake. Don't look off in the distance. You get it.
No, I've actually been checking because and the reason your mom chimed in is because I was giving you praise where everybody else was roasting.
Yeah, but she would not have seen the praise had she not already been watching the show. Is the point?
That is very true. That is very
Well,
true.
That's all,
She
that
was
is
here.
all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying.
I appreciate it, and whatever Carlos and Bobby had to say, it was probably typical.
But no, I was looking off to the side because I've been checking. The folder is created for Mason's cards, but the images haven't been uploaded yet. So
Oh, all right.
I've been
great.
checking to see if they're uploaded.
Wonderful.
Love it. So let's. I'll give you a chance to chime in for a minute here. We did talk about like the tag thing, and of course I made fun of it as I'm off to do.
Shocked.
I know it's off brand for me, but I figured I would try something new. But anyway, the thing was that, and I had a lot of fun with it. Is that it was like the worst kept secret in the hobby, and it's one of those things where we're kind of chuckled about it. Where, like I said, I had to tease about it because we talked about earlier tonight also the PSA Canada thing, and I go, I had the job before I started doing the shows. It's like, who does the shows and then gets a job like a sucker? Okay, so let me ask your opinion. Your opinion. I'm asking your opinion only.
All right, I'll be honest.
Do you feel that there wasn't? I'm not saying a deal was done, but do you feel that like the discussion occurred long before? Like you did 6 episodes, and then you get offered a job. Does that sound right to you?
my guess?
This is your opinion only. This is only an opinion.
It's just my opinion. My guess is conversations were had. That
Yeah.
would be my guess. Could it be possible that they did 6 sessions and he just really liked their whole process, and
And it was the longest interview of all time.
he just was like, I want to make a change in my life. I don't like working where I'm working. And I mean, is it possible? Of course it is. Is it also possible that, they had something in the works the whole time, and, as soon as the right numbers were met and everything was set up, he was able to leave his other job and move over. And that's, there's nothing illegal about it, but in this hobby where everyone's always looking for, the con and looking for the Montreal screw job, I figured you'd like that one. People are looking for stuff like this.
Andy, focus, buddy. We're running a professional show here, buddy. What are you doing over there?
Look at your name, Eric.
I try not to. Because if I respond to these things, it just encourages him. It's like working with
Nothing
a child.
you do discourages me.
It's like working with a child. Sometimes you have to ignore the behavior.
It doesn't work.
No,
I can refer to my parents. It doesn't work.
it hasn't worked.
Ever. It's never worked. We're pushing 40 years of it not working.
Yeah.
Not even close. Nah. Lord bless them, they try. It fails so hard.
I know.
It was great though. It was fun.
So, anyways, that's my opinion. I mean, I honestly, hand to God, did not have any insider information. I have been too busy to contact all the people that would have given me insider information. I haven't talked to him, and I don't think I'm close enough to him that he would have given me any insider information. So, everything I just said is 100% opinion, and I have no information. You guys have probably heard more insider scoop than me. So I've just been too busy, and I haven't been as connected to the group of people that I used to get a lot of information from beforehand. So
Yeah, so Eric basically has to go to Clubhouse and go, all right, which one of y'all knows the inside scoop? What's the deal?
for
What's
the
the-
last year plus, man, I was hearing things weeks at a time. And now I'm too busy. And to be honest, Clubhouse isn't running 24 hours a day like it used to. So,
Are you saying things have cooled down? Is what you're saying?
oh,
All right,
very
we're
much
gonna have another guest. We're gonna have another guest. I want to get a little bit more insight. I need more details. I wanted to make me details. And I think I see another Kathy Wade sighting. I think I see one. It might be coming soon. I'm gonna get to the comments in a second. Before I do, special guest to the channel. I'm bringing another insider. I'm bringing another heavy hitter. We're gonna fix this. Like we got Eric. He threw more lives before his Beckett offer. 3 more. All right, Bob Lewis.
Hey,
How's it going?
Bob.
Sorry.
I appreciate that you dressed up for the occasion, Bob. Thank you. Professionalism as always. Thank you for
got the
bringing some
tuxedo.
decorum to this thing.
Bob,
The co-
way too much class for the show. Come on, go change.
Yes, I was at the high school football game tonight. My kid's in the band, so I had to embarrass her
As
Where
you do. Yeah.
Bob,
and yell at her with a megaphone that I bought for $1.
oh, you are the best dad ever. You get virtual fist bump, Bob. That's awesome. That is
Right.
some.
Eric
awesome
is just
dad.
jealous he didn't think of the $1 megaphone. It's like that would be amazing.
So the game, we were losing 21-0, and at which point in the fourth quarter, 10 minutes and 25 seconds left, they called the game because of a brawl in the stands.
Nice.
Started
So-
up.
So real quick, Bob, before you continue, so 2 things
Yeah.
I'll touch on real quick. So first one, Kathy Wade saying, I was making sure you would be nice. I'm always nice.
Yeah,
Always nice.
always nice.
I also lie all the time. Going on, moving on. Bobby is taking off for the evening, so thank you, Bobby. Have a good night.
I
Take it
didn't
easy,
even get a chance to talk. All right,
Later,
see you
Bobby.
later, Bobby.
Well, he saw you and he ran. Well, that's honestly what I thought I saw there. That's what I got out of that.
Yeah,
It explains
just
a lot.
seemed that way.
Yeah, that listen, the timing is very interesting. Is all I'm saying. You showed up as
That's suspicious.
excellent.
You lose one Bob, you gain another.
No, we got another Bob. We managed. So Bob,
Always have to have a Bob.
we have a quota. We have a quota. So real
Yeah.
quick, I'll read a couple of these comments here. So one for the task. Good evening. As another accountant who's looked into his career history, he's done well financially, so maybe it's time for him to do a fun job. No, that's fair enough. Like, look, the actual look. I need to separate 2 things. I don't have an appreciation for the man for a variety of reasons. Some of which I cover with you, and some of which are behind the scenes. Just trust me on this. I have my reasons. However, that said, look, the idea of somebody going to a job that they're interested in doing, that's great. The running joke has been is that he used the platform to promote a product mercilessly, beating everybody over the head with it, to the point of using a slot on Hobbypalooza, which is literally, again, I'm not the biggest proponent of Hobbypalooza. Let's be clear about that. However,
I don't think
As-
anybody's disputing that.
no, but that said, I was willing to participate because Andy asked me. He's one of the few people that could ask that I would like. I'll tolerate this. That's fine. I could do it for one. I can do it for one episode. But literally, the next thing after us was tag. And y'all can go back and watch the replay as soon as they like mention it, and literally you can see my visual eye roll. I can't hide it. I'm not gonna pretend. You can see it. The footage is out there. It's there.
When I was watching that live at the time, I was just saying, please behave, please behave. I felt like, like a parent, watching their misbehaving child, at a church event, and it's like, please just get through the next 30 seconds. Behave, behave. And I'm watching the ticker, and it's counting down, and I'm just like, come on, you're almost at the finish line. Just behave.
Andy, you can testify to this. I'm sure Mike was having the exact same thought behind the curtain.
I mean, to be honest, we were all having that same thought.
It's like, what's about? Well, in fairness, you're the one who invited me, sir.
I know.
You brought this evil into the room.
I thought it was quite ironic that they were going to be right after us.
As soon as I saw the schedule, I was like,
yeah.
We joked before we started the live that literally during some of these things, like when I was doing the PSA Canada thing, Bobby can see like visually when I've got like an idea in my head, something that on this show I would say, and on that show I didn't, because it's like I can wait. I have endless patience when I need it. Here is like, I'm gonna say the thing. Is there a reason for me not to?
I was more worried for Andy, to be honest with you, because I'm like, here's this nice guy, no controversy attached to him. He's just trying to have a good time in the hobby, and he doesn't.
And of course,
know.
but wait, Eric. Okay, hold on. Listen, Andy, you're a great guy.
Let me finish.
Andy, no, I'm gonna cut you off at the pass right there, because you're talking nonsense right now. Look, Andy, I like you. You're a fantastic guy, and I invited you tonight because you're a fantastic guy, and I wanted you to have you on here. And again, I appreciate you inviting me, but you knew exactly what you were getting into. Don't let Eric try to sell you short. You knew exactly what the possibilities were when you said that invite.
So I knew that you were kind of like, I knew that you were not totally on board with the idea of Hobby Palooza, but
that is
I also knew that when you saw the lineup, I was like, how can he turn this down? He's gonna do it. I'm
not saying it wasn't an appealing offer, but I'm just saying, but like it was like the 11th hour when we put together that situation. But like, you knew what was going on. I knew what was going on. I love how uncomfortable it would make some people.
I used that to my advantage to, entice you to come on.
but that's my point, Andy. That's my point. You were pitching it to me with the enticement of the understanding. So, Eric, the point is, Andy not only knew what he was getting into, he was using the circumstances to make it more interesting for me.
He used it as bait.
He was baiting me. The man was baiting me.
I thought it was like he was by Titanic and you were the iceberg, and I was just yelling at the computer, turn!
And I'm like, faster.
Yeah.
And Mike is, behind the scenes, and he's just ready to pull the plug at any time.
He's like, I haven't been this terrified where Bob Lewis isn't involved. Oh my God. I don't know what's about to happen. Oh dear God. I don't have a second delay. It was a beautiful moment. I enjoyed it. Hey, it's the Beaver. That Beaver. Wait, the VP floating head is getting paid to be VP of a company that's $0 in profits at 10 years of operation? Allegedly. They'll make money eventually, in theory. I have to say, though, I stopped watching the show after the tag commercial started. Fair enough. I get you. Like I said, jokes aside, it was so over the top. Because it was weeks on end. It was like, okay, put some other programming in here. Like, switch it up. Like, intersperse something else. Like, okay, it's tag again. Oh, great. Fantastic. How exciting. Wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think we all agree it could have, this should have been a 1, maybe 2, episode thing. And, again, I definitely don't wish Jeremy ill will. I consider him a hobby buddy, and I hope Tag accomplishes absolutely everything that they're selling and they're promising. I think it'd be great. I'm not going to hold my breath, but wouldn't it be great if everything they've said and promised comes to fruition? That'd be wonderful. So good luck. Go, prove it. You talked, now walk. Let's go. Show me.
Fair enough. So Andy, this was for you. So name here is subscribed. Enjoyed the basketball highlights. Good stuff. Thank you, Nate.
Hey Andy, do you have the ability to block people in your that watch your show? Because you may want to block him. You don't want name. Listen, I'm just saying. I don't like to badmouth people. I'm actually a pretty nice guy, but if you see Indigenous rookie cards pop up in your chat, just block them.
I think
You
I've
don't
blocked. I've only blocked one person ever, and it was Rick Hoops.
Yeah, well, you're gonna have to block two now.
Fair enough. I get it. I
you
get it.
guys know.
Yeah, I get it. I get
You
it.
know, you know.
Yeah. Like I said, I like to induce people because it's frankly fun. But like at a certain point, it's like, dude, I had this conversation the other day, and I was laughing about it. I was like, why would anyone take this shit seriously? This hobby as a whole is kind of a farce. Now, if I was watching a Bob Lewis video, I like hang on every word. I take that seriously, like completely seriously. But everything else, no, don't take it seriously. It's not. It's supposed to be fun. Okay,
Be
so
honest, Bob. Have you blocked him too?
like,
So
possibly.
he's never I've never been on his radar. Like, I feel like I have those vicariously through Stove because they've had some heart to hearts for sure.
Yeah.
Nice,
I'm
nice.
not big time enough to be on anyone's radar, but I'm hoping to someday be on someone's radar.
Well, you're already in Beckett's radar. Only 3 more lives. Bob here says, "How is the show, Eric?" Short version, Eric. Short version, Eric.
It was great. He still has the chops. He's an excellent, one of the greatest rock guitar players ever, and he was fantastic.
There you go. Good night, Bobby. I was right. He is here. Thank you, Don's Field of Dreams. Appreciate it. Timing is everything. Thank you, Bobby.
That was about him leaving. That's
No,
not
I know.
leaving.
It was. Yeah, I'm just getting caught up. I'm just getting
Yeah,
us back up to date here. It's tuxedo time tonight, not PSA Under Armour night. Thank you, Bob Lewis. Bob Lewis and Bobby need to host a Bobapalooza. It's exciting. I like it. There you go. By the way, thanks for being a fresh air. Not trying to sell anything, not stirring a card apocalypse. Just group enjoying our hobby together. I appreciate that. Again, this is meant to be. We're trying to have a little bit of fun with a lot of this stuff. Now, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you that I don't have my agenda, but like almost everybody who hosts the show does. The part that makes me laugh is that a lot of folks pretend it's like, oh, I'm unbiased. It's, no, that's not possible. You're gonna have things you like. You're gonna have things you don't like. I usually try to make it very clear what I like, what I don't like, so then you can calibrate yourself accordingly. Like, just accept it. It is what it is. But like, just roll with it. But I'm willing to entertain a lot of things. But there are certain things that I don't like, and I usually give my reasons and explain why. That's why we're like I said, for all my teasing of tag and that I do, Bobbles and I had a discussion, but we went over it. We spent over an hour talking about different aspects. It wasn't like, oh, tag sucks, it's the worst, blah blah blah. It's like, no, like I don't like this. This doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I feel like I could see scenarios where this is not that great, whatever. And I would say, like, look, if somebody wants to try it, go ahead. I'm not saying no, it's your money, do whatever you want. But I'm saying I wouldn't be the first person to run out the door to be like, hey, no one's ever tested this. I'm going to be at the front of the line. So if they screw up, I get to be the recipient. Why? Why don't you wait until a couple people submit, watch the reveal videos, see how they feel, see how things are going, and then, okay, cool. It seems like they're doing okay. Okay, great. Also submit some cards. Great. Sounds good. Be a consumer. Use some common sense. Why not? It's okay. And by the way, at the end of the day, maybe it works. Maybe it works out. Great. Good times. Good to know. Down the road, maybe we're all sending in tag submissions through Bubbles.
And they're right because he's taking over.
Like the fix is in. We're already taking steps in that direction. But maybe that's the future. Maybe it's not though. Like who knows? I have no idea.
Bobbles can't catch a break, man. He's either getting paid by SGC or tag. It's always
Well,
something.
I'm trying to add to the amount. I'm trying to add to the amount of sponsors you have that don't actually pay you.
I keep checking my phone to see like if there's any deposits being made.
Bobbles, have you considered getting a new agent? I hear Bob Lewis is available. Like
Hey,
right now, you might
me
need
and
Bob's
Bob-
help. Some represent. This man has a
Bob,
tuxedo. I would trust
I-
a man in a tuxedo T-shirt.
Hey,
Always.
I met both of those guys at the National, and I have to say, two great dudes. Me and Bob hung out for a little bit. Hopefully, I know he was looking for. I won't spoil it, but he was looking for Shaq and Randy Moss.
Yeah.
You know, I really enjoyed it. That was the best part of the National for me, was meeting everybody that was there. The cards were cool, but the people just like that makes that show, man. So yeah, I mean, hey Bob, if you want to be my sponsor or agent, we'll do agent.
Well, listen, if it helps you at all, I got the best. Review of Bob from a very trusted source. Andy
Well, I-
Sublime Refractors. He once said of Bob Lewis, he is a tall man.
I
That is a
kept
fact,
hearing
sir.
all of
That is a
this.
fact. That is on video. We have that review documented for posterity.
He's still tall. I saw him again.
He is tall. That is what I've heard. I have heard this rumor that Bob Lewis is tall. Bob, that is praise. Praise indeed.
I heard all these stories about all these giants, and I get to the show and like I don't feel I'm very tall. I would say I'm probably average, but I don't know. I didn't feel like anybody was ginormously tall or like makes you
Well,
feel
us-
uncomfortable next to them.
Us tall folk only hang out with like other tall folk. So
Oh,
we were
okay.
we were off hanging out somewhere, probably all us tall folk.
Yeah.
You guys were in the tall house.
Right.
This is
Which
the tall
it
house.
actually was the tall house.
Like
What I
everybody-
always used to love is when I used to go to a lot of the shows and everything. Is that I would walk around and it'd be like, it's like, how do you deal with these tall guys? And everything. It's like my arrogance is like 48 feet tall. Y'all are short. Shut up. Get out of here.
Man,
Move,
I
peasants.
forgot y'all have a refractor in here talking about blocking me.
I'm getting to that. Don't bury the lead. I'm about to get to it. I wanted to let you finish, pitching for your representation from Bob Lewis. Now I'm about to read the
I
comments.
just wanted to make sure he knew as my agent, like I can't promise a cut. Like, you're not representing Juan Soto here. Like,
I'll probably in all honesty, I'll probably end up costing you money somehow. So
Well,
hey,
in fairness,
that's-
though,
that's
Bob
cool,
Lewis
though.
is the
That's
biggest
cool.
free agent. He's got SGC on the line. He's got potentially, Tag on the line. Maybe Fanatics will start a thing. That could be on the line. Like, just play them all off of each other, Bob. Just play them all off of each other.
Bob, Bobbles will give you some, you sign a contract for 30% of nothing.
I like it. Hey, speaking of nothing, thank you for that segue. Look at that segue you did. Speaking of nothing, on this very YouTube channel, I have a join button, and if you join it, it's a tip jar. You get nothing. I just wanted to let you know. If you press it, and you basically send me money for nothing. Just letting you know. Otherwise, for free, you can press the.
not even like a sarcastic tip.
No, literally, you get nothing. Bob. If you click on it, like the exact wording, I can check. It literally says tip jar, recurring payment, blah blah blah. It literally doesn't say you get anything. It's fantastic. And then there's another one, and it says previous perks of the previous levels. These are tip jars, no special benefits, so you get nothing. And the last one is the previous, including you also get nothing. It's great. 3 levels of nothing.
Sounds like a good deal.
Like, it's amazing. Like, I don't even know how you guys resist. Like,
You get what you pay for.
Like I'm the only one in this hobby who will literally deliver on exactly what I promise. You can give me money for nothing.
Money
And
for
you will get
nothing
nothing.
and tips for free.
Isn't that panhandling?
I feel like I work less hard than the panhandlers. I don't even set up. At this point, I let YouTube
He's
do
not
it
out
for
in the
me.
climate. He's not out in the heat or the snow.
Like, nah, man. Well, in fairness, out in the heat, that might be true. that's a different conversation. But anyway, all right. So otherwise, like button's free. Eric's paying for that one, and he'll need it because of the Beckett money in the next 3 lives that's coming. That's gonna be great. All right. Is Bob wearing a licensed SGC tux? Ask Bobbles. He owns the company. See, now you own a company. It's pretty sweet. Now you're an investor. This is good.
I've been accused of that anyway.
Fair.
There was a running joke at the house that we had for the National that there was a room that had a lock on the door. The owners of the house actually kept the door locked. And the running joke was that's where Peter stayed. Because, since I owned the company, he had a room there at the house, but we had a lock on his door for his room. So, yeah, that's already been a joke for a while. So
Yeah, that's fair. All right.
Now,
Will here
does
says,
the owner
Carlos,
of- 'cause from
focus,
what I
man. I'm on to the next comment. One
I'm just
second.
saying, from what I understand, if you own a slab company, you're in prison. Is
That's
owner-
only the one that you're going to work for after 3 more lives. Not the
Oh.
other ones.
only Beckett's owner is in prison.
Yes. So you admit you're working for them after 3 more lives. Ha! I caught you. Anyway, Will here says, Carlos, do you consider Jeremy a hobby buddy? Well, I'm glad you asked. And that's my answer. Moving on. No corporate sponsorship on the channel until the Saudis call. Damn right. I want some of that live money. That's the real legit cash. Well, I'll take Fanatics money too. I guess if I'm slumming it. I block Bobbles as much as I can, but it doesn't work. That's a Refractor Jones comment. I was getting to it, Bobbles. I was getting to it, man. I was getting to it. Send a sub to tag just for me. Excellent. I hope you get 987s because 986s and lower are trash. Common sense of the hobby. I see what you did there. Thank you, Andy. Other Andy. See, we got a lot of Andys. I have very little interest in going to the next Chicago National for the cards, and that's 90 minutes away. Meeting you guys face to face is a huge majority of it. Fair enough, Paul. We'll have a beer. Wait, did I say I was going? Never mind. If I went, we have a beer.
You were going.
Allegedly. Moving on.
Okay.
Foreshadowing. Anyway, Bob ain't that tall. Psh, Don's Field of Dreams says you're a short peasant.
Yeah, Dawn is like.
And he says you've got terrible fashion sense. Don is very mean, is what I'm trying to say.
Dawn's like 6'5", 6'6", something. He's big.
Big boy.
Yeah. But like compared to my ego, again, he's a midget. Like,
He
what are we even
was in
talking
that
about here?
tall house with Boss.
Like, it's like, what are you even talking about here? Come on. Bobbles must not have seen me. Apparently not. I don't even know.
I think he was at the hangout, but he might have been sitting at the table.
Gotcha.
I think he was at the hangout, but at the table.
Fair enough. I seen the floating head once. Maybe it was a whatnot balloon. Can't remember. It's an easy mistake to make. Peter peeks around the W flag if you watch closely. Ooh. Well played. Well played, Big Scott. Look at you. Bob Jackson says, I see you more as a Roddy Piper, Carlos, but that laugh fits you well. Thank you. The $1 Million Man, Ted Biasi, has made not one, but 2 appearances tonight, and both times appropriate.
Oh,
But he only appears when it's right. He only appears when it's right.
You'd look good in a skirt.
Oh.
I think I look good in general. I can rock it. Don't worry about it.
Legs.
I have the confidence, buddy. Look.
Oh, we all know.
Is that even a question?
No, 'cause the name of the show pretty much sums that right up.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, what are we even talking about here?
I don't know.
Moving on.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Lewis. Finally got
Yo.
caught up on all the comments. We are ready to go. Thank you for joining us. We do appreciate you hanging out.
That was
Mr.
one hell
Lewis,
of a
what's going on in the life of Mr. Lewis? You got the tux shirt going on. You're rocking it. What's going on?
Too much, man. I haven't been buying a whole lot. A little bit of selling.
Right.
Slow hobbying these days. Just like school starting, everything kind of gearing up. My wife's coming back to work, and so yeah, I was. I had to schedule in advance, even this time that I get. So, but I'm happy to be here. Nothing really too exciting. I heard something kind of crazy when I was talking to Dom right before I jumped on here. He said he
said you're very short. What else did you say?
Right. If I don't know if it was something that he got or what, but he saw it was cut cardboard that was branded, like logoed and branded.
Right.
Have you seen this? Like,
I've seen something like that. Like, I've seen variants of similar concept. Maybe not that specific one, but I've seen concepts
this
of it.
guy is Don's like he's selling small rectangles of cardboard, and I was just like, how does he make that work? But you think a breaker, how much mail goes out? Like, you think they want to spend 1 second cutting cardboard? So if you can buy pre-cut cardboard in bulk, that's probably a good business. I know another quick story that a buddy in Indiana who has a friend who works at the BCW plant out there or whatever, and he gets like wholesale pricing plus an employee discount. And he's buying them and then selling them on eBay. And he's like, since the pandemic started, and he's like got a whole. He makes more doing that than he does almost at his regular job. So his side hustle is strong. We'll say.
I like it. I like it.
Just selling plastic.
Interesting. I like it. It seems to fit. So, question here brought up for you. What are you eating, Bob? Don's Field of Dreams. What are you eating?
So, this is a Nature's Valley sweet and salty granola bar.
This is kind of off-brand for you. I mean, you're really used to you rocking the cereal usually.
Well, I get it's a little slurpy, so I can't really eat it neatly. I'm constantly wiping milk out of my beard. It's obscene. This is a classy show.
I mean, you're wearing a tux, so you don't want.
I do appreciate that. I feel like I'm grateful that not only did you bake the time out for us, so that was very good of you. You came in the tuxedo shirt, like that's solid, and you're classing it up. I like it.
Well,
Eric, take notes. You could class it up a little more.
it's been a while, so I feel like I had to come strong.
You're bougie, man. Like you're really You're sending mixed messages right now. Seriously, mixed messages.
I do my best.
You couldn't even get inside the concert. You couldn't afford tickets to get in the building. You were hanging around on the outside until the police kicked you out, loitering on the outside, taking video footage through like a sliver of like a window somewhere. Like, what the hell are you doing over there? And by the way, there's more jokes about the Kiss concert thing right now in a second. It's coming. But we're going to cover that. Just we have all the answers. I changed the question. Seems very Carlosy. Facts. Tux, a lawn chair and a circuit cop. Luby, rocking harder than the ace. Facts.
Yeah.
Facts. When
I'm gonna
that
have
needs
to
to become a
send
classy
Bob,
show. Go ahead.
I'm gonna have to send Bob the original, the blank back, the prototype of the Wagner tux.
Oh yeah.
I have the actual copy here that has the back with it, but I have a prototype here, so I'm gonna have to forward that on to Bob since he likes the tux.
Look at you. You may as well take advantage of it, man. Like he's got at least another 2 or 3 weeks of the tux before like he moves full on, transparency, 1,000-point scale transparency, whatever that means. Bob is no longer allowed to eat cereal on camera. There you go. Uncle Vinny, good evening. Yep. It became classy
what
when
tag
Eric
is
showed up
though,
here.
right?
You're it?
Tag actually stands for tuxedos are great.
Ooh, look at you with the branding. Oh my God. Bobby's more forward than the skinny human I've ever met. There you go. Trash kiss all you want. Trashing Ace is not cool. Chances are the band you love is a huge fan of Ace playing. I have to say it in that tone. It's very important that I read it in that tone.
Yeah, because Ace is awesome. Space Ace.
Is he though?
He's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
I had a very nice time.
From the outside of the window. From outside the venue, loitering outside. Can you just let me in for one song? Whatever you say.
They had a window cracked. I was able to hear it from the sidewalk. It was awesome.
Yeah. How did your daughter feel about that though? Like she actually probably thought you were going in the building. Did you like Connor trick her? Did you think she was going in?
Yeah, she was a little disappointed. We're trying to peek through that little crack of a window, and I was like, best seats in the house. Look at this.
Quality family time. Love it.
She's not happy with me. She was
No, probably not.
a little bit better.
Probably not. Look, at least Kathy backed you up. Look, she tried. She put in a good effort. I appreciate it. So Carlisle says, who will win the World Series? I'd like to hear each of your guesses. World Series picks. I like it. All right. So, Mr. Bobbles, how you feel? Let me start with you. How you feeling? Who you feeling at this stage in the game? Obviously, we haven't started the playoffs yet, but World Series pick. Who you got?
You almost, well, definitely not the Nationals. So we're not going with that pick.
They're just a little bit outside.
Yeah, just those little outside.
They were close. The pennant run didn't materialize.
I think it would be cool for the Yankees to win just because they haven't, and I'm not a Yankee fan at all, but I think it would be cool just, the history there. They haven't really done anything in a long time, and Joe just had a hell of a season. I'll go Yanks. My team doesn't have a chance in hell, so I might as well go with someone that does.
But the Yankees? Really? Like,
Yeah.
Yankees?
So since Bobbles jinxed the Yankees, I'll go ahead and go with the Mets.
Big Scott will appreciate you. Big Scott will appreciate you. Yee. Okay. Good times, y'all. Good times. Ooh. Hi. You know what? I'm going to go with an off-the-board pick. I'll go with an off-the-board. I would like to see it. I'm not sure it would be. I think it'd be really interesting. And I think there would be a cool card angle for this. So I'm going to play it on two sides. I think it'd be interesting and it'd be a cool card angle. It'd be interesting to me if St. Louis was able to put together a run. I'd like to see Goldschmidt actually finish off this season strong And then we're all like kind of going like, the Goldsmiths just had like a crazy good season and then like finish it with like a good playoff run and like, that'd be kind of interesting, I think. Because Goldsmith is like having a fantastic season, like a fantastic season.
And to
And-
close out Yachty and Pujols.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I think that'd be cool for that.
Yeah.
There's some storylines I like there. Like like I would love to say Blue Jays, but I don't have faith. I just don't. I've watched them in the playoffs enough. I'm glad they're in contention. I want them to get the playoffs. I want to see them do well. Nothing would make me happier than if they were to have a great run there. I have no faith because I've seen them enough. But I would I would love it. But I think the St. Louis one would be an interesting storyline for me. I would love the storyline. The storylines to me, Pujols' last hurrah, that'd be really cool to see him have one more go at it in the World Series, just to see if he can collect one more ring, and just continue to distance himself between Fishboy.
And
It's like,
Arenado,
World Series there, buddy. You could try actually
Arenado
winning
get his
something.
ring too. That would be a good one.
I think it'd be cool. I enjoy it. Andy, who are you feeling?
Oh, I already said the Mets.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
Yeah. I was serious about that.
The big Scott. I got zoned out, and then I'm like, you're jinxing a big Scott. Amuse me. Sorry, my apologies. Bob Lewis in the tuxedo shirt. Who we doing?
I picked at the beginning of the year. I picked the Blue Jays and the Phillies. I think I'll stick with the Blue Jays, and I'll change it to the Braves. I think the Braves could go back. And of course,
The Braves are playing well.
They were like very fresh in the mind. Pirates just got swept by them, and their pitching was just unhittable practically. So they can keep that up. I think they're going to be pretty tough again.
Your rejection of Edward Westergriff is noted and appreciated. Moving on. All right, Eric, our resident baseball expert, the person who can name people from the '86 World Series because no one else remembers them. Eric,
Yes.
who's winning the World Series? Don't say the New York Rangers. Please continue.
All right, so that off.
That's out. And don't talk about the Boston Bruins. They're like a AAA club somewhere in Pawtucket, I think. Go on.
Well, I listen. I'm not going to pretend I know anything, but if I had to wish, I would. Growing up, I was able to watch two great ball players play outside of Boston. One was Tony Gwynn. The other one was Mike Schmidt.
Mm.
So, growing up, if the Sox weren't in it, I would either root for San Diego or the Phillies. So, with San Diego making the moves that they made this year, for like 10 minutes, it seemed as if they were just going to destroy everybody. And then, of course, what's his name ended up with a drug suspension. So, but I still think San Diego has a pretty decent team, so I'm going to go with them.
Interesting. And not for any reason in particular. I'll just be holding my out of 50 PSA 10 Juan Soto, going mega yacht, do it. Not that I would have a rooting interest in such a thing. I'm completely unbiased in the situation. Moving on. Let me scan through here. So thank you for that question, Carlisle. Bob says the Athletics. There you go. Appreciate that. I still prefer the construction worker for the Village People over Ace. Hockey Party's going heavy on Ace. Dang. All right. We're making up for lost time, Eric. I told them all to hold their vial for you until the moment was right. They were ready. The people came ready. I appreciate it.
He was fantastic. He had a great show. Everyone was going bananas. It was great.
Yep.
So,
In fact, whatever the opposite cool is, the Yankees winning would be. There you go. Yanks, boot him. The Yankees get the appreciation. Y'all, you are truly my chat. Thank you. Jeff McMahon says Goldschmidt is a legitimate shot through He does. He's having a great season. He's having really I think he's leading in RBIs in the NL, and I think he's leading in average in the NL, I believe. I think it's the home runs where he's just behind Schwarber. Am I right on this?
Yeah,
Schwarber?
I think that's right.
Yeah, I think I got that one. That's my understanding. So he's close. Like he's got 2 out of 3 right now, and the third one he's close by.
He's 2 behind. Two
Okay,
behind.
so 2 behind Schwarber.
Schwarber.
All right. Well, I think he's got a shot. We'll see. I love it. For like a baseball person, the Triple Crown is kind of a sacred thing. It really is, and it's cool. Like we've only had Miggy Biggie's the only guy in our lifetime, really, who has gotten a Triple Crown. That's it. Going back to, I think, Yaz in the 67,
Well,
I think was the
say-
last Triple Crown.
Oh, all right. Well, if that it happened, I wasn't born, but I mean, I was alive when and watched Yaz play. He
Later,
retired
yes. Not the Triple Crown Yaz, the later guy.
4 or something.
Yeah.
So I mean, I grew up watching him. So
Yeah.
But no, I wasn't. I don't think I was around when he actually hit the.
Yeah, because I think 67, I could be wrong, and please fact check me on this. I think it was Yaz in 67, and I think it was Frank Robinson as well. Because I think there were two of them right close to each other right around the same time. Late 60s, but there were two of them there. I could be, like I said, mistaken on the exact year, but please correct me on that. But yeah, it's been a long time. And specifically, Steven here is saying, first NL Triple Crown since Medwick in 37. If he puts the Triple Crown MVP and championship one year, he goes from Hall of Famer to lock. He's already kind of a borderline Hall of Famer. Like for the War Boys, who are really into that kind of thing, he's already been compiling an amazing career, and he's having another great year, tacking on to what's already been really good. Because he was in Arizona, people just kind of forgot about him. But then, like, now he's been compiling. The team is good. They're competitive. They've got a shot. Any success they have postseason-wise will just add to what's been already a really great season. Like, it's just compiling his credentials as we go forward. And he's still theoretically got some good seasons ahead of him. Like, it doesn't have to be as good as this, but he can still have some good years still. Goes to Mrs. Hall of Fame. If he isn't, who is? He's as close as it gets. Looks to be aging well. Yeah, he's been having a great year. He's had great years prior. He's been building up a great resume. It's been a good year. Like, I'm rooting for the guy. I don't have anything in him. I would love to have some stuff for him. Like, it would have been smart to grab it before the season. But if anybody does, I'm sure they're like thrilled with the performance he's putting on. It's been great for him, for sure.
And when he plays, does he like spear people and stuff? Goldschmidt and just
Yes, Goldberg. Yes, Goldberg. Thank you.
Okay. I
Very
was-
close. Very close.
Oh,
Almost the same thing. You're,
Okay.
you're right on there.
all right.
What's in the cup, Bob Lewis?
Which cup?
Well, apparently
This
you got a sippy cup. You got one with a straw there.
I think this is like 2-week-old water,
Seems on brand.
and this is I almost drank bottle of water. I was pretty pumped. I found a piece of beef jerky right here in this bag, which is probably also 2 weeks old.
I appreciate that you have a sippy cup literally beside you with 2 weeks. Did the thought ever cross your mind to empty said cup?
I mean, I don't have a sink up here.
Ah,
You just
Like,
can't
all the
go
not-
anywhere else.
for the record, only Bob could say something that would actually throw me off for just a moment. And he knows, like, I can deal with almost any idiocy and just roll past it like it's nothing.
Yeah.
Kudos to you, Bob. Kudos to you.
I'll take that as a compliment.
It is. It is. It's the best compliment I can give. You actually threw me off for just a moment. I needed a second to recompose myself. Well played by you.
Now
But
he
yeah,
says this. Now, if I'm maybe you can enlarge Bob's picture, but isn't that a giant jug of water behind him?
there's a ton of stuff going on. Yeah, like just look at it.
Okay. All right.
But by the way, Bob, like you know what? I feel like it's been a while.
That's my almost.
Can we get a Daps man cameo in here? Maybe he's got something to say. Maybe about Tag or Golden. Ken Golden burn rappers or something like. There's been some
Let me
stuff
see what I
going on.
got. Let me see. Let me see
All
if
right,
he's around.
do your thing, buddy. Do your thing. I figure, like, look, we got Bob Lewis on here. We may as well get a Daps man cameo out of this. Come on, may as well.
Do you think Daps is around this later?
Oh, Daps is always around when the Bob Lewis is around. Don't worry about that. We'll get Daps on here. Jeff says Robinson in 66, Yaz in 67. Perfect, thank you. I thought they were pretty close together, but in that ballpark. So thank you for that, Jeff.
I was not alive in '67. No.
Yep. He can't transport from the attic to the kitchen anymore. He closed the portal in the kitchen. Fair enough. Jeremy Black, grab the dip. There you go. Grab it.
Thought you're supposed to buy the dip.
Apparently, we're grabbing the dip.
Just grab it. No need
Just
to-
grab it. Seize it. Seize the dip.
It's
Seize it.
just like smashing the like button.
I know. And tonight, as in most nights, you can smash the like button for 5 installments of free. Free. True story. Moving on. All right, cool. So I'm gonna kind of open it up. Like I said, I can make fun of Tag all day, but honestly, I'm not that interested right now. I'll wait for it to play out a little bit more. We'll get there. We'll see what happens. Like I said, we literally made a video about it earlier before this even became a
Well,
thing.
not
Go
that
ahead.
I'm encouraging you to make fun per se, but
Mhm.
I believe they're going to be kind of opening their company up this weekend. Correct? Isn't
Well, they're
Burbank
supposed to be the Burbank show is supposed to be the big coming out party. Okay.
right?
It was their big thing where they announced that they hired their employee. The interview process was finally over. 6 live streams later, the interview process was finally over, and they hired their VP of business development. In the shock of all shocks, it sent shockwaves through the industry, big time. So that was a thing. And then yeah, presumably they're finally open for business. They're actually taking orders, giving kits, and presumably taking orders. So there may actually be cards that actually are graded, so they will actually operate for the first time ever after 10 years as a business. It is very exciting.
And I still think they're probably going to walk out of there with at least 5,000 subs. So
5,000 subs.
yeah, because rule number one.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Facts. I think that's fair.
So I think they're going to walk out of there with about 5,000 submissions.
I like it. Bob says, dip the chip. Bob also says, if you think Kiss sucks, hit the like button.
Oh, come
Dang!
on.
Viciousness. No mercy. Carpe dip. Thank you, Paul.
Oh,
Just viciousness. And you don't even have your sign with you. Like, you were defenseless.
no, it's put away, and I just that one cut me deep too.
So much hate for
So-
Kiss.
I know, right? Terrible.
Here's a question.
Is it about Kiss sucking? Because that's funny.
No, it's about Eric's prediction of 5,000 submissions. Okay, I'm guessing he
Okay.
meant 5,000 cards.
Mm-hmm.
What is their capacity going to be if they're running machines to grade when we know that standard human grading is running at an easy $5,000 a day? So when you say they potentially may leave this weekend with 5,000 cards, is that less than a day's work? Because
It's a valid
theoretically, as me and Carlos discussed, with the machine grading, it actually, the one thing I can see it helping them with is speed and consistency.
And that's the
If-
presumed theory. That's the presumed benefit.
Right. So if human grading, in these companies where they're at currently, are easily able to do 5,000 a day, and you're saying that they're going to leave this weekend, a big show, a lot of hype behind the Burbank show, probably a lot of people attending, and they get 5,000 cards, theoretically, that could be less than a day's work. It sounds like a lot of cards, but realistically, it may not be.
The thing is, it is a legitimately valid point. Because
I
depending on the capacity, like 5,000 submissions could literally be like, all right, bring it back. All right, now ship it back out. All right,
Yeah.
so what do we do now?
Right.
yeah, and you're probably correct, but I mean, do you think there's 100,000 cards at this card show that people are going to hand over? No. So
Right.
I think for just showing up and them with, with buckets and buckets of cards, I think 5,000 is a decent number to start off with. But yeah, you're probably right. It'd probably take a couple of days, with them taking their time and getting into a rhythm and finding, working the bugs out, and then, but they're also opening up. I'm gonna guess online submissions. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong if someone knows something else, but if they're going to be open for business starting tomorrow, are they opening up online? Because then those are all going to start flooding in.
Well,
Well,
that's
the,
it,
the
yeah.
thing is, and I guess this is something that'll have to play out, I guess, over the next probably couple months, really, before we're going to notice anything. But I don't know if you look at gem rates data or anything like that, but a lot of the companies, their numbers have actually decreased over the past couple months. And if the submission numbers are decreasing, and then you have a new guy, a new company coming in, they have to pull demand from somewhere. And if the demand's already down lower with the other companies,
Right.
so to speak, where are they pulling demand from in order to even, get demand?
I think you'll see a spike because it's new and shiny.
Yeah, and that's
Well,
a possibility.
the thing is that
yeah.
the spike though implies that they had the cards in reserve for some reason, ready for grading. I'm not saying no, but I'm just saying like we can't just manufacture cards out of thin air. We have to have
Right.
cards that theoretically we're like, okay, I am waiting for this, I guess.
And
So
they
actually,
have a very limited, like, what they're accepting. Like, no autos, no
yeah,
memorabilia,
yeah.
2,000 book, So there's a very limited space that they're even accepting.
Now I have a
So
question here because we had the comment here maybe about 30 or 40 minutes ago. I'm not sure if you're still here. If you are, I have a question. You're going to send in a sub. What I know about what Tag does their business, you can buy these packages, and it's effectively these grading vouchers that can be used. They don't have to be used in one sitting, but actually, hold on, making sure you're here. I wanted to double check. They're already open at 9, open Tuesday. Perfect. So here's my question. You buy this package. Is it a situation where you're going to submit all the cards that are available for your package in one shot? Or are you going to send a couple and then send a couple later? Because in theory, you could break it up. You actually have that option. So what I'm curious is for folks who are buying these packages, 20 or 40, whatever, for the bigger ones, are you going to submit all these cards at the same time? Do you have cards ready to submit for the full thing? Or are you going to break it up in pieces? I'm actually curious what the strategy is for these early adopters who are buying these bigger packages. Because I don't know. And you could play this out a couple different ways. So that's kind of a question I would have. And that could affect, by the way, the submission rates. So it could be a case where, like, yeah, we sold X amount of grades ahead of time, but you buy 40, you send in 10 now, you send in 10 later, you send in 10 later, you send in 10 later. Because you could totally do that. So here it just says, I just bought a 10 card sub 14 days. You're better off sending more. Shipping back is $50 to Canada. It's kind of, okay, gotcha. All right, for 10 cards, okay. All right, good to know.
that's what I was speaking on with your advantage with PSA too, being right there with Brad. The shipping throws a wrinkle in everything, so
Agreed. That is going to be interesting. Well, you're taking, listen, I am genuinely curious. I would love for you to report back after you get your cards, and I'd be curious to see what your experience is. Good, bad, or indifferent. I'd be curious to see what it would be. So Rock Latex says, can you trade your tag rated cards using TradeSafe? Well, don't know, don't care. But I love the question. I believe it would be $50 shipping if I did 40 cards as well. Fair enough. I love when they set me up. It's like they teed up for me, Andy. They're like I'm just gonna groove a batting practice fastball down the
I
middle
was
for you.
looking at that when it got posted down here, and I was like, okay, this is gonna be
Yep, it's like batting practice fastballs all day long, bro. I love it.
Well, I just want to go on record, and this shouldn't surprise anybody, that
You'll be sending all your cards to Tag. Yes, we know.
I hope Tag is unbelievably successful, and it skyrockets as a company, and it knocks Beckett from 4th to 5th. Because Beckett has already dropped to 4th.
Your employer,
as the
sir.
as the shittiest ass major grading.
This is the worst job interview I have ever heard.
And I just pray that Tag is going to explode on the market, fly right up the ladder, and dump that piece of crap company right to 5th. I just hope it happens. So, and if I have to buy 1,000 tags, submit 1,000 cards.
Look at the look of horror on his face. He's mortified. This random white guy dude here. I don't know who this is, but the point is he's mortified. Look at his face by
What,
your
white
words.
Yeah, he's shocked.
He's shocked by everything you just said.
Yeah, I
think he's a water boy for a team or something. I'm not sure. Anyway, moving on.
Flying out of the gates and just knock that piece of crap company right to 5th. It would make me so happy.
According to Gem Rate, they did Beckett for the 26th did 3,100 cards, which was an 81% increase over the previous day. So,
Yeah.
coming back.
Now it is 2.5 more lives until the Beckett offer.
another problem that they're gonna encounter entering the grading space is. No, I mean, obviously the other companies are well ahead, but several of these other companies, they have deals in place with other businesses that, where they're grading the slab, for eBay and stuff like that, so they've got that additional business to help when, if submissions do decline a little bit, they have that extra revenue coming in from other things.
Facts. Bob here says, trade safe, trade safe. True.
To that though, Andy, I mean, and I know this is going to be taken as a joke, but realistically, they're not paying graders. It's machines that'll be grading the cards, so they are saving money in the space.
I don't know how much those machines cost.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming 10 years they're potentially paid for.
I don't. Well, how do you bring in? Uh-oh.
Thank you, Debs. Finally, the voice of reason, for God's sake. Thank you. Good Lord. This nonsense needed to stop. Finally, someone with the gravitas to tell it as it is. Thank you.
I know.
I didn't even know he had kids.
It doesn't matter. The point is, he's still right. Listen to the man with the word bubble. Okay? Listen to the man with the word bubble.
Nailed it.
Absolutely.
The thing, Baubles, is like if they've been doing this for 10 years, like what they've stated, how far in debt are they to start off? I mean, if they've been doing this for 10 years with no revenue.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I think they actually put it on their site now, but I had found it before I seen it on their site. It looked like there was 6 years worth of applying for patents.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's pretty expensive every time you run one of those through. And then obviously the research, the development, the fact that the guy came up with the idea because he was grading cards, cracking them, grading them, cracking. I mean, that cost a lot of money right there in his research and development. So,
Right.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. It was just a thought though when you spoke on the other companies have other stuff to fall back on. At least they're not paying.
Yeah, that's fair.
In perspective, graders. So
the question is, if things get desperate and times get tough, how much do they have in the marketing budget to buy influencers?
But they also they're shipping out all those free fancy boxes and card savers and all that other stuff.
Submission kit,
the
submission kit.
That's probably more than graders, on a payroll.
I just want to go back for a second what Carlos just said in this. I just want to be very clear about this, is that I'm the only one here that doesn't have my own show. And so I could probably work with them and make and get a little less money and save them some money. So if they want to pay me, I will gladly take the money, because these, I mean, Bob's a Hall of Famer, so he's getting a shitload.
Well, that was, so to be fair, Bob really angled for it so that he could get the residuals and the autograph fees.
So, right. So, I mean, Bob's like, you can't afford Bob. That's just stupid, right? You can't afford an HOFer. All right. You three are all, got your own shows. I'm nobody. I'm a hanger-on. I'm like a snot on a tissue.
You're like Ace Freely, whatever, to music.
Yeah,
yes, go on.
So what I think is that they should pay me.
That was a good one. Come on, help me.
Yeah, right. So I just think I'm the one that should get paid, because I'm really worth the least. So
basically, your work cheap is your pitch.
That's right. You get what you pay for. I'm the booger in the rag, man. You guys are the handkerchief. I'm the booger. I'm just a hanger-on.
This metaphor just kept evolving to another level. All right, a couple of comments and we'll come back to this. Global Sports Card Investor says, "Do you boys ever run a breath?" No, God no. Just came back from coaching my boys' b-ball team. Had a breakfast and lunch. University of Dribble, that's light work. Probably the same look he got when Giselle said to go shorts. Giselle. Oh, you know who that guy? You know who the water boy was? Oh, that's cool. Thank you, Paul. I just got here. What did I miss? Oh God, John. We got to talk. A couple of things. Is the machine related to the ComC machine? It can be seen from space. Correct question, Vinny. Correct question.
I think it's the sun. I think they are related.
Possibly, yeah. My Merlin can grade 5,000 cards a day, no problem. I just need a good set of toothpicks for the eyeballs. It cost me under $600 for the machine to grade my cards. Look at you. Maybe you should run your own company.
See, another
Wait, you
guy
mean-
with his own show. Come on. All these people are going to take all that money. I will work so cheap.
I've made this abundantly clear. Like, this is basically why you're here. Like, nobody works cheaper. I literally charge you to be here. So it's about as cheap as it gets.
Can you just wait another couple of days for that check to come?
You have 2 kidneys. You can sell one. Don't give me that garbage.
I'm a little behind.
You still owe Eric. You still owe Brad $35,000. So, and we're collecting.
Well,
So,
why do you think I can't pay you?
well, you had enough time to hang outside of a concert, loiter, and risk getting arrested.
Actually, if he pays Brad, isn't he paying you now? You just said we are collecting.
No matter what happens, Bubbles, all paths lead to Carlos getting paid. Is the important thing. I'm glad you
Watch
brought
him,
it up,
Eric. He's
but
double dipping.
it is what it is. These are the way things work. Look, it's like a flow chart. You point, you go left, you go right. It's like, wait, why does it ends with Carlos getting fucking paid? Yeah, I know, like all of them, literally. Pick one, doesn't make a difference. So you mean Eric's checks won't bounce? Yeah, but soon. Tag, hire Eric! Exclamation point.
Exactly.
I thought this was to make fun of Eric Hour as that is. That counts as its own show. I know, it's its own segment. It really is.
Yeah,
Eric, did you actually fight that raccoon behind TJ Maxx for food instead of that jacket you lost, and the jacket was a consolation prize? It's an important question.
There may have been half a pizza available, and the winner was going to take it, and I ended up with a jacket and no pizza.
Interesting. So you basically lost the fight.
You ever try to fight a rabid raccoon in a dumpster, man? It ain't easy.
Interesting.
You make it
Kiss.
sound like, I'm such a loser because I lost. You can try it.
Well, it's going to get worse in about a second. Kiss, Bruins, not sure which is worse. Staven Sports Cards, the consolation prize is the concert tickets. Dang! Good Lord! Tap out, Eric. At that point, that man has a family. He had to con that family to hang out with him outside of a concert venue, but still, he has a family.
No, I'm not going to put myself through this anymore. I'm going to find something else to do on Friday nights. This sucks.
I'm gonna head out, fellas. I do appreciate being invited on again. Had a blast tonight. I gotta go check on the missus and get her another dose of medication.
Sounds good, buddy. Give our best wishes that she gets better.
I
appreciate it. What's that?
Next.
But yeah, I appreciate it, guys. And hell of a time tonight. So y'all have a good evening.
Sounds good. Take it easy. We'll catch you later.
Take it easy.
All right. So we'll start winding her down slowly, but we do want to get a little bit more Bob Lewis content in here. Since we did bring him in, we want to make sure we get at least, our fill of Bob Lewis, because you never know. He's a force of nature. He comes and goes. Lord knows. We did get our dabs. We did get our dabs reference in, so that's critical.
Bob,
so that was
just
good.
hold that sign up one more time for me, please, sir.
One more time with the dab sign.
Okay. For anybody who questions why Bob Lewis is a Hall of Famer, bam, right there. That is a Hall of Famer, right there.
First off, no one's ever questioned why Bob Lewis is a Hall of Famer.
No, I've literally questioned it, Andy. Like, I made my brand out of trying to argue that he should be impeached as Hall of Fame. But that's not the point. Outside of what you just said, yes, I agree. But no, literally, I pitched it so hard. Like, guys, the best part would be if we impeach him and then you vote him back in and then I impeach him again.
Yeah. Other than Carlos, no one's
correct.
Ever questioned Bob Lewis.
Outside of that, your statement is correct. Outside of that, your statement is correct.
Some people just think Bob's a clown. I don't know.
I can't imagine where they would come up with that. Like, that seems crazy.
I've heard people say some things. I wanted to clear the.
You guys don't know the levels I'm willing to stoop to, so.
I've seen cardboard, yes.
Hall of Famer.
I've seen cardboard, so at least I have an approximation. I have a notion.
Yeah, you could ballpark it probably.
Yeah, I could probably figure it out. Vinny here says the better half is in Boston this weekend, Carlos, for a fee we can collect. Allegedly, ooh, we may be able to handle this.
Oh,
you don't want Uncle Vinny's better half to go over there and be the one. Look, at least if I go over there, it's going to be vicious beatings with sticks and making fun of you as chocolate stick. But better half?
Well, let me explain something. All right.
It could be days of torture.
I'll
Blood transfusions just to keep you alive.
I'll tell you why I fear this woman. Okay, if there is a man named Vinny, and he's afraid of somebody, you should also be afraid of that somebody. That's my theory.
That's sound logic.
Because guys named Vinny. You know what I'm saying?
But he's willing to sick better half on you.
If he's scared, you should be scared.
The point is, Eric, I feel like that is like the last statement of, you better pony up soon, buddy.
I know. I gotta come.
There's not. The clock is ticking. The last grains of sand are going out of it, are dropping, and it's like, there's not much time left.
I gotta. How
You better fix this soon. Like all I'm saying is that if you still got 2 viable kidneys, I might know a guy. That's all I'm trying to say.
No, is he gonna put me in the bathtub with the ice thing? Because I don't want to do that.
Well, I was going to tell him to skip the ice, but outside of that, yeah, basically, Bob. It says Bob is like the Harold Baines of the YouTube Hall of Fame. That I feel like is heady praise. We do love ourselves some Harold Baines. That is some heady praise.
My video production was pretty solid those first 2 years. So like I was a bit of a compiler, that's for sure.
You are the Bert Bylevin of the Hall of Fame.
He just kept going, and eventually, all right, I guess. I suppose if we must.
He's on the ballot.
Bob and I both put out a lot of base hits early on.
Bob is still milking those base hits for money to this day.
We may not have knocked in a lot of runs, but we got on base.
Bob will be the one where they do the grading of the tickets, and it's like 1 for 6. He got a hit. Did it again.
Solid. I mean, it's dependability. You need me to show up, I can show up. Dry out the humor a little bit. If it was really overflowing, I can kind of squelch all that.
Mm-hmm.
Class it up if I have to.
And you truly have. You stepped up your game on this one, Bob. I'm not gonna lie. You really have.
I don't really have much to talk about though, so I guess that's a downer for a podcast.
Well, at least we got the sippy cup with old water, so we've got that going for us, and we did have depth, so that's good. Like I felt like we got something out of it. Eric, you better sell your Gretzky PMG quick. True.
Can you imagine if everyone in our little network only wore tuxedo shirts when they were on air? That'd be cool. The best.
That would be cool.
That would be like that you were part of our little clique. If the guys on the screen wearing a tuxedo shirt, you're like the Wolf Pack.
That might be the $1 million idea.
Yeah.
Well, listen, if I do get the heat pump, I might just rock an actual tuxedo one time. And be like, it's the only time you're getting it. You're getting it. That's it.
Dude,
because at least I have air conditioning. Jesus.
I think everyone in our little clique should all go out and buy tuxedo shirts and wear them. That's gonna be awesome.
Yep. Global Sports Car Investor said, I'm not sure if they take Eric's organs.
Oh.
There might be a medical screener.
I don't drink. I don't smoke. But I.
But you go to Kiss concerts, so there's some psychological problems there. Are you sure that isn't like a chemical imbalance or something?
Well, my hearing's gone. But
I was gonna say it speaks to a lack of taste in music, at least if nothing else. Baz says, "What's up, fellas? Good evening, Baz. Kiss and Bruin fan organs? No thanks. There you go." Viciousness, and I'm not even the only one doing it. I don't even have to rely on myself. I'm just reading the comments.
I mean, that's like as low as you can go there.
Ooh.
Hey, Andy.
Ooh. I don't know, y'all. Wow. Ooh, hi. Oh, Andy, I told you I got a vicious, bloodthirsty group here in the chat. There is no mercy, none.
You know all those thumbs downs you used to get on your video? Most of them were in this chat.
Yeah, that's right. It's like it's vicious out in these streets, man. It's vicious out in these streets. You gotta be able to take it to hang. So John here says Bob needs to wear a piano key tie next time he's on with you. There you go, piano key tie. Look at you. I like it, John. I like it. All right, guys. So we'll start winding her down here a little bit. I love the chat. I'm having fun with the conversation, but at the same time, I think we need a topic. So if a couple of you guys in the chat have something you would like us to touch on, we can. We've been having kind of a fun just going around in a little bit of a circle and making fun of Eric. Honestly, always a good time. I can do that all night. But no, if there's something particular you guys want to touch on, we definitely can. We touch on the other stuff anyway. A lot of it is straightforward. Like we did the news stories earlier tonight. It was easy, so not too much craziness for now. Bob is a baseball card mime. Yes, he is a mime or a mime. I have no idea what you were going with there.
Or mine.
Could be either or. Who knows? You mime baseball cards,
Yeah.
or you're a mime.
That
Wait,
comment-
it was
that
actually
comment-
mime. I got it. I nailed it. He said mime. Yes, I got it.
Nobody likes mimes.
It's true. Thoughts on the gum? Okay, sure. So let's talk about this one just real quick. Obviously Bobby's not on anymore, but we've had this conversation to decide anyway. So the whole thing, one of the things they talked about when they looked at that 86 Fleer box was like the gum was intact and all that stuff. And honestly, I've opened boxes from the 80s where the gum is fine. What it really comes out to is it depends on the conditions the box was kept in. Like that's really a bigger issue with it. Yes, I understand that, you're expecting the gum to stick, you're expecting like gum residue and all that. Could be. Or sometimes the box is kept in good shape, and if the box is kept in good shape, that is plausible. I've opened packs where the gum falls right out, and it's like, and it was cheap junk wax. Like nobody's messing with this. It's fine. And so it's one like I've literally seen that out of 80s packs, including mid 80s and even early 80s packs. Like it can totally happen. I get the premise, but it's like that is not a smoking gun. It can be part of if you're starting to add stuff up and a bunch of stuff looks wrong, you can add that to it. But as a standalone, it's like, oh man, the gum is moving. It's suspicious. No, man, not necessarily. It could be fine. It's okay.
Yeah, I don't get that because where could you have gotten replacement gum? They don't make this crap anymore.
Yep.
There's
Have a good night, Hockey Barn Collectors. Take it easy.
There's Derek, buy a charger, you cheap bastard. So they don't make this gum anymore.
If you want to make fun of Eric on your way out, hit the like button. If you haven't already, like we've all gotten a pound of flesh tonight. You can hit the like button on the way out. It's cool. It's all good. Have a good moment.
mean, it isn't like you can open up a 2021 pack and take out, the top's gum
Mhm.
and then insert it in an 86 pack that you're messing with and close it up and put it. The shit doesn't exist anymore.
You could buy 88 tops for like $10 a box and put that gum inside in
Well,
86.
okay. Can I offer like a serious counter to this idea? A serious counter to it. So your plan is to get fake gum to make this box to fake box, so that you can have a below average box break with 2 Jordans and 3 stickers that doesn't excite anyone. So that's your plan. Your plan is to create an
Did I
underwhelming
make a lot
box.
of money doing it or no?
No, the thing is, this was a giveaway. So this was like a make good for the first one that was kind of shifty. The first one I actually think got messed with, obviously the packs and the sequencing and all that.
Did I
But
make
this
a
was a
lot of
make-
money on that one?
That was a giveaway
It was free
too.
also.
One person actually bought it, but other than that, the people that got the cards got it for free.
Yeah.
It was a giveaway.
And just so, because sometimes I don't follow this stuff as hard as some, maybe you guys do or study it, but in my math, in these 2 boxes, through all these, potential scandals, there were still 5 Jordan rookies and like maybe 5 Jordan stickers.
Give or take, it might have been a little more than that, but that's about right.
Where's
Yeah.
the scandal?
So no, I'm gonna make a distinction. I want to make this clear. The first box I think was messed with.
Yes.
The cards, because their
Johnson.
cards were out of sequence, it was
Johnson.
weird. Whatever. There were some Jordans in it, but again, you could swap out better Jordans for worse Jordans, and you
Yes.
could actually make that work for yourself.
Yes.
The
I
second
agree.
box is underwhelming, but I actually think the second box is fine. Again, in my opinion, strictly opinion, I think the second box fell on the low end of a legitimately possible spectrum. Like you'll see good breaks, you'll see bad breaks, and most of the time it's 3 regular Jordans and a certain amount of stickers. In this case, we had 2 and 3 stickers. Like it's not like it was way out of whack. It wasn't like I made it in the video. I said, if you had 0 Jordans, all right, that's crazy. Or if you had 36 Jordans and there was one in every pack, it's like, okay, that's something's weird happening
Right.
here.
Okay.
Like some
Right.
weird outlier. This was just mediocre. It wasn't like great. It wasn't terrible. It was just
You're
It was
one
okay.
short of
Yeah.
It just, I understand, and I think we have to do our due diligence when we see oddities, because we know that after rule number 1 is rule number 2, which is if there is an opportunity to screw someone over for a cent in this hobby, they're going to do it. There's fraud around every single corner. All right. And the fact that rule number 1 is rule number 1, which is people are stupid, is that they forget about number 2 the second 10 minutes after it happens and get conned again. So I'm all for doing our due diligence, talking about this, going over it, investigating it, the whole thing. I'm totally for it. But you still have like 6 Jordans in your hand. I just like, if there was none, I would say, this is a huge problem. But there's still people out there that are holding Jordan rookie cards today that weren't holding them yesterday and can now cash them in for big bucks.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think it's one of those things where, like, look, and maybe this is a good angle to take as well. My thoughts on this one, and Andy, you can chime in on this one as well. I always think it's weird. I get the idea of the outrage and stuff. I get the idea. But one thing I'm going to kind of point out, the people that were technically screwed over initially were the folks that were involved in the first break who won a spot in there for free. If anybody has a cause to be upset or irritated about, like, maybe the fix was in or whatever, it's the folks that were getting the cards. If you didn't pay for the box and you're just watching it, yeah, okay, fine. Call it out if you feel like it's appropriate. But at the same time, it's like, why do you care? What is it of your concern? Obviously, they're going to have to figure out what's going on with it. The box, I call it out if it feels appropriate. But at the same time, it's like, I just find the idea of getting angry about this weird. That was the part I couldn't get behind. I was like, why are you upset for something that you didn't lose any money on this? This is not technically your problem, but I guess you're really angry about it. That's the part I couldn't get my head around.
Yeah, and I watched the video of the second one. When it was on Sports Card Radio, I was watching the stream, and it was amazing to me because, like, I'm all for, like, a good story if there is a story, but you could just tell that there was so many people in that chat that they wanted this to go the wrong way.
Oh, for sure, 100%, yeah.
I mean, they wanted it.
Andy, so did I. Because it would have been so funny for me. It would have been so good.
But what happens when people are looking at it that way is they're trying to see things that may not be there. You know what I mean?
In fairness, Andy, I was rooting for, like, way off. I was rooting for the open, and it's like, G.I. Joe. Like, yeah, I want, like, way left. We're not even close. Not even in the ballpark. It's like, wait, Greg Jeffries, $88, Greg Jeffries. No.
I mean, I think in the back of our heads, everybody was kind of wanting that a little bit.
Like, I want it to be, like, not even close. Like, we're not even having a discussion. It's like, what? Is that an anomaly? $88, Greg Jeffries, and an 86 Fleer box? Yes, yeah, great anomaly. Sure. Yeah.
Andy, do you know why NASCAR is the number 1 sport in America? Car crash.
Is it the number 1 sport in America?
Yes. Yeah, you're right.
It is
car crashes for sure. Yeah.
It's car crashes. People love seeing car crashes. They don't want to watch a 5-hour race of them going left, 100 million times and nothing happening. They watch it for the car crashes.
Yeah.
People watch these breaks, and the second box opening. They were waiting for the car crash.
People watch this live stream waiting for the car crash.
Yeah.
Oh well.
And they get it.
There's a car crash.
Segment by segment. We deliver over and over and over.
Yeah, I can't believe people watch this. They're so stupid. Rule number 1.
Well, Global Sports Card Investor wants to pay Super Chat money to see the Rock the Backyard Breakers outfits. It's like, I don't know.
I think he might want his money back.
Yeah, I'm sure I could get a bidding war to be like, no. To be like the opposite of that.
He would be immediately asking for a refund.
Yep, I'm cheaper than Bruins ownership. I appreciate that.
That is awesome.
The box should never have been authenticated, meaning packs are removed and opened. If there was evidence of tampering, all packs should have been only eligible for individual pack opening. Thank you, Refractor Jones. I will say though that it's tricky because we talked about legitimate scenarios where back in the day the packs should have been swapped out. Like it could have happened at a shop where they're not like specifically going, oh man, this is the Jordan one. Like it could just be like you're topping up a box. You've got multiple boxes, you top up a box, and all of a sudden the original box is no longer the 36 packs. You've mixed it up.
I agree with what Refractor Jones said though, because it's different in what actually happened because there was 2 packs in there
that he did remove. Yeah,
were no good.
Yeah.
So to me, like if I'm authenticating an 86 Fleer box and there's 2 packs in there that I don't think are good, I'm not gonna wrap that box.
Right. No, I think that's gonna be look part of this discussion, and we'll have this, and I'll touch on it really quickly again. Obviously, Bobby and I have talked at this quite a bit as far as that's concerned. And I'm going to maybe reiterate in a way that Bobby can't because he would not be comfortable doing that. So I'm going to offer it as my opinion because it is my opinion. No one will ever in this hobby as presently situated unless we completely change technology to the point that you can literally see what's in it through advanced X-ray technology we don't have. We simply don't have it. Unless you're able to do that without opening these packs and these boxes, you cannot, no one can say with 100% certainty any of these boxes are good, because there's a million ways you can be messing with it, because the nature of this authentication is you're not authenticating. You're looking for red flags and trying to figure out something's wrong. That's actually what you're doing. Yeah. So when Steve Hart and these guys do it, Steve Hart might not be the best in the world at this, but he's the only one who's been willing to take it on. And anybody else that takes it on, because I watch videos where they're like, so they should guarantee it. If you guarantee it, you're going to go out of business. There will be boxes that you'll miss. There will be ones you got it wrong. There will be ones that you say are wrong that are perfectly good. Because you're going to see things that aren't there because you're staring at them going like, oh, well, there's too many creases. Well, the box was on its side for 5 years in a card shop somewhere. So a couple of the packs got creased. It's actually fine. The packs themselves are okay. That happens. Or somebody mixed up the packs at some point. That happens. And the packs themselves are legitimate. But they're out of order. They're in the wrong sequence. They end up in multiple boxes. All of these things can happen. And you have no way of knowing that after the fact. You can stare at it until you're blue in the face.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things like you said, there's no way to be 100%.
Not 100%
stuff until it's open. And then still,
And then it's open. Yeah. And then at that point, you have people arguing. Well, the gum didn't stick. Well, then we're done. There's nothing you can do.
You guys get mad. I mean, it's a total stupid thing, but that's what we're all about here. So,
yeah,
you get an 86 box. You open it up. The first pack is filled with Pokemon cards. The second pack's filled with G.I. Joe cards. The third pack is all Johnsons. The fourth pack has got a Jordan rookie in it. You go to the fifth pack. It's strawberry shortcake. You keep going. It's all these anomalies. But by the end, you pulled out 3 Jordan cards. Are you pissed off or are you excited?
And that's kind of a thing. Now, imagine your scenario if the Jordans are actually decent. Like, they would grade out okay. It's like, this box is crap, but at the same time, I got good Jordans?
Yeah, wait a minute. I just made, I'm going to get them graded, and I'm going to make $500,000. But I am pissed because there's 27 strawberry shortcake cards in this box. This box has been tampered with. Dude, you just made $500,000.
What was the centering like on the strawberry shortcake cards?
That's key. This is important.
Well, that is key. I didn't factor that in.
Those are key cards, buddy. You can't just throw that out. It's important. I'll read a couple of these comments here. Apparently, Yannick just sent me something Yannick just sent me something that we'll end on. Something a little interesting. This is late in the game, but we'll throw it out there. Okay, let me read a couple of these comments. Hang on. He was doing homework.
Oh,
he wasn't hiding. He wasn't hiding. Snooping around a concert from the outside of a building like some people. All right, focus, man. All right, people were looking for something to be wrong. The box was real. Gum was original. People were out there looking for something. It was ridiculous. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not going to argue with folks. You figure out what you want to do. I presented it from the perspective of I gave you my opinion, and then y'all do what you want to do with the video. Here's the information's out there. G.I. Joe, get into the box. My Little Pony, get into the box. People not involved in the break were concerned about the unopened BBC market. It's very true. Yep. Exactly why I say evidence of tampering, and that disqualifies the box for complete box authentication. Fair enough. No, I'm with you. All right. Bob is tending to that still. Yep. We have Moonlight Graham and Moonshine Bob. Yep. I think a lot of guys are sick of feeling vulnerable to the scams of the hobby. I'm just guessing though. Oh, but we got potentially another one. Moments from now. Hang on. Almost done.
Oh boy.
It's not really authentication. It's more of a seal of approval. Effectively, yeah, pretty much. I'm working as I'm watching this nonsense. There you go. Eric had too much wash from the outside because Marcel was on the inside. Wow. The restraining order is still in effect. Dang. Dang. All right. So I'm just scanning this. I want to double check reading this. Okay. All right. I'm going to read it. It's kind of interesting. It's out there. So this is from Cardporn. So this is a fresh one from Cardporn about a couple hours ago. So apparently this is the thing. So
Okay.
all right, here we go. So I will grab this one here.
Oh, this is gonna be bad. If there's a preamble and a warning from Carlos like this is not gonna be good.
Well, I got to read it because, like I said, I scanned it quickly, and I'm going to read it now, but I'll scan it here.
Okay.
And there's video accompaniment. I'll take a look at it as well later on. So it says here, card porn. Pretty clear evidence here that some MFer, I love these self-censoring, I appreciate it, went and purchased this uncut sheet of 97, 98 Essential Credentials futures from Golden, cut them into individual cards, numbered them, and got Beckett to grade Eric's employer of choice? Terrible. To grade and slab them, and is now selling them using eBay Consignor, Kentucky Consignments. How do we catch this fraudster and boot them out of the hobby? Get Ken Golden tells the identity of the buyer who purchased the uncut sheet. He's not going to do that. Sold for $10,800 at Golden Co. That'll be the guy. Then we can double check by getting Beckett Collect to tell us who submitted them. Hopefully Golden Co. and Beckett can work together to out this guy because it definitely won't be the first time they've done it. Great detective work by the Real 27 guy. So the reason I'm mentioning it as well is that Real 27 guy is literally in the video here. I haven't listened to it yet, so I gotta hear what he has to say. But he is giving some information here. You can see that. So apparently, yeah, he's looking at, and he says here, Ken reached out to investigate. Should be interesting to see what happens. Would be great to know who cut and numbered the sheet. So that one's fresh off the press. Off the press.
I'll always run searches for credentials on eBay just to kind of see what pops up. So I actually saw some of these cards on there earlier today. Like,
Okay.
it's under that consignment that they're talking about there.
Okay.
There was like a Grant Hill that was graded a 5. I think a Kobe Bryant was like a 6.5, something like that. You can find them on eBay. But I didn't even think about them coming from that sheet. So I'm guessing they've done some detective work that.
Now, here's an interesting thing, though. I don't know if it's still true, but it was. Beckett actually grades sheet cut cards. So, like, they actually will do that. That is a thing that they've done in the past. Yeah. So, from the Beckett perspective, if the policy is still in effect, I don't know. I'll ask. I know someone who may work there, and I'll have to use my inside sources. But the point is that if that's still the policy. Then from Beckett's perspective, I don't know. I have to kind of see if, from their perspective, it might make sense. Obviously for Golden and that, it probably makes sense for them to have to investigate, but that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I've always found it interesting when people, I think the way that I always think of it is like pack pulled.
Yeah.
Because when you say sheet cut, I mean, technically they're all cut from sheet.
Exactly, yes.
But then they're inserted into the packs.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, I know what you mean, though.
And they're cut professionally.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. Beckett has, in fact, graded those, which are known to have been cut after the fact from an original uncut sheet. And they will grade them. They've done this. We had a Bobby Orr rookie that didn't go probably for as much as we thought it would because it was everybody knew was pretty comfortable. It was a sheet cut card.
That's the way it is with like the 84 Tops, Marino, Elway, cards like that. Yeah. A lot of those are sheet cut, the Beckett graded ones.
Yeah. So Bob, I'll quickly bring you into this one. So this will be kind of a final thought, guys. If you have any thoughts or anything in the comments, throw it in because, like I said, we'll start winding her down here shortly. Bob, a question for you. So I'll give you the scenario real quick, but I'm actually curious for your perspective from a collector perspective. So two things. So presumably, right now, I need more information. We'll find out more. I'll look into this more, and if need be, I'll make a video about it. But the point is that apparently there was a sheet of 9790 Essential Credentials futures cards that were purchased from Golden, an uncut sheet, and it appears that someone has cut these cards and submitted them to Beckett as individual cards and gotten them graded. That is what it looks like. So they've been cut up, numbered, got them to grade, and slabbed them, and now they're selling them on eBay, presumably. So that's what it looks like has happened here. So the question is, so I have two questions. Two. First, as a collector, Beckett actually does grade cards that have been cut from a sheet. That is something they've done in the past. So you can buy a card from Beckett that is in fact that case. Eric personally signed off on it. He says it's fine. It's cool. The point is, though, you can buy those.
Is it designated as such?
There's no designation, no. And they're ones that have been known as such. Now, assuming you are pretty confident it's a card from a cut sheet, but it's a card maybe you're interested in, and it's a nice looking card, decent shape and everything, but it's been cut from sheet. As a collector, do you have any interest in that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it would still be interesting to you, as long as you feel like it's been disclosed to you and you understand what you're buying.
I would, yeah. If I had clear understanding, that it sounds like the way we're talking that these are seen amongst the community as lesser than pack pulled ones, right?
That has been traditionally the way that most folks, like if you were to put it in an auction, they would suffer if they're known to be from an uncut sheet, cut after the fact. They would suffer in auction.
Yeah.
These are basketball.
These are 97, 98 Essential Credentials futures. Basketball, yeah.
So those are numbered cards. Were they numbered out of the pack?
Yes.
So
That's right.
these ones are like they don't have a numbering. They're not in the sequence.
Each card is numbered different to a different number in the credentials.
But the ones in the sheet, were they numbered? Like,
So
That's the
here's the thing. I don't know, and this would be something that you have to look. I think if somebody pulls up the golden auction with the uncut sheet, it would answer that question. Because obviously, even if you cut it, there's either numbering on it or it isn't.
I think what happened, like I haven't listened to the whole story yet, obviously, but I think what they're talking about is they cut them and then somebody has added serial numbers to the cards.
oh wow.
Okay, so then that would be an alteration on top of everything else, right? And then Beckett graded it being altered, so that would be kind of messed up there.
Yeah, like the only thing, and I'm not real educated on all the whole backdoor stuff, and but I think doesn't Flair with their what are the masterpieces and stuff, like aren't those backdoored a lot where like you have to know, like the backdoored ones are stamped, but the stamping is different than the original. It's like the same. It's like the same consistent font, and the real ones have like the numbering is like the numbers are like squished together. They look different.
Yeah, and they're also, I will say though, for the Flair showcase, there are some of them where the name isn't on the back. So that's kind of a way of telling some of the backdoored ones. So you can see the difference between them. It just looks different. So that's kind of important.
Yeah, there's like the Flair Showcase Legacy cards. There's bad ones out there. There's Skybox Rubies. There's some of those that are bad out there. I mean,
rare parallels.
Yeah, like PSA actually graded some bad ones a couple of years ago, and I think they've kind of got it figured out now to where they feel really confident that they can catch fakes.
Not you, Lewis. The other Bob. The other Bob who's been getting some good zingers in on Eric tonight.
Yeah.
Good zingers.
I would never do this to a Hall of Famer.
There we go. Showing you the proper reverence and respect, Bob.
Do
Showing
it
you
to
the proper.
to a comment troll.
And there are some cards out there that have been graded by Beckett that will say like missing serial number on the slab.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Those are like some of the backdoor copies. But I think the biggest problem with these, if I understand it correctly, which I'll have to look into it more.
Yeah, we're definitely, look, to be clear, we're getting more details as we're going here.
Yeah.
It's been a couple hours ago they started with it, so we'll get more information. Like we're working on the surface. We have like a surface understanding right now, so we do understand. Like obviously, I understand like Beckett's policy in the past, so I could see them doing it. Adding numbers after the fact and not detecting that's not great.
That's not
I'm starting to think we may have to question Beckett's authentication here. As hard as it may be, like I have concerns. The future of Beckett may not be as bright as we once thought.
Really?
I'm deeply troubled. I'm deeply troubled.
Huh.
Deeply troubled.
I'm shocked.
I am. Yeah. Look, it maybe I might have video of tag stuff, so I might have to just show that at the end of the night. Maybe I should. Bankruptcy auction had a lot of non-serial cards that were sold via bankruptcy option. Yep. I have 98 chrome CHL refractors from a guy that worked at the printing plant, I guess. Non-serial number, of course. Yep.
Nobody
Totally.
cares
There's
what you
been
have,
doctors.
Bob.
What's that?
I said nobody cares what Bob has.
They're CHL refractors, man. They're the hockeys.
Nobody cares. Shut up, Bob.
You love it. Don't lie. Eric, did you put an arrow in the back yet so you don't hold it upside down again? If not, find your crayons to save yourself from the embarrassment. Facts.
Not yet.
Similar to the tops with a lot of refractors, they came out of back door and sold in volume in the White Plains, New York show. Thank you, Refractor Jones. Appreciate that. All right. So, like I said, there is still more to be figured out. We'll figure it out more as we get more information. I think we need more info. On the surface, not great, like from a couple of different levels. I definitely want to find out some more. I think it'll be interesting. He's trying to work out. He's trying to figure it out right now.
I got it.
Good. Now you know. Now you can get it right set up. Beautiful. Well played. All right. So, who wants to see some tag cards in the wild? We got the Instagrams. We got the Instagrams.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's do it. Let's do it. We're gonna get some tag in the wild. All right. So let me see if I can. Can I make this bigger? No, not too much. All right. So we got the little thing going on here. It's a little. For this is from Talent Sports Cards. So there it is with the little see-through top there. So it is following the last mock-up where it's got the one set of numbers and the little thing. It'll loop here in a second, and you'll be able to see it again. So you can see it is a completely see-through, clear, transparent on the top. I still don't like it. I'll be honest. I actually hate that. I'm thinking of Instagram pictures where I got to put the background on it, and all of a sudden I got to figure out how to deal with a transparent top. Then I'm trying to read white on transparent. I'm actually not a fan, personally. Aesthetically, forget everything else. Aesthetically, I'm not a fan. But it is clear otherwise, but like super clear, obviously. So like you can see it literally from the guy's shirt. You can literally see all the way through to his shirt. Like it is a transparent slab.
Yeah,
So-
I don't mind it. I think it's kind of cool.
Can you imagine like an acetate card in one of those?
Like you literally just like everything see through.
You just see whatever's behind it. That's all you see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's part pretty cool. I don't have a problem with that. That's one the things that I definitely like about it. I mean, seriously, does anyone like? In all honesty, does that look good? It's a stupid.
The slab strong thing is kind of lame, yeah.
Oh, you're gonna get in trouble.
Oh, that was what we were. That was what we were talking about. I'm sorry.
Trouble.
Dang.
No, but I mean,
Send Big Hat to me. Send him.
there is nothing good looking about a PSA red tag. There's nothing.
Hey, Bob, even at the end of the show, even 4.5 hours in, I love Courting Danger. Send Dark Helmet. Send him.
Yeah, I know, right?
Here's what you're right.
I have said this, and it was back during the National when Beckett pulled their bullshit with their new slabs and then went, just kidding.
And as Beckett Insider, you would know this. Agreed.
Okay. I said it then. The only thing Beckett has going for them is that they have the best labels. With the metal up top and they're the best looking ones. There is nothing good looking about this, folks. Nobody can convince me that black ink on white paper with a red border is like this incredible thing. I think Tag really has something going for it with that. I think it's fantastic.
I like it when you're at a card show though, and if you have a card like this out, and somebody comes up and they're like, "Oh man, that's a good looking card."
Well, that's kind of the point here. Even with the red border, when I look at a PSA slab, my eye still goes to the card.
Yeah.
The idea here, and this is what CSG did smart, did a great job. Initially, the label was kind of distracting. It was weird, like the way the font was and the spacing and all that. But they changed it. I'm not acting like the new CSG label is like this crazy inspired thing, but it was plain enough and it got the job done that it didn't distract us from the card, and it let us appreciate the clarity of the plastic and the rest of the whole, so we could actually go back and focus on the card now. We can read the label and say, yep, that's what it is. Cool. And now let's look at the card. We're not paying attention to the label. We're paying attention to the card. So the thing with the PSA is it's not exciting, but it's also kind of like not the point. You should be looking at the card. That should be the focus to that point.
And the most important thing to me too is
Go ahead,
like
Andy.
the holder, whatever with the holder, but I'm like, do you know how to grade the card?
Mhm.
Do you know how to authenticate the card? That's
Agreed.
Absolutely. And time will tell what Tag is going to do. Like I said, I hope they're 100% successful and they back up absolutely everything they promised.
yeah.
Which I think, it'd be incredible if all these dreams come true. Time will tell. Am I going to hold my breath? Absolutely not. But
Because HEA, they had a nice holder, but it turns out
Absolutely.
they couldn't grade or
Yep.
authenticate cards.
Yeah, and that was the problem. The problem is at the end of the day, you didn't do the job.
Right.
And when they first came out, I would say just about everyone I talked to said, "Hey, this is great. I wish them success. It looks nice. It's a hell of a lot better looking than this crap." So
Well, Rock Latex says it looks better without the cell phone case on it.
you are going to get in so
I'm
much
reading the comment.
trouble. So
Send Dark Helmet for me. Like, I welcome that correspondence.
You were in
Bring
trouble.
him. Bring him.
No, I actually literally am going to bring him.
You may as well.
So I am,
And he will get a vicious tongue lashing because that's what I do.
yeah, I know. I am all in on Tags from looking at it on video from my house.
Sure.
I am all in on Tags, slabs, and the see-through and how they're doing it. I think it's absolutely fantastic. I think it is. Now watch the fingers real close so we don't get go too excited. I think it is revolutionary. I think it is really something that is. I just think it's a step above everything else that we have. And I hope that they back up everything that they've promised. I'm not holding my breath.
Yeah.
But
Now, to be clear, you're saying that as a tag sponsored athlete.
absolutely. I throw on my mountain bike helmet. So when I hit the trees and I leave an imprint, the trees say Tag.
Listen, I got to tell you, I can see it right now. I can envision you as the dynamic with the broken hip, as the dynamic vision of what this company is representing. It's representing the future in 1984, but it's representing the future at that time.
Yes.
I think that's great. I think it's fantastic. I love it.
Anyways, everyone, it's all about opinion and what you think looks nice and
It is.
what you want
It
in your
is.
collection. And I am all in on how it looks.
Now, I was going to say, like I said, I like to have fun with it. The point though that Andy made, and like it's the bottom line. Look, the bottom line that's going to make or break this whole thing is going to be, can they perform the function? Can you authenticate cards you should be able to authenticate? Because if bad cards get through, that was the HGA problem. The obvious fakes got through. So if Tag is like the fanciest, it's like, well, it's a 987. Cool, it's fake. It's a great 987. That's awesome.
And I'm
It's
not
fake.
in on that number shit.
It's only printed on one side, bro. So it's like it's not a real card. So it's like great. Now your point is the aesthetic isn't the only thing. It's not the number one thing. The doing the job is the most important piece.
Yes.
Personally, I don't like the aesthetic. So to start with, you're already behind the eight ball. So now you better be damn good at the rest of it. You better be damn good at the authentication, and the grading better be consistent. And you better do all that other stuff you're talking about. You better be on point, because for someone like me, I actually don't like the aesthetic. So you're already behind. So now you're going to prove me the rest. And that's going to be borne out based on people submitting and us getting the cards back and finding out what that looks like. That's going to be the key.
And someone like me, I like it. So I am now open-minded to listen and to see what else you're going to do.
But you already took the athletic sponsorships. So you better be in on this.
I'll tell you a quick story if I haven't mentioned it
About your
before.
athletic sponsorship?
Yes, absolutely.
Go on.
Red Bull athletes don't drink Red Bull. Red Bull actually makes special cans with water in them. So Red Bull athletes crack them open and drink on camera. If they're filled with water. An actual athlete would never drink that crap.
So basically, when you show us your tag slabs going forward, if we peel it back, it's like a PSA slab inside? Interesting. Go. So finally the truth comes out. I see what's going on here.
Yes, if you
All
peel the label, it will say Beckett.
Interesting. Gotcha. Bobolos likes SCG. He's wearing their slab. SGC, but yes. Yep. I know it's a typo. It's fine. I was just having some fun with it. But yeah, he is wearing the tuxedo. That is a fact. The voice of HGA was far from someone anyone would want to do business with. The problem is people did. And people took sponsorships of them and promoted the hell out of them. And people like Lucas Tigers and Brown and promoted the hell out of them until they suddenly couldn't.
Very nice, Bob.
Oh, here's one for you, Eric. Here,
All right, he's got one for you. Go on.
Packet crap. Oh,
Mario.
Ooh.
Hey, is that O-Pee-Chee or Tops? I don't know.
That's the Tops. That's the Tops one.
I threw mine away.
There's the OPG.
There you
Very
go.
nice.
Ooh.
7-5. 7-5.
Awesome. So, I've only had one Lemieux rookie in my life, and I threw it away.
What?
My mother, and I hope the old bat's paying attention. Says when.
Hold on. Wait. Stop. Wait. Hold on. Wait.
Yeah.
You literally you just turned on like the only person who supports you.
Yeah, no, she needs to hear this. All right, because that card's worth hundreds of dollars now. She made me clean my room. I didn't want to clean my room, and I had my cards out all over the table, and there was papers everywhere, and she's yelling at me, and she's making me say, "You gotta clean your room." And I don't want to clean my room. Well, she threatened me, and then I said, "Fine, I'll clean my room," and I was mad, and because that's what teenagers do. They get mad, and I took them, and I took everything off the table, and I stuffed it in a bag, and I threw them away and said, "You happy now?" And I threw away a Gretzky second year, a Lemieux rookie, and I think a Yari Curry rookie. Threw it all in the trash. So it's hurtful.
That got you top row.
Yeah.
Oh, it did for like a minute, but like we'll adjust it. Listen, Benedict. Look, we got to talk, bro. Hold on. Bob's got it. That was like a hard heel turn. Like that was like fast. That was like NWO Hogan, but he literally just ran in and like punched an old lady in the front row, and it's like there's no subtlety. How the tables have turned.
You're in trouble now.
She even used the emoji. Dang.
Mom, you shouldn't have made me clean my room. I threw my cards away. There was hundreds of dollars worth of stuff.
Anyway, everybody. So on that bombshell, Bob, take us away. Leave us with a thought, a moment of zen, a thought to, in your reappearance. It's been a little while since you've been on. A thought to kind of send off with the good people. As a Hall of Famer, soon to be impeached, soon to be recommitted, and soon to be impeached again. Tell us, give us a word of wisdom.
Hold on, I'll just. Oh. So I had this thought. Do you think? So you go to Target. You've been to Target or something like that.
Target, I've been to Target. Yes, go on.
And you know how they got a Starbucks sometimes in the front?
Well, it's got to be bougie. It's Target. Yeah, go on.
Right. So, do you think the workers at like a real Starbucks, like a standalone Starbucks, look down upon the Starbucks workers at the Target? Like, is that a lesser than Starbucks to work at? Right.
Hold on. This is a profound thought from Bob. No, this feels like when Bobbles was catfished by the fake SGC. This is what it feels like. It feels like she's like operating with like the ones in the little kiosk, as opposed to like the real one in the real store.
Explain why Bob's onto something. Because no one working at the Target Starbucks has a man bun. No one in the Target Starbucks has plugs in their ears or a nose ring.
They actually have to refer to the little cheat sheet to know how to make the drink. They're not for real baristas, you know.
Right.
They don't have credentials.
Yeah, like the plugs and the nose rings and the face tattoos and the man buns.
That comes with the brick and mortar Starbucks standalone.
That's right.
That's
correct.
level.
Those
Absolutely.
are just Target employees with a different shirt on.
And do the people at Target, are they like folding clothes on Monday and making lattes on Tuesday, or are you just
Absolutely.
assigned to the Starbucks?
This conspiracy is deepening.
The
I
first
got to be
one-
honest with you guys. Can I level with y'all? Can I level with y'all for just a minute?
Yeah.
Y'all know that I like to run this show where a lot of times I don't know what's going to happen. I'll be honest. Most of the time I don't know what the hell I'm going to say until the moment is right and I say it. I set Bob up here. I have no idea where the fuck he's going. No clue. And it met and exceeded all the expectations I could have hoped for. This
True
is
Hall of Famer, baby.
Bob, this may be your finest hour. That on the spot, like that was wearing the tuxedo shirt.
Yes.
That was top tier, Bob Lewis. That was top tier.
I
Thank
knew
you.
it would be good, but yeah, he surprised me a little bit with where he went with that. That was good.
Impressively deep. That was thought provoking. It invoked Target, which of course I love. There are layers to which like I appreciated that. Y'all, that right there was a beautiful moment of Zen. Bob Lewis just laid it down. But no, Eric, that will be the last word. We were taking our moment of Zen from Bob Lewis. We're good. All right, folks. No, you're done. It's done. You've already turned on your mother. Like she's figuring out how to punish you right now. You should be figuring out how to run. You owe people money. You've angered your mother, so you're not going to be able to like hide at her house or anything. Like you're done, buddy. And your daughter's already mad that you took her on the outside of a concert building instead of a concert.
It hasn't.
You have no allies left.
It has not been a good day.
It's not getting better. It's getting worse.
No.
You might be hanging out outside of the Target hoping that the fake baristas will take pity on you.
Did you also notice that my two biggest enemies are conspiring with each other in the chat?
As they should.
Bob and Name are conspiring in the chat, and I've been keeping an eye on them, and I don't like it.
Like I said, folks, it is an episodic show. So this story will continue. Because Lord knows I'll remember this and bring it up when the moment is right and I can exploit it to maximum entertainment for me. All right, that's it. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Appreciate Bob Lewis filling us with his wisdom. Andy, she blinded with her factors. Thank you, my friend. It's been a good time. Appreciate you. Eric, we tolerated you. Thank you to Bobby Burrell, as always, for his contributions and assistance in this matter. And thank you to Bobbles and Ball Cards, also hanging out for a good chunk of the evening. I didn't think we'd actually hit close to 5 hours. But look, when we got this kind of wisdom on the screen, we had 2 daps sighting. Like, it's solid work, folks. Solid work for an evening's work. All right, on your way out, if you didn't already for some bizarre reason, the like button is free. If you're not subscribed to the channel, please do so. And the last word will go to Bob Jackson first. We're going to turn Eric into hot dogs. The name is going to burn after he burns in the water. Facts. Thank you for the reference. Steven, thanks for the combo, guys. Always a pleasure. Appreciate you. Bob's late nightisms are deep. It's the braided fishing chair. Yes. Thank you. And Refractor Jones, thank you. Thank you, everybody. We'll catch you next week, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Same bad time, same bad channel, other videos, and all that good stuff. All right, folks, have a good weekend. Enjoy it. We'll talk to you later.